Cochina già mara itumire kwabhasi ndozvinofizura ane inonzi Citropa Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Amaita dio.
Chico.
Quando vorrei do aqui onde uma.
Ai, uau, unyara kunyepa murume mukuru.
Iyo.
Ha?
Kunyepa utichi.
Auko nungotaura chokwadi.
Tauri chowacho chiko ne amaita dio.
Kwatadza ngotaura chokwadi ndikuenda kwandikuenda uri bva ndinyepa ndokubei.
Ndivhurire dho.
Eh?
Kutaura kuti andakudza kwandangenda.
Handisi kurivhura dho ngoenda kupi?
Tendendo bhengi.
Batadiwa ka.
Chi.
Batadiwa ndisura nemashoko angu manzo.
Angada kuzongoenda kutora mari wa.
Sama muchite kupika ipika na mama enda kutora mari. Unyari murume mukuru.
Iwanga. Sako chingoterera makuwa sina basa.
Nanasira kugona kutaura chokwadi.
Chokwadi chokwadi. Amaita dio.
Chico.
Quando vorrei do aqui onde uma.
Ai, uau, unyara kunyepa murume mukuru.
Iyo.
Ha?
Kunyepa utichi.
Auko nungotaura chokwadi.
Tauri chowacho.
Cochina già mara itumire kwabhasi ndozvinofizura ane inonzi Citropa Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
ABC,
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Amaita dio. Amaita dio. Amaita dio.
Chico.
Kwani mure do kuzondo unoya.
Haiwa unyari kunyepa murume mukuru.
Iyo.
Ha?
Nyepa otisi.
Augoni kutaura chokwadi.
Tori wacho chiko ne amaita dio.
Kwatadza ngotaura chokwadi ndikuenda kwandikuenda uri bva ndinyepa ndobhei.
Ndivhurire dho.
Eh?
Nda kutaura kuti andakudza kwandanoenda.
Handisi kurivhura dho ngoenda kupi?
Tendendo bengi.
Batadiwa ka.
Si.
Batadiwa ndisura mashoko angu manzo.
Angada kuzondipenda kutora mari wa.
Sama muchite kupika ipika na mama enda kutora mari. Unyari murume mukuru.
Iwanga. Saka uchingoterera makuwa sina basa.
Nanasi sero gono taura chokwadi.
Chokwadi chokuti chii.
Bva.
Saka akudzoti ndandopike pendi yani.
Pane munhu andiudze rombo rupike.
Ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuwa izvo.
Upi kudzwa makuwa kuti chi? Zvakungadilisa anonyepa iwo hana kuona upik and pay. Wangu usiku here upik and pay.
Saka ndozvanga achimhanyira nditi ebate madii. Haana kundoona ndandiri muchiyu pick and pay mo.
Wangu uchite upik and pay.
Yes. Mushori sei? Kuri kuitei muno? Oh. Utengei? Sikapori kuendawo? Aiwa ndisati handambotora mari angu. Alright mfana wangu. Mamuka seme.
Tamukeni mamuka.
Tamuka. Ndakutorawo mari necity hop.
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu neoriginal copy yacho.
Original copy. And then the message yandakatumirwa.
Saka tinokuitirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number neaddress yekumba pacopy ipapo.
It's okay. Aida kuti ndandokwanisa futi here kubva ndadeposita mari yandoda kutumirawo someone.
Hongu munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa zvamunongoita kubank kubranch panapa tinoita
So zvandongoita ndiri mubhengi ndogona kusvika panapa zvese.
zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
But reference yangu reference iri mufoni yakandikupe.
Okay.
Saka rega ndibva ndangobva ndaita kuti deposit yacho.
Alright.
Ndatora mari.
It's okay.
Ndakana pembe kwabadisa ngochite.
Kutora mari izvi. Ingada kuzo ndatumirwa mari. Iwe mupick and pay mune kiosk yebank ABC ndakatumirwa mari necity hop. Chiita kuti unotokwanisa kuita zvese zvaunogona kuita mubhengi zvaunogona kuita kubhengi unogona kuzviitira pick and pay mo. Unogona kutorisiva mari Western Union, World Remit muwestern imomo mupick and pay.
Mari yacho munai.
Mari ndinayo unopengerewo.
Tionei kuti munai here mari yacho.
Haunyari kufungira zvisina basa.
Ini saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomo.
Saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi kuti iyelisa nemakuwa.
Angandiudza kaudza itore mari yacho.
Hayi wavhura dho.
Ndipeika mari yacho. Nai ndipei mari ndikuvhurirei dho racho. Next time munhu anongotaura ndikuenda unotora mari kupick and pay kune makiosk ariko.
Vhura dho.
Kochina jamira mari. Mari aitumira pabhasi ndozvinofizura here ndapera. Pane inonzi City Hopper, Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
Transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Kochina jamira mari. Mara haitumiri pabhasi ndozvinofizura ndakapera. Pane inonzi Citropa, Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Amaita dio.
Chiku.
Kondiburedo wakuzondi unonga.
Haiwa, unyari kunyika murume mukuru.
Iyo. Nyepa kuti chi.
Haugoni kutaura chokwadi.
Taura chokwacho chiko ne amaita dio.
Kwatadza ngotaura chokwadi ndikuenda kwandikuenda uribva wandinipira ndokubhengi.
Ndivhurire dhoo. Kutaura kuti andakudza kwandanoenda.
Handisi kurivhura dhoo ngoenda kupi?
Tendenda bhengi.
Batadiwa ka.
Chi.
Batadiwa ndisura nemashoko angu manzo.
Angada kuzondikwenda kutora mari wa.
Sama muchite kupika ipika na mama enda kutora mari. Unyari murume mukuru.
Iwega. Sako chingoterera makuwa sina basa.
Nanasira kugona kutaura chokwadi.
Chokwadi chokuti chi. Saka akuzoti ndandopike pendi yani.
Pane munhu andiudze rombo rupike.
Ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuwa izvo.
Upi kudzwa makuwa kuti chi? Zvakungadilisa anonyepa iwo hana kuona Pick and Pay. Wangu usiku here Pick and Pay.
Saka ndozvanga achimhanyira nditi hebate madi. Haana kundoona ndandiri mukiyu Pick and Pay mo.
Wangu uchite Pick and Pay.
Yes, please. Mushori se? Kuri kuitei muno? Oh. Utengei? Sikapori kuendawo? Aiwa ndisati handambotora mari angu. All right mfana wangu. Mamuka seme?
Tamukeni mamka.
Tamuka. Ndakutorawo mari neCityHop.
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu neoriginal copy yacho.
Original copy. And then the message yandakatumirwa.
Saka tinokuitirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number neaddress yekumba pacopy ipapo.
It's okay. Aida kuti ndokwanisawo kuti here kubva ndadeposita mari yandoda kutumirwa kusomeone.
Hongu, munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa. Zvamunongoita kubhank, kubranch, panapa tinoita futi.
Alright, so zvandongoita ndiri mubhengi ndogona kusvika panapa zvese.
Zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day.
Alright.
Kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
Alright, but reference yangu reference irimo mufoni ndikupei.
Okay.
Saka rekandipa nambova ndaita kuti deposit yacho.
Alright.
Ndisati ndatora mari.
It's okay.
Alright.
Ndakana pia bigiro kwabatisa ngochite.
Kutora mari izvi. Ingada kuzoti ndatumirwa mari. Iwe, muPick and Pay mune kiosk yeBank ABC. Ndakatumirwa mari neCityHop. Chiita kuti unotokwanisa kuita zvese zvaunogona kuita mubhengi, zvaunogona kuita kubhengi unogona kuzviitira Pick and Pay mo. Unogona kutorisiva mari Western Union, World Remit, muWestern imomo muPick and Pay.
Mari yacho munayo.
Mari ndinayo, unopengerewo.
Tionei kuti munayo here mari yacho.
Haunyari kufungira zvisina basa.
Imi saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomumu.
Saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi kuti iyelisa nemakuwa.
Haangandiudza, kaudza itori mari yacho.
Hayi, wavhura dhoo.
Ndipei mari yacho. Nai, ndipei mari ndikuvhurirei dhoo racho. Next time munhu anongotaura ndikuenda kunotora mari kuPick and Pay kune makiosk ari ikoko.
Vhura dhoo. Amaita dio. Amaita dio. Amaita dio.
Chiku.
Kondivhurire dhoo wakuzondi unonga.
Haiwa, unyari kunyika murume mukuru.
Iwe. Kunyepa kuti chi.
Haugoni kutaura chokwadi.
Taura chokwacho chiko neamaita dio.
Kwatadza ngotaura chokwadi ndikuenda kwandikuenda uribva wandinipira ndokubhengi.
Ndivhurire dhoo. Kutaura kuti andakudza kwandanoenda.
Handisi kurivhura dhoo ngoenda kupi?
Tendenda bhengi.
Batadiwa ka.
chii
Bachadiwa alisura mashoko wangu manzo.
angada kuzondipinda kutora mari wa
Sama mchite kupika mpika na mama enda kutora mari. Unyari murume mkuru.
iwega saka uchingoteerera makuhwa zvisina basa
Na nani sero gona kutora chokwadi?
chokwadi chekuti chii
Aibva.
saka akudzoti ndandopike pe ndiani
Pane munhu andiudze rombo rupika.
ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuhwa izvo
Upi kudzwa makuwa kuti chi? Zvakungadilisa anonyepa iwo ana kuona upika mpei. Wangu usiku ere upika mpei.
saka ndozvanga achimhanyira nditi hebate madii haana kundoona ndandiri mukiu mpike mpemo
Wangu uchite mpika mpei.
yesilesi mushori se kuri kuitei muno o utengei sikapori kuendawo aiwa nsati handambotora mari angu orit mufana wangu mamukaseme
Tamukeni mamka.
tamuka ndakutorawo mari necity hop
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu neoriginal copy yacho.
original copy and then message yandakatumirwa
Saka tinokuitirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number neaddress yekumba pacopy ipapo.
aida kuti ndandokwanisawo futi here kubva ndadeposita mari yandoda kutumirawo someone
Hongu, munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa. Zvamunongoita kubank, kubranch, panapa tinoita futi.
alright so zvandongoita ndiri mubhengi ndogona kusvika panapa zvese
Zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day
alright
kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
alright saka reference yangu reference iri mafoni rakandikupei
Okay.
saka rekandibva ndangobva ndaita futi deposit yacho
Alright.
isati ndatora mari
It's okay.
alright
Ndakana pia bigiro kwabarisa wangu uchite.
kutora mari izvi ingada kuzo ndatumirwa mari iwe mupick and pay mune kiosk yebank yebc ndakatumirwa mari necity hop chii chakuti unotokwanisa ita zvese zvaunogona ita mubhengi zvaunogona kuita kubhengi unogona zviitira mupick and pay mo unogona kutorisiva mari western union world remit muwestern imomo mupick and pay
Mari yacho munai.
mari ndinayo unopengerewe
Tionei kuti munai ere mari yacho.
haunyari kufungira zvisina basa
Ini saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomumu.
saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi kuti iyelisa nemakuhwa
Haungandiudza, kaudza itori mari yacho.
hayi wavhura dho
Ndipeika mari yacho. Nai, ndipei mari ndikuvhurire idho racho. Next time munhu anongotaura ndikuenda unotora mari kupick and pay kune makiosk ariko.
vhura dho amaita dio amaita dio amaita dio
Chiko.
kondivhurire dho wakuziva kuti unonga
Haiwa, unyari kunyepa murume mukuru.
iwe kunyepa kuti chii
Haugoni kutaura chokwadi.
kutaura chokwadi chiko neamaita dio
Kwatadza ngotaura chokwadi ndikuenda kwandiri kuenda uri bva wandinyepa ndokubhengi.
ndivhurire dho kutaura kuti handakuudza kwandachienda
Handisi kurivhura dho ngoenda kupi.
tandenda bhengi
Bachadiwa ka.
chii
Bachadiwa alisura mashoko wangu manzo.
angada kuzondipinda kutora mari wa
Sama mchite kupika mpika na mama enda kutora mari. Unyari murume mkuru.
iwega saka uchingoteerera makuhwa zvisina basa
Na nani sero gona kutora chokwadi?
chokwadi chekuti chii
Aibva.
saka akudzoti ndandopike pe ndiani
Pane munhu andiudze rombo rupika.
ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuhwa izvo
Upi kudzwa makuwa kuti chi? Zvakungadilisa anonyepa iwo ana kuona upika mpei. Wangu usiku ere upika mpei.
saka ndozvanga achimhanyira nditi hebate madii haana kundoona ndandiri mukiu mpike and pay mo
Wangu uchite mpika mpei.
yesilesi mushori se kuri kuitei muno o utengei sikapori kuendawo aiwa nsati handambotora mari angu orit mufana wangu mamukaseme
Tamukeni mamka.
tamuka ndakutorawo mari necity hop
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu neoriginal copy yacho.
original copy and then message yandakatumirwa
Saka tinokuitirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number neaddress yekumba pacopy ipapo.
aida kuti ndandokwanisawo futi here kubva ndadeposita mari ndandoda kutumirawo someone.
hongu munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa zvamunongoita kubank kubranch panapa tinoita
So zvandongoita ndiri mubhengi ndogona kusvika panapa zvese.
zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
Reference yangu reference iri mufoni rakandikupe.
Okay.
Saka rekanibva nangobva ndaita deposit yacho. Ndisati ndatora mari.
It's okay.
Kutora mari izvi ingada kuzo ndatumirwa mari. Iwe mupick and pay mune kiosk yebank ABC ndakatumirwa mari necity hop. Chiita kuti unotokwanisa ita zvese zvaunogona ita mubhengi zvaunogona kuita kubhengi unogona kuzviitira pick and pay mo. Unogona kureceiva mari Western Union, World Remit muwestern imomo mupick and pay.
Mari yacho munai?
Mari ndinayo unopengerewo.
Tionei kuti munai here mari yacho.
Haunyari kufungira zvisina basa.
Ini saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomo.
Saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi kuti iyelisa nemakuwa.
Kaudza itore mari yacho.
Hayi wavhura dho.
Ndipeika mari yacho. Nai ndipei mari ndikuvhurirei dho racho. Next time munhu anongotaura ndikuenda unotora mari kupick and pay kune makiosk ariko.
Vhura dho.
Kochina jamira mari. Mari aitumira pabhasi ndozvinofizura here ndakupera. Pane inonzi city hopper, Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. Send the money direct.
Cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Nesi, wanunuka sei bhazi raenda kare. Ukanuka
kochina jamira mari haitumirwe pabhasi ndozvinofizura here pane inonzi sitopa bank abc. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Nesi, wanunuka sei bhazi raenda kare. Ukanuka
kochina jamira mari haitumirwe pabhasi ndozvinofizura here pane inonzi sitopa bank abc. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Nesi, wanunuka sei bhazi raenda kare. Ukanuka
kochina jamira mari haitumirwe pabhasi ndozvinofizura here pane inonzi sitopa bank abc. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Nesi, wanunuka sei bhazi raenda kare. Ukanuka
kochina jamira mari haitumirwe pabhasi ndozvinofizura here pane inonzi sitopa bank abc. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Kochina jamira mari. Mara itumirwa pabhasi ndozvinofizura here. Pane inonzi Citropa, Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. Send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Kochina jamira mari. Mara itumirwa pabhasi ndozvinofizura here. Pane inonzi Citropa, Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. Send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Kochina jamira mari. Mara itumirwa pabhasi ndozvinofizura here. Pane inonzi Citropa, Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. Send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Kochina jamira mari. Mara itumirwa pabhasi ndozvinofizura here. Pane inonzi Citropa, Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. Send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Kochina jamira mari. Mara haitumiri pabhasi ndozvinofizura here ndakupera. Pane inonzi Citropa, Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Kochina jamira mari.
been gifted Yanaya 4 times this week. What about Good morning. Good morning. I am very well. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of Bank ABC 2021 Virtual SME Summit. My name is Jeffrey Murimbechi. I will be moderating a session a little bit later on, but I thought we should start proceedings as early as now. Yesterday was a fantastic day, and if you were on Twitter, and if you're on Facebook, Instagram, as well as YouTube, you might realize that this is one of the biggest summits of the year. And if you're an SME, which pretty much means 90% of the entire working population, this is the thing to watch. So as we begin, as always, I'm going to ask you to go at the bottom of your screen where there's the share button, copy that link, put it on your WhatsApp status, share this live stream. Because in sharing, we have collective power, we've got collective bargaining power. It's all about numbers. We're only a nation of about 15 million people, and we want to reach out to the rest of the world. So this is what happened yesterday. We had 4 sessions with amazing speakers with the likes of Dr. Lance Mambondiani. We had Karen Mutasa, who was talking about unlocking potential and key insights on that. And we had a panel, the first session, which was talking about how to innovate to win. And if anything else, when we were watching this session, which was led by the amazing Patricia Mugabe, you do find that most banks and financial institutions and businesses are now running on tech more than they are on product. And it's all about innovation and survival. The second panel had an amazing moderator, Sibo Mutewa, and she made sure that she led something called Caterpillar to Butterfly, the digital transformation journey. And in a few hours, we will be having Dr. Lance Mambondiani joining us. And I thought we will start off procedures by giving us a roundup of what happened yesterday. After lunch, we had Jakim Gido, who was streaming live, and what an amazing live stream we had. Being able to speak to Jackie from somewhere else, she was in the United States, and speaking to her live while we were able to tweet and ask questions. And she had a lot of insights, especially to do with the world of makeup. Who would have thought that some of the richest and most successful people in the world will be makeup artists? So you really need to innovate and rethink the way you do business. There was an amazing panel with women, and obviously as a man, I was smiling all the way. Because not only were these women really gorgeous, but they were very, very intelligent. Women run the world, and we're not talking about the kitchen. We're talking about the actual world, who are making key decisions. I could go on forever and tell you about the number of women that are amazing and who are doing amazing things. And this panel was amazing. And if you missed any of these sessions, you can go on the Bank ABC Facebook page or the YouTube page, A-Team, and you can watch these over and over again. And finally, after commercial break, we had Evangelista Chekera, who was moderating a session, the 4th panel, on connecting to agriculture value chains. I must say that out of all panels, today we have at least had one experience with agriculture in the form of food, and it is an absolute necessity. Now today's session is, today as day 2 begins, it's very interesting because we are starting off with a lady that is now synonymous with hunger and her fight against hunger. A lady who's very synonymous for breaking grounds. I mean, she has opened up 4 amazing outlets in less than 1 year. in a country where everyone is complaining about the economy, complaining about banks, complaining about money, she broke ground and said, you know what, I am going to do this. I am going to make sure that people are healthy. I'm going to make sure that I will have the greatest store. And there are some entrepreneurs who tell you that it's all about delegating. I know her story. This amazing lady took pictures of her own food, designed her own logos, and did all of that in the beginning, tasted every single element on the menu. And I am talking about Nyaradzo Dliwayo. She's our guest speaker who's going to be taking us through what is called the entrepreneurship journey. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not about tenderpreneurs or people who were born into money or they were born with a silver spoon. This is a lady who built a business from the ground up. We've all laughed at the memes and we've all laughed at the joke that I began my rice business with 1 grain. Well, this is a lady who started off with that 1 grain. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can we welcome Nyaradzo Dliwayo.
Morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. Thank you so much. It's nerve-wracking to be the first speaker on the second day, on the last day, after the amazing women, the amazing gentlemen that were here yesterday. I'm feeling on the I don't deserve to be here side. But thank you very much to the team from Banc ABC for allowing me this opportunity to come and share our story as Yanaya. Thank you so much, Jeff, for that amazing introduction. My name is Nyaradzo Dliwayo. I am the founder of Yanaya Lifestyle, which is Zimbabwe's first exclusively healthy food restaurant, now into manufacturing company. We are here to make sure that whatever you do is going to end in health. Could be at work, could be at home. Our mandate is to make sure that we inspire you to lead, to live, and enjoy a healthy lifestyle. So Yanaya started from a place where a friend of mine was diagnosed with cancer. I was 19 years old, and towards the end of his life, the family, trying everything that they could do to save a young man's life, had now consulted nutritionist to say, what can we do to get rid of the cancer? And the nutritionist had suggested that he goes on a plant-based diet. So in support of my friend to say, look, you can do this, we can do this together, I went on a plant-based diet with him so that he can make it. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. So post his life, I then continued on a plant-based diet in remembrance of my friend. So I was vegan for 5 years. Vegans don't eat meat, don't take dairy, don't take eggs, don't take cheese. I was doing this in remembrance of my friend, and I was doing this whilst I was outside the country. When I finished studying, I moved back to Zimbabwe, and I was still on this healthy lifestyle path. But when I came back into the country, I realized that there wasn't anything for me to enjoy. I always want to say I come from the other side of Samora, not the other side. The people that come from the other side of Samora possibly could find something that they could enjoy, but the other side of Samora, there wasn't anything I could enjoy. So that's how we started Yanaya, from a place of need, something that I wanted to go out and enjoy, and I couldn't find anything. That's to say that if you're going to start anything, find opportunities of things that are familiar to you. Starting Yanaya was because I was Yanaya's first customer. I needed to create a product that I enjoyed. I needed to create a product that if no one else was going to buy it, I was going to be the beneficiary of the product. So if you're going to create anything that's lasting, start with what's familiar to you. I knew the sort of milks that I enjoyed. I knew the sort of cheeses to say this is how you can make cheese for you to enjoy pizza if you're vegan, to create an experience for someone that's looking to enjoy a healthy lifestyle, but still make it Instagrammable. Then to start the business, look, I had my friend who had died. I come back to Zimbabwe. I don't have capital to start anything, but I had the desire to say I'm going to create a space that I enjoy going to, a space, a product that I can eat and enjoy myself. I started with my grocery money. I know Jeff said it and he made it sound like it was joking. And I know you've seen memes that said, I started my restaurant with a straw, but I legit started the business with $50. It sounds like motivational speakers will say, and business people will start and say, I started with a straw. But we legit started with what we had. I had my $50 grocery money. I went, I bought ingredients to cook for the day. We didn't have a restaurant, cooked. I knew a number of people that were vegetarians. I called them, I asked them if they would be happy if I delivered them food to their offices. I delivered the food. From the $50 that we delivered the food, came back, bought more ingredients to restock again for tomorrow. And I did that for 7 months, just bootstrapping what we have. We buy ingredients, we save for us to create more. That's to say, with whatever you have, with wherever you are, if you've got an idea, if you've got a vision that you strongly believe in, no force on earth, nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop you from pursuing what you want to do. No excuses, absolutely nothing. At least that's how we started. That this is what we have, and this is how we're going to do it. I started cooking from my kitchen in 2019. So I started cooking from my kitchen with a $50 note. We created a bar, a little booth at Joiner City, which we started with a capital investment of about 1,800. And to date, our team has over 135 people. We have 7 branches across Harare, and we have a factory where we are creating products that we then use in our restaurants. That's again to say that nothing can stop an idea whose time has come. No force on earth, absolutely nothing. But I cannot overemphasize the need for partnerships, collaboration, and building a strong team around you. We wouldn't have built the brand that we have built today had it not been for the partnerships that we created around us, the mentors that we reached out to, and the team that we have on the ground. My background, I went and studied art. I majored in photography and design. I'm not a chef, I'm not a nutritionist, I'm not a dietitian, but I leveraged on my skills to make sure that, look, I can't cook, but I know that a good picture can sell a story. I know that good graphics can capture someone's attention. We're living in a very digital world and everything has to be Instagrammable. So I leveraged on my skills, collaborated with people that had skills that I didn't have to create the product that we have created. So if you're going to create a brand that's going to last, you are going to need collaborations. You're going to need partnerships. We have collaborated with some of the big brands. We have collaborated with CIMAS. We've collaborated with First Mutual. They are also in their businesses, have subsections of their businesses that speak to what we're trying to achieve. Doors are never locked. They're always just closed. Someone on Twitter a couple of days asked to say, how do people get to see Dr. Lenz? How do entrepreneurs get to do these things? No door is ever locked in the whole entire world. If you had an idea and you thought that Barack Obama was the person that was going to make your idea work, if you went on Barack Obama's door and you knocked, you're going to realize that Barack Obama's door is not locked. It's just closed. If there is anyone, if there is an organization that you feel, my value proposition is strong, I've got the passion, and I can make this thing work. Knock on any door. They are not locked, they are closed. We called Dr. Lenz. I didn't know him before we started Yanaya. Just called, my name is Nyaradzo, this is what I have, and realized that the door was not locked, it was just closed. So if you're looking for mentors, for advisors, people that you look up to, they are never closed. They're never locked, they're just closed. If you knock, people are going to open their doors. With the brand that we have built, what we have learned is that you can innovate anything. You can set yourself apart from everyone with anything. You can bring innovation on things that are already existing. Some of the innovation that we've brought with Yanaya, we have taken indigenous fruits and we have innovated them to create a product that when we started the business, we didn't know that you could innovate Masao and create a product. One of our most selling products in Yanaya are our superfoods. We took Masao, we made a smoothie out of them. We took Nyi, we made a smoothie out of them. We took Majanje, we took things that are resources that are just lying around. That's to say you can innovate anything if you put your mind on it. You can set yourself apart from everyone else if you put your mind on it, if you exercise your creative ability, if you exercise the team around you, if you build a strong network around you, you can literally innovate anything to make it in this digital world. Now, speaking about innovation, it's to speak about the market share that we have gotten. So when we got on the market and I was talking to my friends to say, look, I've got this business idea. I want to make smoothies, I want to make juices, I want to make plant-based food. A lot of the feedback that I'd be getting is to say, you're not going to make money out of this. People in Zimbabwe want to eat sada, want to eat chicken, want to eat chips. Whatever else that you want to build, it's not a need, it's a necessity. But 2 years into our business, Yanaya has become a need in other people's life. Only because we competed differently. We gave people something that they didn't know they needed, but only because we gave it to them, they realized that they needed this. That, yes, people could be addicted to Coke and all of those things, but you have a substitute. And we always want to brag and say that we give you healthy food priced better than junk food. So why are you going to go and stuff your body with things that are not good for your body when you have a substitute that is healthy for your body? So we created a market share that was non-existent. A friend of mine likes to say that, yes, when entrepreneurs are starting, they want to talk about there is a gap in the market, but is there a market in the gap? We realized that there was a gap in the market, but what we had not tested was to know whether there was a market in the gap. And over the last 2 years, what we have done was to ensure that within the gap, we create a market. Some of our retail products that we manufacture at our factory are all a first on the Zimbabwean market. We have created yogurt made from nut milk, from almond milk, from cashew milk, from macadamia milk. We have created ice cream. We have created milk itself. And this addresses people, one, that are diabetic, people that are lactose intolerant, which is 60% of us who are sitting here, but we actually don't know that we are lactose intolerant because we don't know it. So we came into the market and created a market in the gap. I hope that makes sense. Furthermore, with all of this frill of creating a market, of collaborations, of partnerships, digital is king. What has made us thrive, because we had no budget. The bankers will always say that banks don't finance ideas, banks don't finance you to start. So we needed to finance ourselves to start with no marketing budget, with no branding budget, with nothing. But we wanted to create an international brand that's going to compete with international brands on a zero budget. And digital allows you to do this. People buy stories, people buy ideas. So when we sold our brand online, first I was selling myself as Nyari from Machipisa, whose friend died out of cancer, and I created this product. But also to say, our food is priced better than junk food, so you've got an option. So if you are like me, where you're going to create from nothing to want to create something that's going to make an impact and change people's lives, digital is king. You can create a narrative, you can be in charge of the narrative that you want on digital, on a zero budget, just by consistency, excellently executing the idea or the product that you have. It's also such an interesting time to live in Zimbabwe because people, I hate to say that, are very gullible. People are going to buy stories. People are going to say, ngageza ke mskana, and everyone is going to talk about it. So it's an interesting time for entrepreneurs or for anyone who wants to introduce anything on the market because digital is king. Furthermore, it's authenticity. Authenticity in the product that you're offering. Our name already is authentic. We are called Yanaya. Shona meaning for Mvura Yanaya. We are about freshness, and we are saying freshness has come. Yanaya, it was non-existent, and it has come. We've created a blue ocean out of the red oceans where everyone is doing chicken and chips and everything, and we've come with our blue ocean, authentically saying, Yanaya, Yanaya. The freshness has come, so we're authentic about the ingredients that we use, the relationships that we have with our farmers. Our whole value chain is to sell and to give the end user an authentic Zimbabwean story. You're going to eat your masao authentically knowing that this is a Zimbabwean product created by a Zimbabwean, which I can relate to. Then you can never underestimate the need for you to continually learn, learning on a day-to-day basis. What we are going to learn today is not going to be sufficient to take you up for tomorrow. So Yanaya is a learning brand. We are learning on a daily basis, learning the red tapes that exist in the market, learning the cartels that exist in the market. How do we get around getting money from the bank? How do we get around getting tenders or contracts from the government? So it's a continual learning process. Learn, learn, learn. Learn as a brand, learn as a person, learn as a team, learn, learn, learn. I cannot overemphasize. And lastly, as to say you don't know what you don't know until you know it. You are not going to know what you don't know because you know it. So don't be afraid to start. Don't be afraid to take risks. You're only going to know that it burns if you put your hand on the top that burns. Or you're going to know that, no, actually it doesn't burn, only after you put your hand. So our take as Yanaya has always been to say, look, we've got an idea. We don't know what we don't know. We'll only know it when we do. So if you've got an idea, if you've got a value proposition that you feel is strong and is going to get somewhere, just do it. You're going to know what you don't know when you know it. And when you know it, you can always then learn to say, okay, we can't do it this way. We have to do it differently because this doesn't work. And that's it. I don't know if there are any questions or anything. That's the Yanaya story. I guess there aren't any questions. Oh.
One, two, one, two? Ah, beautiful. You had mentioned that you started off with 50 bucks and you guys reinvested and reinvested. Was there a time that you guys approached the bank for financing, or you've just been exponentially growing using your own muscle and strength? Thank you.
He said no. We did approach the bank, but like I said, banks don't invest in startups because they don't know whether people are going to buy my smoothies or not. So when we approached them in the beginning, they said no.
Hello, my name is Evangelista Chekera from Passion Poultry, and that was an awesome presentation. Just a follow-up question. When the bank said no, how did you finance your business? Because I've been to Yanaya Joiner, I've been to Yanaya Avondale, and I understand you have got more than 4 branches. So how did you manage to finance that when the bank said no? Thank you.
Because we still want money from the bank, we are on a path to prove to the bank that this is a viable project that they should invest in. So what we did was just to make sure that whatever we make, we invest it back into the business. It's discipline around money to say whatever we are making, we cannot be frivolous. We cannot do other things. We cannot spend it on Christmas or etc. because we need the bank to give us the money. So we are on a path of just reinvesting whatever little that we make. We're very stringent with our monies because we need this to work. That's how we're financed. We've literally buttressed. We haven't gotten financing from anyone. We've just buttressed what we've made, we've put it back, we've put it back, we've put it back. And I'm sure now the bank can give us money.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, since this was something that we've never heard of, what were the exact steps that you took to introduce your product to the market?
I wouldn't say we had exact steps that we took. We were just going. I'm sorry. I wouldn't know to say this, we did this, we did this. We were just going to say, okay, we've gotten past today. How do we get on to get to tomorrow and to tomorrow and to tomorrow and build like that? Yeah, I'm sorry.
So if you weren't lenient with the money and you were not spending on Christmas, what were you doing for Christmas? My question is, could you speak into perhaps the importance of having multiple income streams? Mm-hmm. Like if you were being very, very strict with the business, did you have other sources of income for other things?
My husband was my source of income for
lucky
other
you.
things.
What about some of us who are single?
Thank you very much. So you mentioned something which I think is very key when you said Zimbabweans are generally known to like sadza, nenyama, and all. How did you position this vegan lifestyle or vegetarian lifestyle? Because I for one, would be like, I don't know if I can survive on just plant-based. So how are you creating awareness and positioning your business so that you get the critical mass to make sure that your business is profitable?
Okay, so when we went into the market, like I mentioned earlier, leveraged on the skills that we had, sell a buyable product that even though you would not survive on a plant-based diet, if you're going to see the image, it's going to entice you to say, maybe I should give it a try. So what we just used was digital social media to ensure that, okay, maybe you don't like a plant-based diet, but the experience is something that you're going to go for. So we just use social media to position our brand as something that is elitist, something that you want to do, even if you're not convicted to say, I want my sada in my nyama. Okay, I'll pass by Yanaya, get something from Yanaya, and then go and eat my meat. So we used social media, good visuals, to draw people in. And what we worked hard on was ensuring that once we get you in, we retain you, that you're going to try it, and it's going to be a good experience for you, that you return again, even though it's against what you believe.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. My question is not directed to you, but it is in reference to something that you said. It's good that we do have the bank and the representatives of the bank here today. My question to the bank is, at what point then does the bank step in to say, okay, now we can also help these SMEs? Because I think at year 4, I know a lot of the SMEs fail towards year 4, year 5. You give up because you've done so much, you've put in so much, you don't have anything else to give, but you've grown so much. At what point then does the bank step in so that at least we can work with the vision and say, if I achieve this, then I can go to the bank and we'll have a productive discussion?
Before the bank responds, I just want to let you know the bank has started helping us.
Thank you. That's an intelligent question. So she has actually answered the question herself. You need to create history. The sacrifices that she has done has now opened doors for banks. So we can now see the gap and we can come in and support her.
They just want to see you driving your Honda Fit for 2 years whilst making money before they give you.
Thank you. Just to add to what Oliver has said, to say it's very important if you want money from a bank to have good history. But the history sometimes is not enough. We also need to be able to see a very strong vision for the future. Because what we want is sustainability of whatever income. We want to see your plans for growth. So I was just thinking while I was sitting here to say, I wonder if Yanaya is actually following the value chain. You know, it's very few people who leave their homes to say, I'm going to look for healthy food. So I've seen other business models where if you're wanting to sell a healthy cake, you'll go and maybe have a dispensing machine at the gym. So maybe you're thinking, I'll have dispensing machines at various gyms all over the country. So maybe you want then finance to buy the vending machines. Then we'll finance that. So if I was a bank, I'd want to see your vision for the future.
On? Oh, yeah, it's on. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very inspired by your story and your business, and I wish you all the best. I just wanted to make a comment on what has been said about financing. I'm finding it very interesting that I know this is a bank and banks have structures and rules, but I'm just wondering in Zimbabwe if we have enough financial organizations or people, investors, angel, investors and everything that allow for mistakes. Because right now we're saying they have to succeed first before we give them money. But if you look at like Silicon Valley or the places where advancements are made in the world, they're given money to basically explore until they get it right. And I think in Africa that is lacking. And I hope that, it was just a comment I was going to make, that I hope we find, because there are people with many ideas, it's just that we don't have that room to make mistakes sometimes as entrepreneurs. And I hope we do find that room and people are willing to invest until we get it right. Just a comment I had to make. Thank you.
Morning all. Just a reaction to that point, which is a very valid point. But just to give context, so as banks, we actually lend depositors money. So, we can't take chances with depositors money, unfortunately. That's the problem that we have. But as you rightly say, maybe in the developed world, there are appropriate, institutions who are geared, to be able to, to put capital at risk, to try and encourage entrepreneurship and the growth of new businesses. And unfortunately, this part of this world, we don't have that. We, as banks, we rely on depositors' money, and we can't take chances with depositors' money.
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
All right. One more time, give it up for Nyaradzo. Amazing story right there. Just so you know, I knew Nyaradzo before she started Yanaya. She was a photographer, if you didn't know. She was a photographer. She took some pictures of me. I will never, ever, ever post those. Never, ever. But thank you so much. But I think your story is so compelling because, you said you started with $50. That's this close to saying I started my chicken business with a feather. It's that close. So, yeah. Many thanks to everyone who's managed to stream live. Remember, it's Banc ABC SME Summit.co.zw. Tell someone else, send them a message, let them know that they can catch us on that link, and they can choose the live stream options for YouTube and Facebook as well. Thank you so much to everyone in the room right now. You've made an effort to actually come out and be part of the summit. But before we go any further and introduce our next panel, I'd like to invite the chairman of the Banc ABC SME Summit. Please welcome right now to give us a few words, Dr. Lance Shingai Mambondiani.
Thank you. Hello? Like the Moxinator. He calls himself your girlfriend's favorite DJ. But good morning, everyone. Such a pleasure to see you again in day 2 of the summit. And I've been so excited. Yesterday, I literally sat down to all of the panels. I have never been excited or ignited to hear of so many stories of SMEs that are really persevering beyond the ordinary. I think the stories that we had yesterday, to me, were absolutely incredible. Because I have the mic, can I just ask you to clap for those who presented yesterday and for those, of course, who are presenting again today. But I just wanted to recap and say that we have, again, a lineup that I am just as excited to hear today. There is a pitch as well later on in the afternoon with some young entrepreneurs that are going to look for funding and at least appeal to you, to your sense and sensibilities to guide them as they roll out their business. Always my favorite part of the session. Please stay for that and become a part of the pitch. But I just wanted to address a question that seems to be burning, and I think it was burning as well in last year's summit. Like, why do banks not fund SMEs? And I think the A-team, Taurai, Hope, and Oliver tried to address the question. In fact, they have addressed the question, but let me say it again. What's your name? Tendai. Let me say it again, Tendai. And then I think I want to borrow from what Taurai said before. And I was set at lunch in the green room with some of the guys that were speaking yesterday, Nyari, Tutsi, and all the presenters from yesterday. And again, the same question was asked. In fact, it was asked by, who asked it? Who? Was you? Yes. He asked the same question, and I responded in the way that I'm going to respond to you as well. And Taurai did mention that banks are not venture capitalists. So banks are holders of other people's money. That money belongs to depositors. So we can take risk on depositors' funds only to a certain extent. Only to the extent that we have calculated the risk that we are not going to lose the money. In fact, you probably bank somewhere. You put your money in a bank. And that bank then loans that money to somebody else. So we take calculated risks on what we believe has the capability of a return on other people's money that we are lending. So in the countries that you mentioned, there are firms that are called venture capitalists. And venture capitalists take a risk on, or an inordinate amount of risk on startups. And they take probably equity in your business because they are trying to hedge. In fact, it's a hedge, it's a bet. They are betting that you're going to succeed. They are betting that somebody is going to buy Masao. If you come to a bank and say, I want to put Masao in a shake, one, I don't understand it. And secondly, my chairman will probably say, why are you funding a Masao business? Who is going to buy a Masao business? So because we don't understand it, we cannot take an inordinate risk in a business. And secondly, banks cannot take equity in startups by law. So because I can't take equity, if you were to come to me and say, I want to start Yadaya, I can easily say, let me take 50% of your business, you are starting, and I'm going to take a bet on you. I'll take 50% of your business. If you succeed, I'm also in the money. Facebook, right? If you succeed, I'm also in the money. WhatsApp. If you succeed, I'm also in the money. All the startups that you have come to know that have made billionaires because you have taken an equity stake in a business because it was starting. Banks don't do that. Banks don't do that, whether in the developed world or here. So the story that she narrated is something that we do. In fact, I made a statement which I want to repeat here, that banks do not lend to start. They lend to grow. Right? That's very, very important to know. When you are approaching a bank, always remember that a bank does not lend you to start your business. They lend you to grow your business. So start your business whatever way you can. Borrow money from someone, your husband can be your natural source of income, whatever it is, whoever can be your source of income. Find money somewhere. Venture capitalist, somebody who believes in your story, find money somewhere, even a bank. Sometimes we find greenfields because they are too good, right? We make exceptions saying this greenfield is so good to start and we want to be a part of this story. We can do it, but in exceptions. If we're funding a greenfield, it's an exception. It's not the rule, and that doesn't apply to Bank ABC. It applies to literally every bank that you go to. So reduce your level of frustration when you are approaching a bank by knowing what a bank can fund and what a bank can do. If you are a business starting and you have started to establish your history, 1 month, 2 months, don't buy a Mercedes-Benz. Put the money in an account. Let us see your cash flows. Let us see how you're managing your business. Then come to me and say, you know what, I want to expand, I want to buy a vehicle, I want to establish a second shop, I want to make sure that I am now expanding my business. I understand it, I understand the cash flow, I understand where you're going, and I also understand that you have your skin in the game. In other words, you have put your $50 in, and you are spending your time in your business, you are doing everything that you can to ensure that your business grows. That is something that I believe is important for entrepreneurs to know. It's also important for everybody who cries to us and say, you know, why are you not funding me? You're not supporting me. How do I grow? And how do I do all sorts of things? So that is important for us just to set the record straight on. That said, I just wanted to say this morning, enjoy the afternoon, but before I sit down, can I ask all of you to stand up? It's not grade 1, I promise you. It's not grade 1. I'm not going to embarrass you. I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand or to do anything. But I just wanted you, with your mask on, just to approach somebody you admire and go shake their hand and say, you are doing an incredible job. How did you start your business? Or what business are you in? What are you doing? Exchange a card and just make sure that you are spreading the love. I always say this to my team. Before you go, and can you give me a second? Can you give me a second? Just 1 second. Before you go, we do this exercise with my executives every morning. Not every morning, but every so often, where I say to them, go and speak to somebody and tell them what you admire about them and what you like about them without using the word but. Right? Because we tend to say, you know what, you are awesome, but. So just try and approach somebody that you admire, you've been wanting to reach out to, and just tell them what you like about them. If you don't know anything about them, just say, hey, this is me. I believe that perhaps we can do a collaboration. What do you do? And just exchange a business case in just under 1 minute, 2 minutes, starting now. Thank you very much. Okay.
Hello.
How are you doing, man?
Well, there's a queue now.
How are you? I'm chief motivator. I've got your card already and your number. How are you guys doing? You are incredible. Hop, hop. Yes.
We want to be able to fund those risky creatives.
So
Yeah.
what you want to start is start a fund.
Yes, that's what I
A
want to do.
venture fund. And
Yeah.
it can be so profitable.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of funds doing it already. So start something.
For creatives.
Yes. Identify people who are doing well. And, to the best of it, there is a huge market for that, and I believe that you can go ahead. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think your 2 minutes is up. I hate to hijack the MC's show. Moxineta? And I think, thank you for doing this. One of the greatest call on leadership is our capability to inspire each other, to do better, and to go to the next level. And all of us are connected. We are all experienced in various areas. But somebody doesn't need to fail for you to succeed. I'll say that again. Somebody doesn't need to fail for you to succeed. You know, sometimes we want to engage in what we call the pull down, right? The pull down syndrome, where we believe that there is no room for all of us to succeed. We can only get better as a country, as an economy, if individually we are doing well in our various areas, in our little pockets. Let's support each other. In the things that we do, let us do the best that we can to hold, the hand of somebody that you believe, even if in competition. If you believe you have something to contribute and something that you can do to hold a hand, it could be a hold a head, hold a finger, just like I'm proud to have held a finger for this young lady and many other entrepreneurs that we meet and interact with. It's not only her story. I think it is my passion just to make sure that we are assisting and helping entrepreneurs to go to the next level. So whatever you can do, find somebody that you can hold a finger to. Let them be successful. We don't become successful as a country because of politicians. We become successful as a country because all of us have the fierce determination to be successful individually in what we do. And then we employ people. Then we get the cranes going. We win the tenders. Well, we can win the tenders cleanly, I hope. You can come to Banc ABC, we fund them. You have got a business, you want to establish your second store, you want to establish your manufacturing plant, you want to establish a building and expand your building. Whatever is your calling, we want to be a part of that growth story. That's why we are here, and that's why we are doing this summit. So that even if we don't give you money, perhaps we can give you an idea that can spark you to go to the next level. And perhaps you can meet somebody who is sitting on your table who can at least give you a different perspective of how you can do what you're doing and still be successful at it. That's why why we do what we are doing. So thank you for coming today. And again, I hope that today will meet with your expectation and that we at least have had the capacity of adding just a little bit of a spark, just a little bit of an idea, and just a little bit of motivation into whatever else that you do. Thank you, Moxineta, and thank you for being here.
Hey, you were supposed to cue up the A-Team intro. Come on, man. What happened? Once again, a round of applause for Dr. Lance Mambondiani. You know, I won't direct this at you, but I'll say to the guys, Hope and Oliver, you know, coaching Kotanga Banc ABC venture something. She was big to pay big, guys. But in Anguga, don't give me. I don't. Ooh, the mistakes I have waiting for you. That item over there, you see that hologram we've got over there showing our platinum sponsors. It will be written right in front of my house. Beware of the dog. Mbinga lives here. Don't play. I got mistakes waiting for you. So I know, unless I come with a sensible business partner, I don't. No, I'm not that guy. So we got panels lined up, and this is going to be really great. I'm so looking forward to the first panel. It's almost going to be like a radio show. So Jeff, we're looking forward to that one. But before we do that, just want to let you know that if you're if you're asking a question to any of the panelists or anything like that, please don't forget to introduce yourself as well. Introduce yourself. Let us get to know you as you're in the audience, and then ask your question. That'll be great. And also, many thanks to our platinum sponsors, TM Pick and Pay, as well as Platinum Events. TM has provided the food that we're having here today, as well as Platinum Events have provided the decor and also made sure that this event is looking absolutely lovely. And so many thanks to our other sponsors as well. Oh yeah, by the way, the pulpit thing. I wanted to bring my own pulpit. You know that, like, it's going to be written Bank ABC SME Summit, your host, my face. It was going to be lit. They told me, no. So I'm working with what I got. So going on to our first panel for this morning. Let me introduce our moderator. He is a sportscaster. He's a radio presenter. And he's on Capitalk 100.4 FM. Please allow me to introduce the man who will introduce the panel for this morning, the first panel for this morning. I'd like to introduce Uncle Jeff, or just simply Jeffrey Murimbechi.
Thank you so much to the Moxinator. I'm using this one? Oh, perfect. Thank you so much to the Moxinator, and thank you so much to the A team. One thing that everyone has done wrong today, this morning, including myself, and for the first time, Dr. Lance Mamodiani forgot to wish everyone a happy Yellow Friday. I hope the sound guys got the awe in the studio. Now, our panel is a very interesting one, and if anything, they belong to a consortium of people that have the highest amount of consumed content. The one thing that stimulates your emotions, your behaviors, and you have probably spent more money on what they do than anything else combined. Like DJ Mox said, it might sound like one of our radio shows, and I'll start by introducing our first panelist. I won't say his government name because I respect his brand so much as a business. Whenever you hear his name, you do know that it's about to go down. I'll start by introducing Guspi Warrior. Guspi Warrior is a multi-award winning artist. Back in the day, he was only known as a dancehall artist, but now he has gone beyond that. He is a musical writer, a video producer, in some parts an actor, and now quite a bit of a radio panelist. And I could go on for days talking about Guspi Warrior. By the way, his real name is Emmanuel Manyeruke. Our next panelist is Nesbit Vuile. This is an amazing saxophonist. The first time I met Nesbit was through Banc ABC, and this man had an amazing solo act when he was doing renditions of songs that you know and songs that he wrote himself. Out of everything, he is a musician. He's not one of those guys that go behind a keyboard, that go behind a computer and start punching in keys. He actually makes live music. And today, during our tea break, he's going to grace us with a performance, and we'll talk a little bit about that performance. Our next panelist is by far one of the most hilarious musicians and people that I've actually ever met. I try by all means, if you noticed, they made sure that she's not next to me because she has the most positive energy. She is the brand ambassador who is the reigning queen of Mbira music in Zimbabwe. I shall reiterate this. She is the reigning queen of Mbira music in Zimbabwe. She is known for many of her hits, her tracks, her daring videos, but above all things, she is the greatest Mbira artist and musician to fuse different elements into it. She goes by the name of Hope Masike. And finally, to all you Netflix tenants, we've got Netflix landlords and Netflix tenants. My landlords are those that actually pay for the subscription. And you know where it says family and others? Yes, those are the tenants. There's one person who absolutely wowed our screens. I saw it on my phone. I wasn't satisfied with seeing it on my phone and seeing her acting on my phone. I wanted to see her on a tablet. I wanted to see it on a smart TV. I wanted to see her on the big screen. You might not have known her in your circles, but we saw her at her moment of glory when she acted in an amazing Netflix special. Her name is Tendai Chitima, a Zimbabwean actress. And just to show you the level of commitment and the love she has for the A-team, Tendai just flew in from out of the country just for the SME Summit. So please give her a round of applause. Now, our topic today is monetizing your talent. And it is a very difficult one, especially with the panel that we have, because above everything you will hear today, stories of the highs and lows of being in this business. And on this panel, we're going to focus on three things. We're going to start, number one is starting a money-making business. Number two, we'll be navigating challenges. And lastly, opportunities in today's Africa. But let's start by giving the floor to Nesbit Vuile to start by giving us a little bit of your history. What is your story, and how did you get to this point? I'm going to ask all the panelists to press the...
Oh, thank you.
Yes, perfect.
I'm Vuile Kongo. They call me Vui Sax. He spoke about the sax. There is Vui and there is the sax. So I'm a bit incomplete now, the fact that I'm not holding my saxophone. So I'm Vui Sax. I'm a singer, saxophonist, and I'm into broadcasting. I'm a producer, presenter for the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation's Kulumani FM in Bulawayo. And on TV also, I do Xhosa news. I do news in Xhosa language. So, talking about my journey in music, it starts from church. It all started at church. That's how I discovered my talent. And from the way I look at my talent up to now, I treat my talent like an investment that God trusted me with. You know, my parents equipped me with the things that I studied in life, taking me to school, paying big monies, but, you know, I didn't apply for the talent God gave me, like, free of charge, which is something that I respect so much. So my journey begins at church. At my church, there is a brass band. And, you know, I don't have a strong musical background. No one has ever played a musical instrument from my family. I'm pioneering this whole thing. So when it all started, I can tell you that I never got a chance growing up, like from my childhood, to run, you know, and just go to the keyboard and just press just one key and run away. I never was exposed to musical instruments. I grew up singing and appreciating music, just listening to others. But at some point, I was afforded an opportunity to try musical instruments, and I went for the saxophone. And that's, I can confirm to you that now it happens to be another side of my business in the music industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're very sorry that we had to separate you from your saxophone for a little bit. Gaspi Warrior, I know you could go for days about your story, but for the purposes of everyone streaming live, I did ask that we should share the link. Maybe we just need to know, who is Gaspi Warrior?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Tatenda Manyeruke. Gaspi Warrior is my brand name. I started music professionally in 2006. It's been a journey for me, a long one, and I hope the bank will come in at some point. But people like to call me a Zim dancer artist, but I like to call myself a musician. I'm a musician. I create music. Could be adverts, could it be dramatic music. I make music. I'm a producer, a piano player, and sometimes I write scripts for videos. Yeah, maybe in a nutshell.
Thank you very much. And he forgot to mention that for years he's filled up venues. If you're familiar with venues such as the City Sports Center, and you've seen the videos on YouTube, these are the guys that fill it up. The next person on the panel is Hope Masike, who I'm going to try not to make laugh today. She just did.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hope Masike. It includes Hope Masike anyway. I am known for playing mbira and singing, but I would like to let all of you know that I am an artist through and through in every meaning of the word. So last year I added to my CV the title writer because I published a poetry anthology called Ask Me Again. You can find it on Amazon. And just last week, I was appointed on the board for the National Arts Council of Zimbabwe, so I've added that to my CV too. Thank you. To give you a brief history of my career, I started in 2007, just a year after you. And the beginning of my journey was scholarly, so I was at the Zimbabwe College of Music. Well, actually, the story begins at Harare Polytechnic, where I was doing fine art, and then from fine art, I did music at Harare, at Zimbabwe College of Music. And then I started a band while we were in school, and then Chiwoniso went to the States for that 2.5 years. She was playing on Tuesday nights at Book Cafe. So Book Cafe phoned me and they were like, would you like to play on Tuesday evenings? Then I started doing my very first gigs in Harare. Then bit by bit, started building a following. And I witnessed Matemo and they were talking about my music on radio. Slowly, I became a thing. Started touring even. Mine is an example of that. Mine is an example of that. Mbira dzandifambisa shame. I've been to so many countries and I'm very happy that my calling brings me joy also, which is a very important thing for me. So we have fun on stage and then get paid to have fun, and that's a great thing. But in a nutshell, I think I've mentioned the important things of where I'm coming from and where I am now. Thank you.
I like the part when she says, Basarako ngarukudzendege kwete BP. And then lastly, Tendai Chitima.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. A very good morning to everyone. My name is Tendai Chitima. I'm an actress and a business consultant. I started acting in university. I did not act before that. So I started acting about 10 years ago, and I have grown to absolutely love acting. I'm really grateful to everyone who has watched the film. Hallelujah. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for watching and supporting. So I'm basically an actress. I am also a business consultant. I studied an MBA at Vis Business School. I'm very passionate about the merging of commerce with the arts because I believe there's a huge gap. A lot of times artists, like Hope, are pure artists, you know, and sometimes we forget the business side or the other spaces in the value chain that add to what we do, especially in Africa. I think in other spaces, and we can learn from other spaces, in other spaces they've managed to build ecosystems and value chains that really support the entertainment industry. And we're still a long way to go. So I'm really passionate about those aspects of the arts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we get to the main question, the reason why we have this panel. We have a clear idea of how broad the arts, music, and entertainment area is. But the one question on everyone's mind right now is, where is the money? If you look at the top 10 musicians in Africa in terms of net worth and riches, they range between 11 and $60 million each. And we're talking about net worth. The likes of DJ Black Coffee are worth more than $60 million US. I'll throw this one to Hope first. Hope, the last time you went to Ghana, your entire band and your team were flown by your client and you performed at a very prestigious event. And I heard that you performed for 9 minutes. and they paid you handsomely for that. Where is the money in music and performing?
By the way, to answer you, I would add on to what Tendai was just saying now. And for musicians, perhaps I will narrow it down and say, I think one of the most important things for us as musicians here in Zimbabwe is knowing the kind of musician you are, the kind of brand you are, the kind of market you focus on or you attract, the kind of product you are giving also. Because the money is everywhere, I tell you, and there's enough for all of us to share. There can be more musicians coming in tomorrow. There is a lot of it and enough for all of us. Different markets. My prime market is outside Zimbabwe. And then my music style focuses on that, and my branding and marketing focuses on that. That's not to say I do not play for Zimbabwe. Of course I play for Zimbabwe, but my messaging is particularly directed to that particular market. Where the money is for me is on the word focus. What are you going for? And then you focus on it. And it goes beyond just the branding and marketing, of course. It encompasses a lot of things for us musicians, even the style of music you do. And there's a very big question there, who chooses who, the music or the musician? But anyway, to answer you, that's what I would say.
Thank you very much for that, Hope. Gaspi, you address a different kind of market. If anything else, I know the Zim dancehall tag will never leave you, but Zim dancehall as a genre has had thousands of songs coming out. We've got so many stars. I mean, the brand ambassador of City Hopper is Ja Master. Wherever he goes, people go ecstatic. Wherever you guys go, you fill up venues and do all of that. We've got bankers, investors, and people willing to work with you guys. How do you make money as an artist, especially if you're based in Zimbabwe?
It's a good question. We have a lot of ways of making money, but as of now, we've got two streams of making money, and that's royalties and live shows. So I'll break it into two. I'll start with royalties. So royalties is the money that we get when radio stations, TVs play our music. Nowadays we have digital and we are selling our music online. We also have iTunes, Spotify, YouTube. We get also royalties from there. But I would like to share with everybody here. If I upload my album on iTunes, I have three options. It said I'm going to sell it for 65 cents, 99 cents, or $1.49. So my album's got 10 tracks. I have a recent album called Emmanuel. It has 10 tracks. So basically one song is going for 10 cents. Just 10 cents. Because there are 10 tracks on the album, one track is 10 cents. So if you want to put it to RTGS, you'd find that it's about 14 bond a track. I would like to believe that anyone can afford that. But at the moment, we don't have the real platforms to get to the people. I'm sure everybody has heard at least one of my songs. They have it in their phones, memory cards and whatever. But does the money come back to the artist? That is the real question that we should ask. Does the money come back to the artist? We need to motivate everybody to come to the platforms where we actually sell music and not pirate. Because right now, one song is going for 14 bond. I'm sure you've got 50 bond somewhere. You can buy 3 songs with it. So it's cheap. The music is cheap, but we need everybody to be able to access it. Now I'll move to radio and TV. Only ZBC can police licensing. For example, we have got basically 2.2 million vehicles, according to Zinara, as we speak. And one car is supposed to pay at least, supposed to pay $10 for a car radio license. So if you do the maths, I'm sure you can see the figures growing. If you come to houses, we have a lot of households that has TVs. And nowadays, just one house can have 5 TVs. And all those are supposed to pay licensing. But if you want to find out how many people are actually paying their licenses, we'll see that maybe a handful. So all that is the artist's money that we are not getting. If you get to a roadblock where there are ZRP police, they'll ask you if you don't have a Zinara license, but they will not ask you about the ZBC license. You actually need ZBC people to come to the roadblock and ask for the ZBC license. So my proposal is it would make more sense and would actually make more money if we have a same marriage that we have between Zinara and insurance. To just be a 3 brand or 3 organizations marriage where we have ZBC, Zinara, and insurance all together, because this is what makes this industry move forward. Now, when you go out there, everybody is telling us to start up other businesses outside our main business. Now, that has been killing our business because we are spending so much time trying to figure out something that we are not into, trying to take some money from another business and bring it to the music. But I believe that in other countries, people are actually running away from other business, coming to music, because royalties keep paying you. They keep paying you. If Say No Longer was released in 2012, I'm still getting the money. If they play today, I still get today's money. So we are not making enough because our structures are not structured well. We also appeal to the people in power to help us police these laws. You know, it's very disturbing when you walk through Samora, between Samora and Leopold, there will be police all the time there, but also there will be vendors selling our CDs there. So you see, it's happening. Everybody is stealing from us, even you guys. When you use Bluetooth, you're actually stealing from us. And you wonder why we are very poor out there. It's because the money is not coming back to us. Now, I'll come to shows. You are talking about Miss Hopper being hired in Ghana to pay for 9 minutes and being paid handsomely. Well, that depends with the market. You know, to me, maybe 5,000 is handsome. But to Mr. Black Coffee, that takes money. So we need to grow this market and allow the artists to grow with it. And a lot of businesses out there ask for favors from artists. Can you please post me this? Can you please post me this? We need also business to understand that we are like walking billboards. When you advertise these things, like for my sake, I have, let's say, 35,000 followers on my Instagram. So I'm sharing that with you. It needs to be paid for. Okay, so people just need to understand that this music business is actually a running and a viable business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us a full perspective of the local and the international side of things. And before I go to Vuile, I just want to go to Tendaishi and say, look, people like Brad Pitt and Will Smith get paid in excess of 20 million for doing one movie. For the average person anywhere in the world, that is lifetime's earnings. And brands will storm to have these people with them. Do we have a film industry, and how do actors, nowadays we've got what we call content creators, you know, Dr. Lansman Mundiani, and on several A-team events, we have spoken about YouTubers earning millions per year. Is that an opportunity, and are you able to make those kinds of amounts? The reason why we're asking that is because no one seems to be attaching their brands onto the people that we spend so much time watching.
Thank you for your question. So I like what Hope said about that money is everywhere, because it is literally everywhere. I think when I got into acting, my whole aim was to be an international actress. Like, I never wanted to be like just acting in South Africa only or in Zimbabwe only, because that's what changes the game. The reason why you're talking about Will Smith is because you know Will Smith, and you're in Zimbabwe, right? That means his market is really, really big. You know, Will Smith basically, I mean, how many people are on the earth? Like 6 billion, 7 billion. And I know not everybody watches Will Smith, but that's a huge amount of coverage of who he is. So he's got a wide market. And that's, I think, the perspective we need to have, even as local artists. Are we actually targeting the world with our music, with our art, or are we targeting just Zimbabwe? Because Zimbabwe is a very small country. I would say whatever you're putting out now, especially because of the digital revolution, it needs to be international quality and standards. And this is why it's important for us to really up our game, because we're not actually competing with just Zimbabweans, we're competing with the world. We're competing with Will Smith. I'll give you an example. I've been privileged enough to audition. Woo, there's something flying around. I've been privileged enough to audition for some really, really big movies, right? And it's amazing, trust me. Okay, auditioning is nerve-wracking, to be honest, because it's just an audition. Auditioning, it's like an interview, but a really intense one. And so, but what I quickly realized is, because it's an international film that I'm auditioning for, I'm basically competing with British actors and American actors. And that really changes my perspective of what I'm doing, right? So basically, what I'll say is Will Smith gets 20 million because he is targeting millions of people, and that's the value of what he brings. So if we're able to create more content and more films and more work that reaches that amount of people, we can get back that amount of money, because that's where the value is. It's in who's watching. The viewership determines how much money you get.
Thank you very much. So the viewership does mean a lot, and numbers mean money. With so many numbers, for some artists who've actually made a lot of money, and the reason why I left the last question to Vuile is because you have exposure to broadcasting, you have exposure to different platforms. How important is it for you as an artist, a multi-skilled creative, to get some form of management? Because to the average suit and tie, forgive me, today I'm wearing a suit, they just see the performance when you have your saxophone. They will see Gaspi Warrior with whatever outfit, Hope Masike in a $5,000 outfit performing. People put that together. How important is it to have management?
Well, thank you so much. That's a beautiful question. And I would like to borrow a few points from my friends here. You know, when we talk about art, music particularly, there is the creative process, which my brother Emmanuel has already put across, that it's a process that doesn't need one to be disturbed. You know, during that process, you're trying to brainstorm, you're trying to come up with something that is, you know, it sounds new to you. It's only you who can hear what you hear in mind. And you're trying to find a way of presenting it to people who are hungry to consume that content that you're creating. So during that time, let's say you are this one person, you do not have management, you do not have a manager. So you run your own things, you're taking care of your wardrobe, you're taking care of the logistics, you're the one taking the bookings, you're the one to rehearse, you're the one to call the band and make sure their things are in place. You're the one to call the driver and check if he's still going to make it in time. You know, it simply shows that we need a good management, people around us who have actually the same goals that they want to achieve as us. So we need people with common like focus points around us. And that actually shows how we can achieve big things together. So I think that would be my answer on the management side. Then on whether we have the music industry local, because it's part of the question, do we have a film and music industry? To answer that one, I would say we do have a music industry, but you know, it's not feeling well. It's sick.
It's not feeling well.
Yes, it's not feeling well. It's limping in the sense that, you know, when you look at a musician, an ordinary person out there, when they look at a musician, They are seeing someone who is just wasting time following passion, and they're not serious about life. Why? Because our art is not really taken seriously out there, to be quite honest, in the sense that you find even the professional world ignoring like the set guidelines on how to work with those people within the music industry in a way that that maintains value and helps them grow at the same time.
Thank you very much. The last one, in terms of starting, how to start making money, I'll give you a case study of a song that was released this year, and I'm sure even DJ Mox up to now is done with listening to this song. A song released by Rocky, featuring Kofi Olomide and Ray Vani, Patati Patata. I mean, in 1 week, it had more than 5 million views on YouTube alone. The investors and all these brands that are behind us that form the SME Summit, they want to know, can you make money for them? Because like what Dr. Lance said, banks, financial institutions don't invest in startups. They invest in growth. Can you make money for them? Open question.
Okay, I'll take that one first. And I would say growth, particularly an artist's growth, is a process and not an event. So it actually comprises of a lot of things that happen along the way as you try to establish your brand and to grow the value of your brand. So I certainly understand that that's what the banks and all other people around them look for. They want to see someone who has tried something and it's already having a form. It's showing where the head is, where the tail is, where you're coming from and where you're going. You have a vision, a long-term vision, which they can take and support. So it's so sad to say that it's only a few people who do not give up on their talents. They look at their talents and try to find ways to monetize them. Like myself, sometime in 2019, I picked up the saxophone sometime in 2015 in October. This is my 6th year with the saxophone now. So at some point in my journey, I'm like, okay, so if people are not recognizing my art as a business, I have to come up with ways of growing my brand without having to explain myself to someone else, because we spend much time trying to ask, please recognize us, please respect our work. Then I decided to come up with ways, of designing a question for the people with an answer in my pocket. So I come up with the answer and I keep it to myself. Then I design a question and give it to you. When you ask that question, I bring an answer and you pay for that. How did I do that? I came up with a way of doing the walk-in surprises. It's one of the things that one of the ideas that I came up with. I don't have to wait for you to get married to come and perform at your wedding. I don't have to wait for the festivals that come once or twice in a year to live, So I came up with an idea of delivering parcels on a special day. It's someone's birthday somewhere today, tomorrow it's someone else's birthday somewhere. So someone is born somewhere every day. So we want to deliver a parcel to that person. You give me your parcel, you choose a song for them, I go and deliver. Then I get paid for that. So what am I saying? I'm trying to clearly point out that it's based on ideas, coming up with ideas to create questions to the people that you're targeting. Instead of waiting for them to recognize you because you're doing well, we have people who are very creative, but lack of those ideas to grow themselves until they come to a point where they are recognized by the banks and other bodies. They end up giving up on their talent because they are too focused on getting that recognition.
Thank you very much, Vuile. Gaspi, can you make money for me?
Could I just add on to that? First and foremost, I just want to say that Banc ABC has made a difference and a change by making Jam Master their brand ambassador. It's belief more than what you might think of. Believing in us, because artists are tools. Listen, music, anyone can listen to music, but not everyone is in business, okay? But if you collaborate with an artist, you are introducing your business to everyone, whether they are into business or they are not. Why? Because we do shows everywhere. We fill up venues. We have the numbers on social media. This is a tool. It's like a pick. If you want to dig a hole, you take a pick and you use that pick to dig a hole. Okay? So musicians are like tools. They're like billboard, like I said. They're like moving billboards. You need to believe in them and then access them, work with them, collaborate with them. Now, for instance, if it's a bank will need bankers, right? It will need more people depositing their money into the bank. I have funds, probably from Stanchart, from Bank ABC, Stewart. If I tell them that there are more advantages in Bank ABC, the bank has more opportunities of making more people coming to their bank. That's the idea. Because I'm a musician, I focus on my music. So until someone comes on board and say, we want to share your platform, okay? You and us, let's collaborate. You've got the funds, you've got the people, okay? Talk to them about our brand. That's how it works to me. That's how we can make the other businesses out there bloom. Why? Because music is on almost everyone's phone, but not a bank. You won't find one person with a Stewart bank account, application, or each and every bank that we have in your phone. But you might find a Gasporian almost everyone's phone. So that alone is an advantage to businesses. We can introduce your businesses to spaces that you cannot get to. You were talking about City Sports Center. City Sports Center is a very rowdy place when it comes to dance or shows. It's a very rowdy type of a crowd. But we managed to, to play music for them, to spend the whole night with them. Those are the people that the businesses need. They are the same people that are coming on Monday to work or coming to the bank on Monday to put in their money in there. So this is where the relationship is. We have the people and the business needs the people.
Thank you so much. And I like the fact that you said that as artists, you have the ability to reach out to people that all these amazing brands are trying to reach out. Hope, did you want to weigh into this one?
Yeah, the question was, can we make money for Bank ABC? Can we make money for you guys? And the easy answer is yes, in our different varieties. Gaspi Warrior has people you will never ever have access to. Like he said, City Sports Center is very rowdy. They are very, very unlikely to walk into any banking hall asking for information, but he has easy access to them. He tweets about something, many people get the message and they believe it because Gaspi Warrior has posted about it. Tendai Chitima has another different type of audience that you need. It mightn't be in the same numbers, but it might amount to the same exact digits, money, the same exact quantity of money, let's say. So in our different shapes, in our different brands, I was just struggling to remember Vuyi's name because I know Vuyo, I know Vusa. I hadn't heard of a Vuyi, but I'm glad I've met him now. And I haven't watched you perform, but I am very sure he also comes in with a different set of audience, with a different market, perhaps niche and small, but at the end of the day, which brings the same type of, the same amount of money, for instance, as he would bring with the masses. So each artist in their different brand capacities or brand types also adds value to the bank. And when you want to get everyone, then of course it's impossible to get every artist, but it's good to get a few types of artists that will bring you a few types of markets. And then,
And then I will add also that to answer that question, us the artists have a very big job to also make ourselves so desirable. You salivate when you see our brands. We have to work on that also. And I believe there is a misconception that and the brands that can be endorsed by banks and other corporates in Zimbabwe have to be the only one type of brand. If we look at the artist brands that have been endorsed in the last couple of, maybe 3 years or so, it's a certain type of artist, which is the certain type of numbers on Facebook. But we have other quieter artists who have smaller numbers on Facebook, but still have broad reach in different ways also because they're a different type of market. So I think on both ends, the corporate sector has to also look at the different types of markets that artists bring forth, and the artists, we also have to learn to make ourselves so desirable, especially the ones who don't have the biggest followerships on social media, but can still offer a lot to corporates like Banc ABC. I think that's all I had.
Thank you very much for that.
I also want to add to what everyone said. So I want to specifically zero in on film. Something that I've learned working and living in South Africa is how big, how very cleverly corporates have been able to merge with the arts. And I think that's what's inspired my own journey. Is because if you look at, how many of us have watched South African advertisements, whatever you want to call them? Do you guys enjoy them? They're pretty well done. Do you know who makes those ads, mostly?
Zimbabwe.
No, not Zimbabwe. Filmmakers. So what happens in the industry in South Africa is that if a filmmaker is not working on a film or a TV show, they're most likely working on commercials. And you find that a lot of their adverts are like movies. They're actually like movies or like stories. They're really well thought out. It's because they get script writers and actors and all these people from the film industry to actually make ads. And they make really good ads, and the brands are thriving. South Africa has really good brand power, right? I wrote my thesis on national branding, and I used Zimbabwe it's funny, I actually used Cook-Off as a case study when it wasn't even on Netflix. I think I was prophetic in that way. But I asked people in my thesis, I asked them, if you watched Cook-Off, would you, well, they watched it. They watched the old version. You guys are fortunate enough, you watched the most recent one, the most recent version. There was an older version. But I asked people, if you watched Cook-Off, would it make you want to come to Zimbabwe? Would it make you want to interact with Zimbabweans? You know, those are my questions. And a lot of people said yes. Some of them were surprised that we had roads. Some of them were surprised that we had cars. Some of them asked me, where are the giraffes? Where are the safaris? You know, people had so many things to say. But film is a powerful tool that can be used to brand anything, right? You educate people about what, through storytelling, basically. You can educate people about different things. Why I'm saying all this is because I would love to see more brands, not just Banc ABC, but just generally. I think there's a huge gap in the advertising industry. They can make money from filmmakers. We can collaborate and make appealing stories about your brands and create memorable stories about your brands. And also, just one last thing.
Sure.
We can also, do you know, in South Africa, the entertainment industry contributes about 90 billion rands of the GDP. In Nigeria, the arts actually contribute a large percentage of the GDP as well. There's nothing stopping Zimbabwe from doing the same. It's just how much effort are we willing to support creatives, because arts and entertainment are actually what markets a country to the rest of the world. A lot of us are, we speak in American accents and all that stuff. Some of us have never been to America. I've been, but I'm saying some people have never been to America. And yes, they can speak fluent American. And you're wondering, how is that possible? It's because they watch TV, they listen to the music, all this stuff. There is value in what we do, huge value. We impact perceptions. We can change and shape futures using the arts. And it's that lack of understanding and that lack of taking the arts seriously that maybe contributes to people not actually collaborating with the arts. But there's so much room and so much potential. And I hope that we can all see that moving forward, especially now with the digital age. I think there's more room for the arts to really take shape and, you know, make a difference in the world.
Thank you very much. And I think this amazing panel has summarized the next two segments of this discussion, which is on challenges and opportunities. Clearly, this is the biggest freebie we can ever get. Normally, we would say we'll take questions from Facebook and YouTube, and I know you're streaming, but today you might have the opportunity to have any one of these four following you and answering your questions on the Banc ABC Twitter account. So I'm going to ask you to take out your smartphone. If you want to ask a question, hashtag SME Summit 2021, and tag any of these artists today within the next hour. Ask them absolutely anything. And I guarantee you, while they're still here, they'll get a chance to speak to you. And if you're a corporate brand, I know, for example, Yanaya is salivating, pun intended. Yanaya is salivating. You're thinking of how you can work with any of these amazing 4 businesses and 4 moving billboards. Please do follow us on Banc ABC, W, on Twitter. If you could do that right now, I'll give you 10 to 15 seconds to look for that on your phone. We've got a live audience. If you could follow us as we close off the session, I would like to thank our amazing panel for all of these nuggets. And if anything, I know it's a big surprise. Marasta no tauraso. This is the arts business, and these are the business people that we brought here. They are not only artists, they are moving billboards and they're moving businesses. Thank you very much for joining us for this panel. I will hand over the platform to the Moxinator, your girlfriend's favorite DJ. Thank you.
No problem. Many thanks to our panel once again. A round of applause for these amazing guys. I mean, not just for being here today, but also they've been entertaining us over the years. All right, just want to take time to also recognize our board chairman is here, Mr. A. Katsande. Thank you so much for joining us today. All right. Right, we're going to take a break, and that's our tea break. And yes, lunch is later, but we will have a couple of things brought to your table. You will be able to serve yourself your coffee, your tea, whatever it is that you like. Something will be put up on that side, but your food will be brought to your table. Otherwise, let's just mingle and mingle and mingle. Don't forget to wear your mask.
Kochina jamira mari. Mara itumire pabhasi ndozvinofizura ndapera. Pane inonzi Citropa, Banc ABC. You can send money everywhere you want.
Okay.
Let's just go up
So
and
while
get
we
ready.
mingle and all that stuff and wait for tea to be served, ladies and gentlemen, performing for us here at the Bank ABC SME Summit, please welcome to the stage, Vui Sax.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC, fresh thinking, smart banking.
I'll be joining you shortly. Oh, it's all right. So maybe you can tell the DJ Mox, then I'll come back. So, my brother, may you please advise the sound guest to join? So, may you kindly advise. Good morning, good afternoon. Hello. So I'm back again. Now I'm Vuyi sax now. This is Vuyi and this is the sax. I'm complete. So for a few minutes, I would like to do a few pieces for you guys as you enjoy your tea. Just sit back and enjoy. If you know the song, just feel free to sing along. Enjoy.
Give it up for Vuya Sex. Thank you so much for that one right there. All right, we are going into our next panel discussion. And thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in via live stream. And that's Banc ABC SME Summit. So please make sure you get onto it. It's Banc ABC SME Summit.co.zw. Get onto it. The options to stream live are right there, YouTube and Facebook as well. Right. So the artists we're talking about, and you know, I definitely sympathize, empathize with the artists. That was our previous panel. You know how, when we go back in time, the movie Transporter, you know, the Audi was in there, you know, the Audi. That's when it rose to fame, like, wow, Jason Statham driving the Audi and transporting and doing everything. But that wasn't an accident. What happens with filmmakers, they'll approach car dealers, car brands and say, look, we've got a movie coming up. It's called Transporter. We'll have Jason Statham as the lead man. And this is the script. Everything right down to the watch they'll be wearing, whether it's going to be Tag Heuer or Hublot. Everything is down to the detail. So listen, there's space on a name, a brand, a celebrity for you as a business. So please take advantage of it. We call it branded content. That's why all these football jerseys have all these brands on them. You're just looking at the brand while you're enjoying your football, but you never forget the brand that was actually supporting that football team. It's just how you can make your business grow. So as a business, remember that. So right now, we're looking at the topic, show me the money. Show me the money. And I think a lot of people were talking about getting capital, having people invest in their businesses. Well, this one is the one you want to listen to so that you understand more about how you can go through or work through that process or how it all works. Let me introduce our moderator who's going to introduce our panel for us. It's a heavy panel, and so let me allow Ronald Chirochangu to come through and take over the podium as our moderator. Please welcome Ronald.
COVID-19 shows us what can go wrong. In risk terms, it is a black swan event, so rare yet so devastating. With this COVID risk came significant opportunities. Businesses with effective and adaptive enterprise risk management tools came out dynamic and were able to withstand the disruption that came with the pandemic, and in some instances perform better than before. Many existing enterprise risk management tools today are out of date. They slow you down. They cost too much. Some are still reliant on spreadsheets, manual intervention, or heat map-based risk scoring. Beta Risk has bespoke solutions using EWRM for these situations. At Beta Risk, we use technology and innovation to take you through the risk transformation journey, empowering enterprises to transform their operating models to digital-first, data-driven decision-making, resulting in more responsive, resilient, and sustainable enterprises. Beta Risk is making enterprise risk management embedded in everything that you do. We provide an enterprise-wide risk technology platform for pension funds, insurers, banks, and other businesses to enhance their strategic decision-making through on-demand cloud-based enterprise risk technology, centralized enterprise data, integrated enterprise risk management from strategic, financial, governance, operational and compliance, cyber risk, and climate change risk, among others. Easily accessible enterprise risk tools, stress testing, scenario analysis, enterprise risk models, and enterprise risk analytics like enterprise value and enterprise volatility risk. Last but not least, our Beta Risk e-learning platform, which supports and provides enterprise risk management training for all levels of the businesses and users, that is beginners, managers, strategic decision makers, and for corporate professional development. If it's enterprise risk, we have you covered. We go out to understand our clients and their business, then work with them to provide a broad spectrum technology platform with tools and solutions to support strategic decision making and implementation under various market conditions. When markets are affected by events like pandemics, Beta Risk focuses on making sure clients do not miss out on market opportunities that they would have otherwise forgone, and do so understanding their downside risks based on the data available.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So before we begin, some of you may have had exposure to government. So what we're supposed to say, I'll mention that maybe if I get a chance, is all protocols observed. So thank you, Dr. Lance and the Banc ABC team for this opportunity. So a lot of people have said they're looking forward to this panel. So I'm already feeling a little bit under pressure. So forgive me for feeling a little bit overwhelmed at the moment. But all I can tell you is the money is there, so don't worry about that. The problem is not the money. Actually, there is actually quite a lot of it. The question is how we get the money to you. So I hope some of our panelists will help unpack that. So as you've seen, I'm co-founder and CEO of Better Risk, career banker, actuary. I've worked in insurance in a lot of places. We've actually just come out of a US-based accelerator ourselves. So there's a lot to unpack at the right time. So we actually look forward to working with Banc ABC and some of the team, especially on the SME side. So there's a lot of interesting things. So allow me to introduce the panel. First and foremost, the chair of the Water Association of Zimbabwe, founder and CEO of Scenic Finance, Chamu Chiwanza. Please join us on the stage. Thank you. Another multi-award winning entrepreneur, Forbes 30 under 30, Samuele Di Mairo, to the stage as well. And then Kumbirai Chipadza, Guten Morgen. He's supposed to be in Deutschland. There he is. So I guess we should say good morning in German. So Guten Morgen. Founder and CEO of Deutsche Connect. That's always quite nice. I've seen that even when you travel and you spend time in the US and Europe, you'll be surprised how many people have Zimbabwean flags on their desks. People of all sorts. So yes, thank you for the Zimbabwean flag there. And then our structuring expert for the day, General Manager Zimnat Shepherd Tembo. Is that right? Thank you. Right, so there's a lot to unpack. We'll just wait for Shepherd to take a seat. I just wanted to address something very quickly, and I'm sure when we get Kumbirai to say a few things, because he's also sent the same message. Do you know 1 million today has been raised for an African startup? So the current run rate, if you look at all early stage funding in Africa, including Zim, so we'll put up the link, it's $1 million a day. So we're around 350 to about 400 million, and the number keeps growing up, right? So there is money out there. The question is, how are we going to get that money? And that's what we're going to show you. So we'll let the panel introduce themselves first, and then we'll go through some of these key questions. Bear with us as well, because we've got a few time constraints, so we'll try and hit the key issues. Over to you, Chamu.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Banc ABC, Dr. Lance, and the A-team. My name is Chamu Chiwanza. I run an entity called Scenic Holdings. We're into construction, civil works, finance, and a whole lot of other things. And I'm the chairman of what is called the Water Association of Zimbabwe, which I will explain later. Thank you.
Thank you, Chamo. Over to you, Samuele.
My name is Samuel Dimairo, co-founder of Chengetedzai Depository Company Limited and managing director of Ora Group, which has 20 subsidiaries and associated companies across diverse industries. And since we're talking about money, I'm known for starting Chengetedzai, and just to give you context, Chengetedzai has deposits which are bigger than all the banks in Zimbabwe combined. So the money supply of all the banks is close to 400 billion, and we have close to 600 billion of deposits. That's what I started.
Thank you, Samuele. So there's money right there. So we've already found even more money. So we're just going to head over to Deutschland. Kumbirai.
Hello, I hope you can hear me clearly. Yeah, so I'm honored to be here, all protocols observed. Quite a panel of people that I have so much respect for. Dr. Chamu has been a mentor to me in the past as well, so honored to see you, Doc. So I'm the founder of Deutsch Connect, which is a German-based Afrocentric startup that links African and German businesses through B2B matchmaking, market linkages, talent acquisition, and investment. I was recently selected as part of 40 African and German young business leaders that are going to accelerate economic cooperation between Germany and Africa. I'm a passionate Zimbabwean, and I love the topic of entrepreneurship, startups, and investment. Thank you.
Is it Dankesha? Thank you. Shepherd, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Shepherd Tembo, and I feel honored to be amongst the eminent sons of Zimbabwe who have chosen the entrepreneurial path. My calling is within the credit space. I happen to head a division at Zimnat that does trade credit insurance, bonds and guarantees, amongst other things. For the past coming to 5 years now, we have had an excellent relationship with Banc ABC, where we have facilitated for business to get access to finance, mostly through structuring instruments that even enable customers or employers to pay advance payments as a form of business finance. Thank you.
So thank you, Shepherd. That's even more money. So I started off by saying VCs, $1 million a day. We've already had 2 or 3 more sources of capital, both local and international. So some of those questions from earlier on are probably being answered. But just to get us off, maybe we can ask Chamu first just to talk a little bit about investor readiness. How do these small businesses get ready to access capital? You know, you talked about the sectors of the economy that you operate. You know, a key question yesterday and this morning especially, how do businesses get ready for investment? And what do you look at? And for some of you who may have forgotten the show, I think it's on YouTube, Simba Savannah, which is like Shark Tank in the US, Dragon's Den in the UK. Chamu was on that show. I guess you were Simba on the show. Maybe also talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I guess it sells away how old I am. A lot of people don't want to believe how old I am, but I'm not young anymore. If you look at that program, that's about 6-7 years ago. And if I just say I broke the record of the youngest director of the year in Zimbabwe, with the Institute of Directors of Zimbabwe in 2008. So do your maths, how old I am. 600 billion now he's sitting on investments. I mentored him. So do your maths, how old I am. I worked with Dr. Lance when he came from the UK. Some years back when he was Stewart Bank. He played a very fundamental role in understanding the investment climate in Zimbabwe. And Simba Savannah it's actually the government of the United States which came to us and put together a group of entrepreneurs. They put a fund, they put just $1 million those days, and they said, we feel Zimbabwe is like a savanna. There's so many opportunities. You know, where there's the savanna, there's predators and there's preys. So there's so much opportunity in Zimbabwe. And can you tap into this opportunity? We're going to give you $1 million and find ways of sort of venture capitalists into young entrepreneurs. And that was the beginning of a sensation. Because I realized that Zimbabweans are very entrepreneurial people. And it just didn't start now. I know there's this talk about, are we creating a nation of entrepreneurs? Because everybody's talking entrepreneurs. Who is going to be the doctor? Who is going to be the nurse? Are we saying everybody must be an entrepreneur? But I guess there's always space for entrepreneurs. If you look at an economy like Nigeria, 186 million people. The question is, how many entrepreneurs are in Nigeria? Almost everybody in Nigeria is an entrepreneur, and there's still space. Zimbabwe, only 14.6 million people. So there's a lot of space, to be very honest with you. And there's a lot of ways that businesses can be funded. And I think we're just going to explore some of the ways today. A lot of ways. I think we need the whole day. It's just not about coming up with a business proposal and say, I want to do this, by the way, a credit or chikweret is not the only way of investment. There are many other investments I'm going to share with you today that are not just monetary. And I think I must put that point across, because people get it all screwed up to say, if I want to start a business, where do I get the capital? Capital does not necessarily mean it comes in monetary terms. There are many ways to monetize a business. Thank you.
Thank you, Chamo. Appreciate that. Just highlighting on that point and moving to Germany, Kumbirai, maybe if you just talk about what are the best practices for raising capital, right? So highlight some of the African VCs that you talk to, either through your network in Germany. What are they looking for? And how do businesses get ready for that capital, right? So we don't want to be prescriptive about this, but it looks like even when you go through incubators, entrepreneurship hubs, accelerators, and all these things, right? There's both an art and a science to business. So help our audience learn how do they create a strategy, a game plan, and how do they get some of that initial equity into the business to sort of figure out what needs to be done. Thank you, Kumbirai.
Thank you very much, Ronald. I think just to start off, just to say, so far to date, 2.9 billion has been raised through 515 deals across Africa. I think the links, some of the links we're going to share as well with the audience. So it's a great time to be an African entrepreneur or to be an African startup. As much as the COVID situation has led to a lot of deaths and catastrophes around the world, but it's also given an opportunity for people with solutions, especially digital solutions. And to answer your question, I think there are three key things that most VCs or most investors look at. Number one is the team. Secondly, is traction. Thirdly, it's technology nowadays. Then just to add from that as well, they look at scalability. Is it going to scale domestically, regionally, or even now globally? Then I think now we are in a phase of the world where we talk about circular economy, or in a phase of the world where we talk about impact. So whatever business you are in, does it have impact in your community, in your country, or globally? So these are the things that most investors look at. I think one of the things that we underestimate is the team. So when Kumbirai starts his business, I put my brother, my friends, but then when investors look at the seed, they look, because they're not giving you money for free. There's no free lunch. They want, in investment means they want their money back, they want to make profit. So they need to trust the team that is there. Are the people that are in this team qualified? Do they have the expertise? Do they have the experience? Do they have the credibility? I also work with a lot of startups, both from Zimbabwe and in Africa, in terms of investor readiness. And one of the things that I see that most of the time, our startups are lacking in terms of clearly defining their team, clearly defining what they've done to date. Credibility is very important as well for investors. So they need to see a track record of who you are, what have you done. Like Dr. Chamu talked about, a business plan is just not enough. There's a human factor to investment. An investor needs to believe that he and you or she and you can become a team together and grow together. So I don't want also to take too much time from others. I think we work among some of the best is Y Combinator, Launch Africa Ventures. You can also look at VC for Africa, Urban. These are some of the leading investors in Africa at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Kumbirai. I think that's very helpful information. So starting with the team, understanding your product and your market and traction. So even before you get to bank finance, there's a lot of homework that entrepreneurs need to do, having that unique product and growth in the market. Let's talk to somebody who's actually lived the journey and maybe explain to us the decisions you made. Did you raise money? If not, why not? What was the unique selling point? What can you share? Over to you, Samuel.
Thank you, Ronald. I'd first want to start off by saying money is always attracted to good ideas. There's too much money in this world, and there's too few good ideas. Right? And when you look at an idea, it's not just the product or service that you want to provide. It's a system. So my fellow panelist here talked about the team and the traction, scalability. That's the system around the product. You know, is it hard to make chicken and chips, fried chicken and chips? Anybody in here can probably make fried chicken and chips. But it's the system behind the chicken and chips that makes Chicken Inn successful. So money is always attracted to good ideas, and when you're looking at an idea, you're looking at the system and how it's put together. And the system is not just technology. We tend to think the system is technology. It's how you create an ecosystem, a value chain, upstream and downstream. How are you going to make your business or idea succeed with all these considerations? What unique thing are you doing? Right? And I'll always say, talking from experience, I've started an entity from scratch, and we have 1.5 times the deposits of all the banks in Zimbabwe combined. That project costed about $6 million to set up. I didn't come from a rich family, nor did I have any rich uncles. But one of the most important things is do what you can with what you have where you are. And as you develop your idea, one thing I've noticed, any business person will tell you that when you plan for your business here, when you actually start building the business, you end up there, completely at a different destination. But you'll never know where to go unless you start. Right? So for me, I've learned that who you are as a person and how you develop your business idea, which is the system around the business, is much more important than looking for money. Do you know they always say that nobody gives money to someone that needs it? Right? You know, the bank will always give money to someone that doesn't need it. And they're scared of giving money to someone that needs it. Right? And the last opening point I'd like to make is that the best form of capital is revenue. Because revenue is what will keep you alive and what will sustain your success over a period of time. You can get debt, you can get equity. But when debt and equity runs out, it's that revenue that keeps you going. So in whatever you do, whenever you're raising capital, the primary thing is to say, how am I going to get the revenue? And how am I going to monetize whatever I'm doing so that this business becomes self-sufficient? So I think I'll end there for now.
Sorry, Ronald, may I interject? I think the question that I was hoping you could answer is, how did you raise the 6 million? I think that's what everybody wants to hear.
Okay, how did I raise the 6 million? Right. I could go for a whole day talking about this, but I'll just tell you the very short version. I started trading on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange when I was 15 years old. And then when I was trading on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, one of the things that I realized was that we had a manual market. So I always asked myself, why do we have a manual market? Why are we not doing anything about it? And then I said, okay, I'm going to be the guy that's going to try and automate this market. You know, because in life, there's only winning and learning. There's no failures. There's no success without any setbacks. I call them setbacks. They're not failures, in fact. And they teach us. I got mentors that I started working with from an early age, from the time I was a teenager. So rewind, from 14 years old, during high school holidays, I used to work for free. Then by the time I was 16, I had a legal mentor, a partner, managing partner in one of the big 4 law firms. I told him everything I was doing in my project. And 4 years later, this lawyer who was a managing partner of a law firm became my first angel investor. You know, you can bootstrap for so long, but there's a time that will come when you need to put money in the business. But because I was interacting with this lawyer for 4 years, he gave me the first $60,000 when I was 20 years old. Imagine this is a managing partner of a big law firm. We never signed an agreement for it. It was a gentleman's agreement. We would give a 20-year-old 60,000. Firstly, give a 20-year-old 60,000. Secondly, without a signed agreement. So I call that the concept of making friends before you need them. That's the most important thing. Make genuine friends before you need them. Go and talk to people. Network with influential people. Go and play in their circles. Interact with them. Go and play golf. Hang out where they hang out. Make connections with them. And not because you want anything selfish out of it. From where I sit today, many people come to me and, you know, if you are going to send me make a cold call or send me an email with a proposal, I'm not going to give you any money. And many people do that. Or if someone comes to me and I can see that their intent to interact with me is because they want to get money, I'm not going to give that person money. Because anyone that has money does not invest in ideas, they invest in people. If you look at that lawyer, he saw the person I was. Another mentor I got from the time when I was 16 years old became, 5 years into a mentorship relationship, he became the chairman of one of the big banks. Believe it or not, when I was 21 years old, I sold 12% of that business for $1.5 million. And how was that facilitated? Through that mentor. I made a friend before I needed him, and he knew who I was. So people invest in people, not in ideas. I hope I've answered you.
Thank you, Samuel. So that covers angel investing already, so we don't need to talk about that. They don't always have to know you. There's now structured ways of doing this, and I'm sure there are areas, as we've said, area that we can even explore with our host today at Banc ABC. But the key question is the product. So one of his earlier messages, you've got to have a product that has the right traction in the market. So, Shepard, maybe just talk us through, what do you look at? What are the options for local funding? Is it RTGS? Is it USD? What does it mean? Because you're the structuring expert, so we want to hear it from you, right? How do these businesses go about getting and structuring this funding?
Thank you. Maybe before going there, it's important that you also add weight to what they've just been talking about. I think Kumprai highlighted the need for having a proper team that is competent, that is well-skilled, which also means that you need to have skill in order for you to be supported in a certain area. Then when he added weight to what he had said, he also brought out the need to show and indicate how revenue is going to be generated, because revenue is the blood, is the lifeblood of any business model. But what I would also want to add is that it's also important for you to get to know, understand, and clearly articulate the business model itself. You need to conduct your business model canvassing very well so that you can prove to those that intend to support you financially how the revenue is going to be generated. What are the revenue lines that you have got? Which are your key customer groups? Which are your cost drivers in that business? Because that business has got to be profitable. You also need to clearly bring out which are the supplier groups that are critical for that business to move forward and go forward. So business model canvassing is important. Then you also come to the marketing plan itself. How are you going to service the market, and how you are going to market yourself, how you are going to speak about your product and make sure that it attracts a meaningful return which is profitable to you. Then when it comes to the ways of funding that you can get locally, I've already alluded to the fact that depending on the nature of the product that you are pushing through, sometimes you can be financed by suppliers. If you are financed by suppliers, the underlying contract that you are having with them would have a form of a currency that it is denominated in. If it is an RTGS-based, our Zim dollar-based contract, it's also possible that through the partnership that Zimnat and Banc ABC have, we can structure solutions for you that enables your customers to release funding to you in that currency. If it is in US dollar, it can also be done in the same. But just like everyone else in Zimbabwe, everyone is looking for value preservation. So even if you can have an idea that taps into our local currency but can generate forex returns, you probably are going to become the prime consideration for any funder who is willing to fund you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful. So, taking a bit of a different angle. So there is this structured way of doing things, right? But if you go back to the point on venture capitalists, they are looking at multiple times returns, right? We're talking about 30, 40, 50 times returns, right? That means those businesses won't start out making a profit, right? They will make losses for a long time. I mean, you look at Uber, even Facebook, some of those businesses were listed as loss-making businesses. So, there's both a skill and an art here, right? So maybe the panel could talk a little bit more about that art of business and convincing and telling that story, not just to investors, but to your customers, right? Because we've said revenue it's almost kind of your cheapest source of capital. It seems that investors want growth and very significant growth. So we're talking about products that grow 2 or 3 times, 200-300% year on year. To achieve that growth, there's a lot of things that you need to get right. And sometimes you can even have a poor team in an area where the market is in so demand. So maybe the panel, starting with you, Cham, talk us through the business experience, right? It's not a theory to say we're going to give you 6 million, 1 million. You still have to be a business artist, right? The trade-off between, say, Alex and Arsene Wenger, right? You need to be a bit of both.
Thank you, Ronald. I think, if you had listened to what he was saying, I was really getting to enjoy what he was saying. The only difference between academics and I call myself a practitioner because I'm more of a practical. These guys sit on the desk, they make money. Me, I practice and then make the money through practicing. Difference between me and him is you come on in everybody's face and tell you that I'm sitting on 600 billion deposits. I can never tell you how much I'm sitting on. But anyway, let me tell you something. On the practical side, let me relate to physically what happened to me. When I started coming from Mavuka, I remember very vividly that day, and I want to share this with you, your delegates here. I was visiting someone, CBZ in Samramashau, opposite Reserve Bank. There was CBZ, the head office used to be right at the back, and there was CBZ right in the, I don't know what they used to call it. Is that the Sapphire House? No, I don't remember. It's a long time ago then. It's called the Joe Bank then. I want to talk about harnessing investment. And he spoke something critical about relationships and finding yourselves in the right places. You know, people have conferences like this. Make yourself available. You never know who you're going to meet. Here's what happened. I was visiting someone there. I didn't even have money to go back to Mavuko. I thought, anyway, I'm in an elevator. I've seen the guy that I wanted to see. In fact, to be honest, I don't because me, I was just a straight up hustler. I just used to come to a town, do it as cell phone. That's how was my life then. So I'm in the elevator. Two gentlemen came in the elevator. Elevator opened, two gentlemen came in. The elevator closed, and these gentlemen are arguing and talking about buying cars, you know, and they're saying, but it's very, very urgently. Wheel of Motor Industries then was the one which was assembling Mazdas, and they wanted, I think, the Mazda B22s. This was 1999. So the two gentlemen argued about that, but I could see them, the lift is moving, you know, it's 3, it's 2. I said I had to make a decision very quickly. So I said, gentlemen, and the other gentleman looked at me from my shoes going up. The two gentlemen I'm talking about were Nyasha Makuvise and Dr. Gideon Gono. Nyasha Makuvise was then the FD, I think, and Dr. Gono was the CEO. So imagine the taking advantage and seizing the moment. And you know, the lift, I was supposed to come out on ground, they were going to basement. You know, so they didn't respond, they just looked at me like, come on. So I kept going with them in the lift. I said, no, seriously, gentlemen, I'll send you quotations. So I waited serious campaign. I followed them to their cars. No, seriously, you know, I took those business cards straight up by the mind. And the first thing that I wanted was now to look for airtime, to make telephone calls. So the money buzz, I used it to make telephone calls. And I called 2 or 3 people that I had grown up with in Mavuko who were in the car sales business. I said, guys, I need to see you urgently. I need a meeting. So the meeting, and there was a place called Mokado in town, if you remember, those who know town back in the days. That's where I said, let's meet there. So I only had business cards, but I knew as part of convincing capital, I had to lie a bit. So I said to them, that people are order a CBZ. You supply a motor. So I told them, I want to deny. Imimi, just you have to look for cars for me. Order, I don't deny. You know, these guys are saying, you know what I mean? No, I've got an order and I'm being very, very honest. So the next morning, the guys are calling me. You know, Urugubi, Yumvana, Urugubi. In the Anditoruma Fuku, and the remove his mango. Zukanzi, Mutazawaida Zedzia. And 3 that are very good. And I'm going to pack up a CBZ, Pagada, and Rukushika Papa Macha. I got myself in a committee, how many bus? I'm there. And for sure, the 3 cars are there. I phoned Mr. Makuvi. He always talks about this when I say him. I said, Mr. Makuvi, my name is Chamuchiwanza. Yeah. And then quickly, the name Prime Time came into my mind. I said, this is Chamuchiwanza from Prime Time Motors. The cars that you're looking for, I've got 3 ready for you downstairs. So are you serious? Give us 30 minutes, we're in a meeting, we'll come downstairs. You know, I'm already talking to the FD of CBZ. I'm already calling myself a CEO without absolutely nothing, you know. And they came down with excitement. They saw the cars, boom, I made my first sale. I didn't make a lot of money out of it, but I got a feeling and a taste of how it feels like to be in business. What am I saying, Chamu? I am saying sometimes it's the ability to attract capital is not in the ability of you writing a business proposal. The ability for you to attract money is sometimes being at the right place at the right time. So, those people that you think can change your life, like what you said, the people that you used to hang around with, one of them was a senior partner at a law firm. One of them became a group chairman of a bank. So here is my message to you today. If you've got someone who you believe can change your life, neg them. Neg them until they don't answer your phone calls anymore. If you find out that Cham is speaking at Banc ABC, find yourself there. Make yourself a fool so that one day you become a superstar. Superstars come from humbling themselves. If you see ourselves, it's because we used to humble ourselves. So I've told you my own life story, in which I hope will inspire and change someone else's life. So whoever you are right now, the $1 million is just a telephone call away from you. But also, just a second, Ronald, I know I'm eating too much of your time. If I touch your phone today, I can tell you if you're going to be successful or not. Because if you are going to be talking to the wrong people all the time, you must at least talk to Ronald. I mean, he was doing his presentation just now. Get his number. He's sitting on 600 billion RTGS. Get his number. You know what I mean? One day you'll change your life. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Amo. I think there's a big lesson there. I always like coming from business school as well recently. What is the case study that you can take away? Revenue. So somebody mentioned VC funds earlier today. They all want to see the same thing. It's called product market fit. So most VC funds won't give you money unless your business is doing between probably 50 and 100,000 a month, right? So you need capital to get to that stage to prove that you can get the capital to get to the next stage. So maybe the panel in closing can tell us what is their business experience and what can they share with the audience in terms of how we get this money that is there and that is everywhere. And by the way, getting money is not an achievement, right? So you still have to generate revenue. There's a lot of businesses that go bust, and yet we're funded, right? So let's not forget that it's difficult to raise money, but raising money is not success, whilst it's a big achievement. Kumbirai, over to you on that.
Thank you very much. I think personally, from my own experience, I came to Germany in 2016 as a refugee and asylum seeker, but I came determined because I was an entrepreneur and a hustler in Zimbabwe. So I never came here to do any job. I told myself I was going to be an entrepreneur. What Dr. Chamu just mentioned is very important about, I think what he mentioned is the elevator pitch. When he was talking to Dr. Makulise and Dr. Gono, that was his elevator pitch. And we always talk about that in business. Have something that you can be able to say in 2 minutes or 3 minutes if you meet your Dangote, if you meet your Strive Masiwa. And I think that was also innovative. I don't call it lying. I call it being innovative as well. As an entrepreneur, you have to think out of the box, and sometimes you have to fake it until you make it as well. So there's a lot of money out there. And I have, looking at me, some days we cannot find good companies to invest in. Like Simba said, sometimes it's not all about, people are not investing in the company, they're investing in the people. So it's all about who you are, your network. One thing that I would just like to end by saying from my end is that please, if you're an entrepreneur today, it's so easy to make it as an entrepreneur because we are living in a global village whereby you don't have to have combi money to go to town like what Dr. Chamu had to do. You can just go on WhatsApp. And on WhatsApp, don't spend your time on Facebook. Go on WhatsApp and go to LinkedIn. Create a LinkedIn profile. Search for those people that you admire or that you look up to. Start cold calling them via LinkedIn. If someone finds you on LinkedIn, they find more value in you than when you send them a Twitter or Facebook message. So in closing, I'll say all the best to everyone trying to raise money. If you're looking to enter the German markets, if you're a startup or entrepreneur from Zimbabwe, we as Deutsche Connect are there for you as well. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Kumbirai. We've had a lot of claps in this session, so hopefully that's calmed the nerves. I thought, there's a lot of pressure, but that was an elevator pitch in an elevator, so I hope you haven't made that up. Shepherd, in closing, do you want to say something?
In closing, I just want to say the Zimnat and the Bank ABC partnership, like I've told you, has existed for the past 5 years, and many have benefited from it. Even startups are supposed to come through to Bank ABC, pitch your ideas. Where the bank find the idea supportable, they will upscale and bring it to Zimnat, so that where you lack in terms of security, we can create a credit enhancement for you, and you are off to realizing your dream. But what is important in so doing is for you to clearly articulate your product roadmap, allow us to get to know the milestones, the deliverables, the risk factors, and how you intend to mitigate them so that we can support you. Thank you.
So finally, in conclusion, before we open up to questions, we'll hear from Samuele, right? So you've started your business, the business is growing, you face tailwinds, headwinds, turbulence, all sorts of things. What keeps you in the game, right? A lot of people always mention this statistic that probably 4 in 5 startups fail, right? The external environment can change, competitors change the game for you. What makes businesses survive going from startups to scale-ups? Even scale-up businesses are still called startups, but there's a difference from a business going from prototype to having a product in the market and growing revenue. Maybe close for us there and touch the investment side.
All right, thank you so much, Ronald. In fact, the statistic is 10% of businesses that start today will still be in existence 5 years from now. And of those that are there, that managed to make it through the first 5 years, only 10% of those will make it in the next 5 years. So if you look at that statistic, it means for every 100 businesses that start today, in 10 years' time, only one of them is going to be alive. So as we're living in a dynamic environment that's ever-changing, and as he said, even when you start, you face headwinds. From where I sit today, we face those headwinds now and then. And it's never a smooth ride. The regulatory environment changes, the competition changes, the economy changes. You always have to be on top of your game. You must never, ever give up. One of the key and important things, I always tell people that I don't care about the money, right? And it's not about the money. But it's who you become that's important. Take away everything I have today. I can guarantee you in 5 years' time, I'll have more than I had. So work on who you become more than the money that you make. And as the environment changes, like Chamu was saying here, you have to adapt. You have to be enterprising in your thinking. Entrepreneurship is a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle that's about what you dream about, what you do when the first thing you do when you wake up, what you spend your day doing, what your recreation is all about. If you ask me, even my own recreation and pastime, it's linked to my goals in life. I've got a 40-year plan as we speak. I did a 15-year plan when I was 15 years old. And it was probably crazy and outrageous at that time. 15 years later, I realized that I'd achieved 80% of my plan. So when I had achieved it, I said, I must do a 40-year plan now. So I've planned my life till I'm 70 years old. God willing, I'll reach that age and more. But what you've got to do is that you've got to keep going. You've got to think on your feet. You've got to, all the lessons that you learn on the journey, apply them. Remodel yourself adjust yourself to the changing environment, and always think in terms of how can I provide solutions. People pay you for providing solutions, and people's problems are always changing. Anything that you spend money on right now, it's solving a particular problem. You pay Econet money because they solve your communication problem. You pay Toyota money to buy a car because they solve your transportation problem, right? We'll go and buy clothes from Edgar's, and you'll go and buy clothes from Bowman Paris because it solves this problem of nakedness. No one's going to walk around naked, right? So we must always think in terms of solving problems. And it must be a process where we continue reinventing ourselves continuously. Because any business that just sits down and says, we've succeeded, I've grown deposits and now I have 600 billion in deposits, I can now relax. Do you know what? That'll be the end of me the day I relax. So that's what I was saying closing.
Thank you. A big round of applause for the panel. So just a couple closing remarks, and then questions have already started coming in. So I'm just going to say 3 Ps: people, process, product. You've all mentioned process, product. If you don't have a product, you don't have a business, right? You can, make it up, but it will come and expose you, right? So you still have to have a product. But ultimately, it's all about people, right? Giving them a vision, elevator pitch, getting them motivated. Money helps, but equally there's businesses with money and no product. So that process of, it's called product market fit, getting your business to 50, 60, 100,000 US dollars a month, whatever the number is, proves to an investor that you've got an investable business. So I hope you have that takeaway. The answer to your question, where is the money? It's with you, right? So I hope and with your people, your team, your co-founders. It's actually not necessarily within your product, unless you're in a market where, it's, I don't know, Ziwuta or something like that, and the market just overwhelms you, right? So you're selling something that everybody wants, and they will just buy at whatever price, right? So I hope you enjoyed that. First question, Samuele, what were your biggest mistakes getting to where you are?
Biggest mistakes, maybe more, I'll say more, and the things that I learned from. The issue of having the right people, it's a very big and important aspect. I think one of the biggest mistakes I made, and I'll liken it to this, is whenever you're going in a certain direction, you need to have a team that is aligned to the vision and that has the same value system as you. Because trust me, no amount of success is worth it if you have the wrong team and people with the wrong value system. You're only going to get into problems in the future. So I think the biggest mistake, one of the biggest mistakes I made, I was young and naive, was, and I'll also say another one, which just came, was getting into business with a person with the wrong value system. We basically built a business that ended up, I think it was worth about $3 million. When I was 22 years old, I walked out of that business with nothing. But the business was worth $3 million, and I had about 30% equity in it. This kind of business, if we all went on holiday for a year, we'd pay all our expenses, all our salaries. We had a staff complement of about 40, and we'd have $500,000 in the bank account, 500,000 US dollars. But because of the nature of the people I was in business with, I had to walk away from that with nothing. The other mistake I made in another business when I was younger, okay, because I'm still young, I'm 31 years old, so I'm not, I think I'm very close to the average age of this room, right? Don't make a mistake. As he said, the money is with you. Don't give away too much, too early, too quickly. You can end up with 10% of a business where if you had structured it more carefully and closely and had taken time to develop value. Because when they say the money is with you, it's the value. The value that you create by the product and service and the system that you build around it. That's where the value is. And when you create the value, you need to be very careful about giving away too much too early. And sometimes people want to come with an idea before they have even had any traction of any sorts and they're looking for money. You know, anyone that's going to give you money is going to say, give me 70% of your business. Because it's considerably risky for somebody to invest in something that's still an idea. So sometimes we may face problems and challenges and hurdles when we are starting our businesses, and we might even face rejection. But always remember, don't take rejection personally. People don't reject people. People reject ideas. So, if I can put give you an artistic example. A guy asks a girl out, and the girl says no. Right? If that girl sees that guy, does she have a problem with him? With him as a guy? She does not have a problem with him as a guy, but she has the problem of the idea of being with the guy. So people don't reject people, they reject ideas. And even if our ideas get rejected, it's an opportunity to reflect and refine them and look for the next opportunity where we can present our revised idea and proposition.
Thank you, Samuel. I think that was very helpful, and it's good to share some of his personal experiences. 2 or 3 things to add. Number one, I think Yanaya mentioned, was it 50 US she started the business with, if I'm not mistaken. Tweet from Michael Dell yesterday. He started Dell with $1,000, okay? Dell just published Q3 numbers. They do more than 40 billion or something like that in revenue. You have the money, right? So most entrepreneurs, by the time the business lists, they own an average of 4 to 6%. But it's of a very big thing if the business is successful. So you need to master the art of knowing when to bring in investors and which ones. So very important lessons from Samuele there. Kumbirai, one for you. What do you know now that you did not know when you started?
Thank you very much. I just want to, because my entrepreneurial journey started in Zimbabwe, then South Africa, then back to Zimbabwe, then Germany. I think the most important thing that I've learned now is that you need to work hard. You need to work harder than anyone else. I can tell you that in Germany, you won't see, most businesses are family-owned businesses. You know, they have what they call the German Mittelstand, where you have, that's why you have big companies having 200, 300 years in existence. And in Zimbabwe, most of the time, if the founder, you look at most of the bus companies, if the founder dies, the company dies. Then we start saying, Aishansa Shikwambo, or things like that. But it's just failing to prepare a legacy for those that stay behind. So the most important thing that I've learned is that as the owner of your business, you are the one who starts from the bottom going up. Meaning that when you are at work, if I'm in farming, I am not wearing a suit or a tie. I am the one on the tractor. I am the one that wakes up at 3 o'clock. If whatever business, if I have a car wash, I am the one wearing the overall, washing the cars. So that's for me, it was shocking sometimes when I was working, then you're asking people, who's the owner? You haven't seen a flashy car the whole day, you know. Then they say that's the owner, and he's wearing the same uniform that you're wearing. So for me, that is important. That is how you build a business culture of work ethic, a business culture of hard work. So that we have, most of the time in Zimbabwe, we have young entrepreneurs, they are very showy, but at the end of the day, they are not involved in the business. And that's why the business dies. So I believe in building a legacy, able to pass on our businesses to the next generation and the generation after. So even when my son is coming into my business, he is not coming in as the managing director or as the CEO. He's starting from the bottom up. so that we build that work ethic within him. Then secondly, just to mention another thing that I've learned is that we should always validate, test your product in the market. If you fail, go back. Sometimes we overthink, we over plan things, we keep on planning and planning. No, start small, put the product out there, learn from the mistakes get feedback from your client. Get feedback, constantly get feedback so that you can be able to develop the product further and further. Thank you very much.
Right, I think we've got some questions from the audience. Maybe whilst we start to, do we have any questions from the audience? There's one over there. Maybe we'll bring the mic to you. I think we probably need to wrap up in the next 5 minutes. There is a question for you, Chamu. How did you get money? This is from Sir Van Leeuwen on Twitter. How did you get money?
There's a proverb that says, a man who drives his father's car has no seat on the table of men who own bicycles. How do you get money? Start doing something. Even if you are wrong, make yourself busy. Do something. Money will come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Mark Gadzikwa with St. John's College. It's a question for Samuele. You mentioned that you started trading on the ZSE when you were 15, working for a managing partner at 16, getting $60,000 at 20. I just want to know how impactful were the influences in your life, as in mentors and stuff, in being who you are today, having 1.5 times the amount of deposits that all the banks in Zim combined have?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. I always say this wherever I am. Whenever you see one person succeeding, either of us on this panel, know that there's a network of people behind them that make them who they are. So whilst we may be that person that's on the pedestal, for us to get wherever we got to, we got help on the way. I think the world preaches independence, but life is all about interdependence, right? Nobody knows everything, but everybody knows something. So for me, the mentors and the people that have been part of my life have played a very big role in who I've become today. And I'll forever be grateful and indebted to them. So I always say that, wherever you are, young and old, surround yourself with people smarter than you, right? And learn from them, whether formally or informally. Because it is through them that not only do you get information and knowledge on how to grow and become a better person, but at some stage, opportunities might come. Even if they don't come, it's okay. But always hang around with people smarter than you. They always say an average of the 10 closest people you hang around. So be careful who you pick to hang around in your circles, and always hang around with those that inspire you, those that are smarter than you, and those that push you to grow and become a bigger and a better person.
Thank you. Maybe one from here, and then we'll go back there quickly. Thank you, Elijah.
Good morning, afternoon. My name is Sandra Shoko. I'm a lawyer by profession, but an innovation and incubation enthusiastic by passion, and I work at Elevate Trust. I think the first is just, I have a comment and a question, a quick comment. I think what you just highlighted is something that we face when we work with innovators, that they think primarily what they need first is financing, but there comes first the issue of structure, what you're doing, your product, your person, your team, as you go on. And from then on, there are even different funding opportunities. I think there was a discussion that was quite interesting earlier in the morning, where people were saying, why are banks not funding us? And you look at the different other funding opportunities, the pieces you speak of. The budget yesterday spoke of how there's 7.9 billion which has been given to SMEs. There's even pitch competitions that people can subscribe to, win money, be trained well to pitch well, right? And then my question now goes to Mr. Temple, I think, from the insurance. What is the significance of insurance as you're starting up? It's something we hardly talk about, but I think it's something important. Recently, I think the Glenview entrepreneurs had a fire that burned down their everything, right? And they were not insured, so all the money they took, I mean, they might have gotten 60,000 like somewhere right there, but it's all lost. So is it, at what juncture do you need insurance? Do you even need insurance? Do we have micro-insurance for our structures in Zimbabwe that are adequate for startups as we go?
Thank you. I think the question even lies in how you then went on to explain the question itself, in that insurance is important. It's a critical part of our lives. In fact, it goes back even right to the beginning of life itself. When people decided to accept the God concept, you are basically deciding to accept insurance, because you are saying the risk that comes your way, there's got to be a greater force that needs to take care of it. Come back to present day today. If you are in a business and you don't insure, you are choosing to suffer the consequences of any uncertainties, the headwinds that he has been talking about. If they reach you, it means you've got no protection. So it's important that you insure. And insurance, by the way, it's a concept of transferring risks to other people, so that if losses come, you don't have to bear their consequences yourself, but other people have got to carry it for them. That's why we have got insurance companies in any economy in the world, and they play a critical role. Microinsurance is something that even the regulator right now, IPEC, is promoting. And most insurance companies today in Zimbabwe, they are now offering microinsurance products. So it's important that at whatever scale you are trading at, you need to engage and talk to your insurer or insurance brokers and get them to explain the kind of solutions that you can use in order to manage your risks in your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shepard. That was the same question we had here, so that's very helpful. Maybe we'll take one more question. The problem is we don't want to stop you from the food, because we're starting to smell the food coming through, the good aroma from. Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair. My question is directed to Samuel. I just wanted to find out, since you made money at a young age, there's something that we suffer from, but we don't want to talk about it. So I just wanted to understand, from your experience, how did you deal with black tax and having money at a young age, such that you sustained till this very age where you're very successful?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think my philosophy, it comes from when I was a child. I did not grow up. I grew up in a poor family by societal standards. And I'm not shy to say it, because maybe it might inspire someone. You know, the first 10 years of my life, the 7 of us in my family lived in a 3-roomed wooden shack. So I came right from the bottom. And when we were young, we used to grow the food we ate. Saka mchinoona nakapfeka suit panapa ndinogona kurima chibage nemuriwo if I have to, right? So my mom always taught us that if you want to eat, you have to work. So if you did not work at home, you did not eat. So for me, I think everyone around my circles knows it very clearly that I will support someone and teach them how to fish. I might give someone fish one day, but I will not always give them fish every day. I will help them to learn how to fish. So and for me, when I was telling you at the age of 15, I had a 15-year plan, and it's evolved over time. But one of that involves creating a personal value system for yourself, to say, who am I and what do I stand for? And I think when people are very clear about that, you know, I've never had any black tax problems. People just say them, but I personally have not had those problems in my life because everybody knows they know that if they're coming to me, if you want to eat, you have to work. Yeah, don't come to me asking for handouts. But if you come with a solution to a problem, then I can help you. But never, no one knows that they don't come to me for handouts. So you just have to be strong, and you just have to have a strong value system that you live and stand by and make it very clear to people as well. Thank you.
So it sounds like the hub and spoke model from yesterday. So give them the cow, get a calvin in 12 months, give them another one. Anyway,
yeah.
Last question before lunch. I think the gentleman had a very burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. To our friend in Germany, Guten Tag. My question goes to the man I'm assuming has the lovely Bentley parked outside. You'd mentioned that you aren't as young as you used to be, and I'm assuming that with age comes wisdom and experience, and that failure is the best teacher. So my question is in two parts. The first part is, out of everything you've accumulated, everything you've learned, what is your biggest regret? And the second part comes from, if you could talk to yourself maybe at age 18, 19, 20, what advice would you give to yourself in order to reaccumulate the wealth you have now or to increase it and to stop yourself from making mistakes that wasted your time?
Introduction yacho bachi imotikari ndopera nezimbo ramfano. I have no regrets at all. I think my life has been a testimony to many people. Most of my mistakes turned up to be lessons. And I'm happy that a lot of people, especially who are around me, have learned from my mistakes. So I'm never going to say I've got regrets. I have no regrets. What was your other question? If I was 18 years old, well, I think we don't have time, and I think Ronald and Banc ABC need to plan this. Then we can have a full day where we can talk about this. But the generation you guys are in is a completely different generation from our generation. You guys have naturally put yourself in a competitive world. You post what you eat on social media. You post what you're doing on social media. Literally, your life is out there. So you are living under pressure to prove to people that you are well and you're making money, even if you are not necessarily making the money. So my advice to you, number one, is from today, henceforth, deregister all your social media accounts. If you really have the money, you don't have to show it. They will know it. And if you do have social medias, make sure what you're using them is giving you money. If it's not, it's a waste of time. So whatever you do, keep it profitable. If it's not profitable, stop it. Even if you're dating a girl and it's not profitable, stop it. Thank you.
Right. A big thank you to the panel. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kumbarai from Germany. Thank you, everyone.
Climate change is real. Rural communities, towns, suburbs, farms and industry, it affects us all. This has led to the birth of WAS, Water Association of Zimbabwe, an engine which will drive the goal of achieving safe, affordable and reliable water to all in conjunction with the government of Zimbabwe. WAS, safe and clean water to all by 2030.
Show me the money. It has to make sense, right? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mona Lisa Dube. I'll be your host for the afternoon session. Thank you, Ronald and team, for such an insightful conversation. So, I know that when we talk about entrepreneurship, there are a lot of questions that always come about at what point do you quit your day job, right? Do you quit your day job? How do you balance everything? something has to give at some point, right? And these are always the questions that come up when entrepreneurs are coming together to put their jobs on together. So the next guest speaker is going to be talking about how to balance your side hustle with full-time employment. I know we're getting agitated, we're hungry, we want to go for lunch, but I'm sure this is very important for us to get to. So the next guest speaker is Arthur Marara, who is an attorney, best-selling author, human capital trainer, thought leader, law lecturer, consultant, coach. The list is long. Arthur Marara, ladies and gentlemen, how to balance side hustle and full-time employment.
Hello. Guys, I know you're hungry. How are you? All right, please be gentle to me. This is a very powerful audience, and please be kind to me. So, how many minutes do I have? All right, so the good bit, I only have, 20 minutes. I promise I'm going to utilize this. Can I get a cordless mic, if possible? A cordless mic. I requested it earlier. All right, so by training, I'm a lawyer by profession. For those who don't know me, between 8 to 5, I commonly represent the people you call criminals. We call them clients. So I love my job so much. And it's so exciting. It allows me to meet wonderful people. But when I'm not in court, I love what I do. So this is my hobby. Some people would want to call it a side hustle, but this is my hobby. I love speaking to people. I love sharing ideas. And when I'm not speaking, I'm writing books. So today I just want to share with you a bit of ideas. Is the microphone coming? I usually don't want to be stuck to one place. All right. So when I'm not speaking to people, I usually want to spend a bit of time writing as well and sharing ideas. All right. So my topic is very interesting. How do you balance your side hustle and your daytime job? I think the question we need to start from is, do you actually need a side hustle? And is everyone destined to be in business? I think that's the question that we need to ask ourselves and to answer. I'm going to give you a very simple test here. And I want all of us to be very honest with ourselves. If you are fired from your work today, how many months can you go with what you have? Hello? I'm saying, if you are fired right now, I'm a lawyer by training, I think I told you this. I've had the privilege of terminating contracts on behalf of clients for people who are earning 10,000 euros a month. I've had the privilege of assisting a client to retrench 400 people. By retrenching 400 people, it means sending them home. I've had the privilege of advising employers on how to terminate contracts. So I'm asking you, if you are terminated right now, how many days can you go? I heard in Zimbabweans were moving at 5,000 miles per hour. So I want you to be very honest with yourself and begin to ask yourself such type of questions. You see, a number of times we don't want to ask ourselves these questions. And if you're fired right now from your work, not wishing that you can be fired, but if you're fired from a job right now, if you can't go for the next 6 months with what you have, I think you need to consider a side hustle. So I've written one of my books because I don't have much time. It's called Toys for Adults. I really want to help you to read this book. It's going to liberate you. But before I go out to balance, let me give you a basic definition of salary. So the word salary comes from a Latin word called salarium. Salarium, that's the root word where you get the word salt. So salarium was what was given to Roman soldiers back then. So a salary by definition simply means salt allowance. In case you don't see it's not enough, it's because it's meant to be salt allowance. And 3 things determine your salary. Number 1, the type of job you do. Number 2, how well you do it. Number 3, the ease with which you can be replaced. Meaning, if it's very easy to replace you, your salary is not going to be doing wonders for you. So I want us to get to the point where we begin to seriously introspect and begin to ask ourselves the priority and the importance of developing a side hustle. But for me, I usually want to call it a second stream of income. It's very dangerous not to have a second stream of income. Very, very dangerous not to have a second stream of income. Especially in this environment. At least you guys, your salaries come. But hello? So, how do you balance? I want to give you a formula which I find very interesting for the Bible. Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 6. Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 6. And this is what Solomon talks about. I write about it in my book. This is what the Bible says. I'm not preaching. It says, sow your seed in the morning. And sow your seed in the morning is very interesting. In contemporary times, it means go to work. Sow your seed in the morning. I talk about that on page number 94 of my book. Sow your seed in the morning, and in the evening, do not let your hands be idle. And I want to start helping you that you want to start your journey starting from what you do with your evenings. The majority of the people, we waste our evenings. That's the problem. So when you go home, you're on Netflix. They say Netflix makes about $8 million an hour. You are on Netflix. When Facebook went down, they were saying the guy was losing $167 million an hour. Someone goes on Facebook when they go home at night. And your financial state is usually connected to how you use your spare time. That's why if I want to predict where you're going, I simply look at how you're doing and what you're doing with your spare time. So what do you do in the evening? I usually tell people something very simple, that you don't actually get to spend much more time at work. You spend much more time at home. Meaning if you start work at 8 and you finish at 5, if you do your calculations, you've spent about 9 hours at work. But from 5 p.m. to the next day, that's 15 hours at your disposal. What are you doing with your time? What are you doing with 15 hours? How many hours are you sleeping? You see, one of the problems in Zimbabwe, in Africa generally, we invest so much in our sleep. We buy pajamas. We invest in new pairs of sheets. We buy blankets every time, even before winter. We love our sleep. Those who are religious, if they can't sleep, they even go to a pastor so that they can sleep. Story about one secretary. Back then, before we had these computers. So when you used to use the typewriter, when you make a mistake, you actually have to redo the process. You have to start again. And agitated by all that, she goes back home on the kitchen table. She mixes nail polish, puts in a bit of flour, comes up with some liquid, which she took to the office, started experimenting with a bit, trying to cover the portions where you'd find the mistake. And interestingly, people began to love that whole concept because it was making life easier. And that became the birth of something called liquid paper, which we normally call Tipex. That secretary later on went to sell that business to Gillette Corporation for $30 million, something she did after work. Guys, let me give you one of the most important reasons why you need a second hustle. You are dispensable. Hello? I said, no matter how good you are, no matter how exceptional you are, no matter how phenomenal you are dispensable. And the position that you're occupying right now, especially if you're employed, someone used to occupy it. The question is, where did they go? Hello? You see, we're not reminded of this reality that you are replaceable. You are replaceable. So what am I asking you to do? I'm asking you to start being serious about your spare time. So people usually ask me, how do you balance writing? How do you balance going to court? How do you balance writing? Now I teach in the University of Zimbabwe. The answer is very simple. I manage my schedule properly. So I'm the guy who doesn't respond to a high message on WhatsApp. So if you're writing to me a message and like I don't respond. I don't respond to, hey, here, bagaipa, should you say, Apple? I don't respond. If you want me to respond, go straight to the point. Hi, my name is blah, blah, blah. I got your number from blah, blah, blah. This is what I want. We can talk. So one of the things you need to learn to do is to actually respect your own time. You see, I don't like meetings which only have what start time and no end time. You know such meetings? Starting at 8, they don't write when they're actually ending that particular meeting. So learn to respect your own time. Set schedules. So I usually write books, articles. I do for the Sunday Mail. I do for the Business Weekly. So how do I do it? I take advantage of my downtime. So like yesterday, I was doing an article for the Sunday Mail. I actually finished it in the evening. Then I was able to send it. When it comes to the Business Weekly, because they publish it on a Friday, I usually do it on about Tuesday. So I take advantage of my evenings. Then, for me, if you consider what I'm doing now as a side hustle, I actually think it's an extension of my work. Because I also get to network, meet new people, make friends when I don't need them as yet, learn from Dr. Wanza here, amazing people. So, one of the things that has kept me going and one of the things that will actually keep you going is learn to do something that you're passionate about. There is nothing as dangerous as doing anything for money. Rather, the definition of prostitution is doing anything for money. That's prostitution. If you're doing something that you're not passionate about, you just want the money, that's prostitution. So find things that you're passionate about and pursue them. Hello? So, are we doing our side hustles well? And one of the things that I want you to realize is 27%, according to some research, 27% of the side hustles eventually tend up to become full businesses. Google was established by some guys who were experimenting whilst in college. YouTube was established by guys who were on a dinner table. So that's good. That's YouTube for you. Later on, they actually realized this thing makes sense. The Guinness World Book of Records was established by guys who were playing a sport. So these guys were busy trying to shoot birds, and they were asking what's the fastest bird. And the guy called Hugh Beaver, who was the CEO for Guinness, the beer, says, why don't you actually come up with a book that actually creates a record? And that's how they birthed the Guinness Book of World Records. Taking advantage of your hobbies, taking advantage of your fantasies. Guys, making money is one of the easiest exercises. Rather, my definition of an entrepreneur or entrepreneurship, this is my definition, is the art of taking money from people without people complaining. Simple. So every person who is saying, I'm an entrepreneur, blah, 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 solving problems, you are solving problems so that you can take money. You are being innovative so that you can take money. You are doing all this so that you can take money. So my challenge to all of us is, how are you taking money from other people without other people complaining? But effectively, solving problems is how you make money. But how do you balance? The answer is very simple. You need to develop the discipline of managing your time. Time is a resource that each and every one of us is given in equal proportion. But within 24 hours, someone is starting a business. Within 24 hours, someone is closing a business. Within 24 hours, someone is on Facebook and starting a business. Within 24 hours, someone is on a live shouting at people. Within 24 hours, someone who is not serious is watching someone who is not serious shouting at people. Now, Netflix is estimating that the Squid Game is going to make them a bit of billions. And I know many suspects here have already watched the Squid Game. Something that someone wrote in their spare time. So my challenge to you is, what are you doing with your spare time? Your spare time can be setting you for business. Your spare time can be setting you up for financial freedom. Your spare time can be setting you up for a destiny, for a time where if anything happens to your daytime job, you will be stable. So that's my challenge to all of us. If you want to balance, number one, it's not going to be easy. Number two, learn to manage your schedule. Number three, learn to be a person of priorities. Number four, I've told you the secret. Do things that you're passionate about. If you like baking, bake with passion. If you like decorations, do it with passion. If you love writing, write with passion. Your money is in your passion. That's what I always tell people. For me, passion pays bills. It pays bills. Not like Doc, I won't mention how much I charge per hour, but what I usually do here, I charge good money. And I'm simply living my passion. Call it my side hustle. For me, this is not my side hustle. I'm already on vacation. Do and pursue a vocation, which if you're pursuing it in essence is actually your vacation. Then you never have a headache. Guys, it's been a great pleasure speaking to you. I only had about 20 minutes. Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you so much, Arthur. I know we had to rush you, but we still have about 5 minutes with you, and we'll use it for any questions that anyone has in the audience. Do we have any questions for Arthur about maximizing time efficiency? Do we have any questions online? Oh, I'll ask a question. So you spoke about how a lot of people are spending time maybe at work from an 8 to 5, and obviously it's not everyone who has the capacity to decide how they work, right? So there is need for maybe employers to lessen the hours or to understand the flexibility of working, maybe working remotely. Do you think that as Zimbabwe, as a country, we have progressed to that stage where it doesn't necessarily mean that if someone is at work from 8 to 5, they are actually doing all the work they're supposed to be doing within those 8 to 9 hours.
You know what? Now the focus is actually to move away from time-based into productivity-based. I want you to read the new amendment that is being proposed to the Labor Act, where they actually try and get rid of this whole concept of paying people per hour and so forth. But the mere fact that you are at work between 8 to 5 does not make you productive. If everyone was productive from 8 to 5, I think many organizations will be showing the signs. So I think if you're going to work 8 to 5, you really need to make a decision to be consciously productive. And what I'm saying in terms of helping strive a balance is learn to divide your day into two. By dividing your day into two, the morning, which I was doing, so you sit in the morning, I'm simply saying go and be productive at your workplace. You also need that particular work. And one of the greatest advice I can give people is don't quit your job to start a business. Start your business in order for you to quit your job. Because you're not necessarily going to be successful from the word go. So you really need to have a fallback position. It's very important. So I don't think we need to really expect a lot from our employers. Guys, this is a capitalistic world. Don't expect your boss to try to make you rich. It doesn't work that way. You actually need to understand that this is an independence quest, pretty much where you are now going to be deliberately working on liberating yourself financially. And by the way, we're coming from slavery. Before salaries, there was slavery, you know that? So, if you read our labor laws, we're coming from what was called the master servant, which is an extension of slavery itself. So, if you really wait on freedom, it will never come. That's why you need to be proactive in terms of taking charge of your financial wellness, taking charge of your financial freedom, and realize you need to be a bit more responsible when it comes to time. That will really give you financial wellness. That will be my response to that.
Thank you so much, Arthur. Do we have a question? We have a question at the back there.
Hi, Arthur. I've got a question. Like how to manage your full-time job and your side hustle. Let's say you've got the same clients, even though the businesses are different industries, but you're going for the same clients. How do you balance that?
All right, so the question is no longer just about balance. You need to, number one, be very clear about the issues to do with conflict of interest. So I know people with contracts that are very specific that you can't be involved in any business without declaring that interest. So I think the easiest route is to actually get clearance from whatever place you're working so that you get the necessary clearance to deal with these particular people. Because at the end of the day, you find that a number of people are now crossing the line in terms of conflicting. So I'm a lawyer by training. I can't be saying my side hustle is law. It's no longer a side hustle. No, it's not. It has to be something else that's not necessarily connected. But I think once you clear the air, it becomes easy so that even if they see you visiting a particular place, no one will really be bothered by that. But if you're doing it clandestinely, I think that's where you're going to be having problems. Yeah, that would be my recommendation.
One last question for Arthur. There's a hand over here.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Simba from Gututage. I just wanted to find out, do you still have your book on time management?
Yeah.
Is it still available?
Yeah, it's still available.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
No, thank you.
That's all.
Sure.
Thank you, Simba, for the question. Thank you so much, Arthur, for your time, telling people on how to manage a side hustle or full-time employment. And I guess one of the key takeaways from Arthur's presentation is that you need to manage your time effectively in whatever it is that you're doing. And we are trying to manage our time here as we are running behind time. And we are going to move on to a panel discussion where we are going to be hearing from young creatives. I know that a lot of people that are here are actually young people. And one of the conversations that we have been having the past 2 days is how to make money out of your creativity, right? I think Arthur was just talking about how to make money from your passion. So to moderate this session, I am going to invite Siklelo Dube.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm definitely standing in between your food and this, so I'll be quick so that this is fun. And it's young people, and we're creative, so we'll be very creative. So hands up to those who think I'm moderating the most important session of the summit. The summit of the summit, yes? Exactly. Because this is about young people and it's about creativity. COVID has taught us that if in your organization you don't have creativity or innovation, definitely it's not going to work, right? It's going to fail. So I have the pleasure to be amongst young people, and we are going to be creative and use minimum time. So I'd like to invite to the stage Madam Mixology. Is she here, Ashley? Ashley, what's interesting about her is that right now, since it's almost lunchtime, if Oliver could just give us a few bottles of something, and we can start mixing already, because she makes the best cocktails. So, Oliver, we can be creative during this panel discussion. And I can see a lot of older people, they don't get the joke, but I understand because the older you get, your imagination is kind of limited. So, Oliver, whilst he's looking for the bottles, we'll go on and call to the stage Simon. Simon, an ICT guru. The first time I met him, I did not even talk much because I had this paranoia that he could even bug my mind. He's that good at ICT and things. We also have Simbarache Wekwagutu. When I read your profile, I was like, you know, all the jokes that go around social media, and there's something funny. Someone is trying to wash and the river is flowing, and they are putting safe. And the joke is vekwa kutu or vekuma swing. You guys don't get the best, right? Yeah, we also have Terry Maposa from Mondoro. What's interesting about Terry is that he's a political science graduate who's doing farming, right? Maybe his intention is to be a sabuku. It's like, are you helping the community, Terry? Are you helping them? I hope so. Small-scale farming, vakadzi, my youth, njani. You might be in the right track. Political scientist in farming. And last but not least, we have Kevin, the wedding planner. Kevin, I could take this time to read your whole profile, listed under Forbes 30, Forbes 30 under 30. He did not only just wake up and start doing events planning, but he went to school for this. And I can go on and on because I want a discount for my next event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our panelists for the young creatives. A round of applause. Okay, so because we're creative, we'll start off by just, elevator pitch, just a little bit that about you, so that everyone here can leave knowing who each and every one of you guys are. Because of time, we might not ask a lot of questions, but this is your time to showcase. That we start from where? We start from Kevin? Honor ladies. Okay, honor ladies. We'll start with Ashley. That Ashley. An elevator pitch about you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Bank ABC, for this opportunity. So my name is Ashla, but I'm better known as the mixologist. I'm a mixologist and chef and a content creator. I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
Chamu taught us that if you want to make money, you have to have that elevator pitch. You can surely do better than that from your CV. And those who want to know more about her, please read about her work. It's amazing stuff. She definitely did not start mixing drinks kuchitungwiza na mai vake. She had to be away. She was in Florida at some rich golf estate, and she could explore. She could not stop her imagination. And there we are. We have a whole mixologist, a Zimbabwean. Well done. Next.
Good afternoon. I am Terry Maposa, the farmer from Mondoro, the political scientist, better known in the poultry industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Simon Yamuda. I'm the Managing Director of CompuLink Holdings, and CompuLink is a holistic ICT company that offers ICT solutions that drive both industry and commerce and make people more productive through the use of technology. So I'm a tech evangelist and happy to be here. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simbarashe Tichivangana. I am one half of a dynamic duo that is behind the exciting brand that is Gutu Tich. We started the brand in England, where we discovered that there's a slight niche for people who like to celebrate where they're from. And we decided to bring that brand back to Zimbabwe, where it has grown tremendously. And we've now ventured into retail stores locally, and we've also found ourselves getting access into stores in South Africa. So that's pretty much us.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin, and I am a wedding and event planner based here in Harare. Our repertoire in events covers a lot of countries that we've worked in the UK, in Dubai, in Southern Africa in general, and in Nigeria and Ghana. I think I'm an avid creative. There's a lot of creative things that I can do, and I've tried to merge that into the business that we have, which is events. But we go over and above events, so many experiences that we create for our Zimbabwean community and abroad, and I'm so excited to be on this panel this day.
Thank you. Okay, so we dive straight into the first question, and because it's a diverse panel, I can do one question for all of you guys, because you all have different stories to share. Confirm? Right. Okay, so the first one, according to the Wall Street Journal, over 1 million companies have shut down. Clearly, they have not been creative, or maybe they have been, I don't know. So what has made you survive? What has made you harness that creativity and be here today, looking at the challenges that COVID has given business? You want to start, Kevin, and we go this way?
Okay. I think the first thing that we need to do as creative is acceptance. So when the times change, we need to change, So that is something that we did differently in our business as well. As soon as we got in, we knew that Mrs. Moyo's decors uses fabrics, and they put the Zimbabwe bird colors and whatever. And we diversified and changed the way that things are done from, several generations away from us. So when COVID hit, we also had to be on our toes in terms of finding what we can do in the business. So for our business, because there was restrictions on social gatherings, and it meant that we couldn't force people to gather because, that was against the regulation. We had to think of a part of our business that could be creative enough and delivered to our clients' houses without them, gathering. And that is how you know about the Kevin flowers that went around during Valentine's time. And
the very expensive ones.
So when we started the flower deliveries, which I think looks like a feeble business that is not going to make lots of money, and it's just a box of flowers. But we pushed it in several, in different facets, which is obviously because everything was now coming into technology and virtual, etc. So we pushed the flower boxes on Instagram, on Twitter, and people got to know about them, and we always sold out. It's a bit post-COVID right now, but the business is still running, and now it's become another branch of what we do. So it's all about looking at the times and what has changed and what you can do that is permissible at the time that you're in. So if COVID is affecting your transport business, then what else can you get into, which is within transport or within your skills that can still work in the times and the season that you're in?
For us at Gutu Tich, the lockdown and the COVID situation was pretty challenging. But fortunately for us, we took the back seat and we discovered that our operations were predominantly brick and mortar. And during lockdown, everyone was at home. So we discovered that it would be wise for us to pick up on our online retailing. And due to that, we've actually managed to create a lucrative source of income through the social media platforms and also our website. And we're actually delighted to announce that our goods are now able to reach places such as Australia, England. We've had customers who are based in America all through the fact that we decided to sit down, focus, and create our website, which truly has helped us tremendously. And we've taken advantage of the social media platforms, in addition to all of the social artists and public figures that are sat at home, and they decided to try and find ways to also generate a revenue. So certain challenges do allow you to test yourself and test your creativity. So some of these things are in our best interest to try and focus and harness the greatness that's within you.
Yeah, so one of the things in business, one of the things that only remains constant is change. So change never stops in business. And one of the things to stay in the game is to be able to adapt. And, you adapt or you die. So for us to survive, it's been a case of adapting and just changing with the environment and pivoting. You may encounter challenges, but some of the challenges that we face actually lead to some of the greatest solutions that we then have. Being an IT organization, you can imagine how constant change is within the ICT sector. So one of the things we do to mitigate from change is we constantly investing. We're learning, we're unlearning, because IT, as it was 5 years ago and as it is now, is completely different. So for those SMEs, constantly invest in training, constantly invest in yourselves and in getting exposure. Definitely get exposure. And seeing beyond the curve, and sometimes also anticipating that, if this goes wrong, for example, currency issues, how are we going to mitigate that? And I think that's so critical for any organization.
Speaking from the farming side, the lockdown didn't have much negative impact in my business. But I think I needed almost 3 months to learn and adapt to the new situation. Personally, I'm a breeder. I breed Roadrunner chicks. So when the lockdown started, I had above 2,000 birds on the ground. It was an over-ambitious project when I was starting. So when the lockdown came, all I did, because the buses couldn't move, buses not moving, it meant I couldn't supply someone in Blawayo with chicks. I couldn't supply someone in Harare with chicks. But it needed me, myself, to move to supply the chicks. So all I did was stop supplying chicks and starting to supply roadrunners for meat. So then I got the exemption letters. So for me, it didn't have that much impact. All it did, it worked to my advantage because it lessened the burden of me having large numbers of birds eating into my servings. So for me as a farmer and the farming side, it worked partly in the negative side in the first 3 months. But when I adopted and adjusted into the new environment, we experienced the positive results on our farming side. Thank you.
Like everyone else said, it's important to adapt to change. Since we provide a service that we make cocktails at events, that's the biggest service that we provide. And when lockdown happened, a lot of our events were being cancelled, and like Kevin said, you couldn't force people to gather. So what I then realized is, since restaurants are closed, that means people have nowhere to have cocktails. So we started doing cocktail deliveries when they started allowing deliveries so that people can actually have cocktails in their homes. Then after that, we tried to figure out how can we still have something like an event but without, breaking COVID protocols. So we started offering like private services where we can come and, make drinks in home for your family during dinner or anything like that. And then from there, we started offering classes. So we'd offer online classes on how to make cocktails, come into your home, set up, and how to make cocktails. So we'll try and not break the rules of COVID and keeping the circles within, the people that hang out together. But we see how can we still provide a cocktail service to those people. And that's how we basically adapted.
Wow. Thank you so much. So as we can see, there's a lot of creativity in all our panelist businesses, and this is what has kept them going. One thing about Zimbabweans, maybe let me not say Zimbabwe and generalize. I'm in the field of science, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and I know that we are behind in so many things, right? There are some people doing great work, like now some people already are manufacturing vaccines in their countries and things like that. So in your different fields, what's trending in the world, and what are they doing, and how are we going to stay in the game? For you guys as businesses here, right? Who wants to go first?
I don't mind going first.
Yeah.
So for us, our company and business has already always wanted to be like a trendsetter. So
Right.
that's basically our business model. And so we didn't really struggle in the sense of trying to then, get up to the standard and level of what is already happening in the world. So you'll see that a lot of the people that book us are looking for that world-class, experience. In the sense that sometimes even within a low budget event, we find something that we can give our clients that is out of like a millionaire's kind of budget. So it could be a bouquet with orchids that are farmed in Holland in an exclusive farm and things like that. And so we bring in that one element, and then that'll be the it factor. And so that's what we've done. So we don't try to create an overall, because sometimes that is very difficult in a small business, where you want to change the whole dynamic and change the whole aesthetic. But there are little things that you can introduce into the business or into the company, and two people will buy into one concept, and then the next person will buy into another one, and things like that. So I suppose we shouldn't, in essence, haven't waited for COVID to happen for us to start thinking out of the box. So wherever we are as small businesses and creatives, we should constantly try to offer something that is, that is like a world trend or that is out of the box, so that we remain relevant, whether COVID comes or whether we're just, servicing clients that are already in our repertoire. Yeah.
But what's one example that you can say, this is trending in my space? Okay, maybe there's a company that you look up to which is doing the same. Someone who's setting a standard. What's the new thing in events? What's the...
Okay, so because social gatherings have still, then it's not clear whether you can actually have social gatherings. So we've realized for us that gifting has become more of an experience. So you'll see recently we did a gift for a lady who was receiving a car from her husband, but the packaging in the gift, so normally you'd go to Range Rover or to Mercedes or whatever, and there's a bow, and then you literally just cut the bow, and it's like, yay, the car's here. But, we created a life-size box that was filled with balloons, and so when she got there, she didn't know what it was, and opened this huge box, and so those are the experiences. So I think that's the trend. I think even with the Kardashians, she'll get into the house, and there are all these flowers that are, some of the things are necessary, but, that's the trend. So for me, gifting is what I can say, it's veered off events, to be specific, but in terms of gifting, how do you package something that you're giving? It could be a small ring or whatever, but how it's being packaged is basically what I would say is a specific trend that is happening at the moment.
Very creative. I hope the boys are taking notes.
So for us at Grututage, in regards to trends, we tend to observe the masses, and we like to do the opposite, because with us, we consider ourselves to be mavericks, because that's something
Maybe just to remind them what you do, your field.
All right, so we're into fashion, retailing. We've got a clothing brand, and we tend to look at, because the thing is with trends and fashion, it's very fast. There's so many seasons, and there'll be so many looks that'll be happening, and for us operating in Zimbabwe, sometimes the challenges that we can face, for example, is something that may be trending in America. By the time that we can actually facilitate a similar look, we'd have to probably go through China and get those goods processed and brought them back to Zimbabwe, and by then it'll probably be too late and out of fashion. So for us, we tend to look at certain things and focus on what we can produce and showcase it to the best of our abilities. So for example, during the COVID period, people were pretty big on all over print fabrics like floral and the likes. But with us, we tend to soak up inspiration from certain things. So we decided to create a collection called the Bare Good Collection, which is the sweater that I'm wearing right now. And as you can see, if you take a closer look, it's just spelled G-O-O-D for good. And then there's a mask to illustrate that the bear is wearing a mask as a sign of to wear your mask during COVID times, such as you're doing right now. So for us, we did this, and during the COVID period, people found a lot of interest in it, and it's actually one of our best-selling items, simply because we went against the grain and we created something that people hadn't seen. So it always pays to do things differently.
So the buzz in the ICT sector at the moment is really about digitalization, which is basically taking previous manual processes and digitalizing them. So that's a big thing. If we look at every business that we have, it's now actually a technology business, because the barriers that were there before in terms of brick and mortar business are no longer there. If you look at Banc ABC, for example, it's actually now more of an IT business than it probably was banking before. That's why a lot of the banks are now saying, okay, we've gone paperless. So in the ICT sector, and for those who are running businesses, find methods and ways to digitalize your systems, digitalize your processes, that ring fences your businesses and makes them more resilient and more productive as well. Where we used to do manual processes, we're now looking at digitalizing those processes. Another buzz thing is cybersecurity. So obviously, a lot of our data is now migrated. A lot of what we have is now in the cloud. We don't even know where the cloud is, and a lot of people are now being attacked. I'm sure in recent months and weeks, a lot of us have had WhatsApp accounts hacked or seen people who have had their WhatsApp accounts hacked. And that can happen at a personal scale, but it can also happen to your business. So really, another buzz thing is cybersecurity. Think about what you're going to do to secure your data. Because at the end of the day, your data is actually more important than your hardware. Which then now takes me to another thing, which is really big data and analytics. And really, big data and analytics is how you're going to get a competitive edge against your competition. How you're going to use the data that you get, the analytics, how many hits are you getting on your website, how many people are visiting your social media pages, how do you get data even concerning your consumers, what are our cycles like, what do people buy if you're in the clothing sector, what do people buy in winter, what do people buy, how do we change our catalogs through the weather. So that's a big thing, big data analytics. Definitely a powerful tool. The other thing is machine learning and artificial intelligence. One of the things, or a practical example of artificial intelligence is when you do a Google search, for example, for Nike shoes. And then now when you've done that Google search, now when you're on Facebook, you see an advert, and more shoes are just coming up. You go to Instagram, more shoes are coming up. If you click or subscribe to certain things, you start even getting emailers about Nike shoes. So that's also artificial intelligence, which also comes from harvesting of data. What are the sort of sites that you visit? What are the sort of things that you do? And then there's also machine learning, which is the intelligence to actually learn certain processes and do things, bots, chatbots, and other things which lead to greater efficiency. Then there's software development and collaboration. So collaborating within a work environment nowadays, there's so many tools to keep you connected. Microsoft Teams, Zoom, you name it. But I think those are the buzz things within our sector.
From the farming industry. Farming on its own is an industry that has been deemed as an ordinary profession, or rather outdated profession, or a profession for the old people. So what we are doing as a young generation, we are trying to make farming look, allow me to use the word sexy, and appealing to the people. Like, I've been watching a summit in Uganda. They are actually moving with that trend. Let's put young people in the industry. and let's make it look sexy and appealing to other fellow youths. So what we are doing where we are going as youths in farming in Zimbabwe, we haven't reached that point where we own an IP for our products in Zimbabwe. In the poultry industry, we don't have a breed from Zimbabwe. We don't have people exporting eggs for roadrunners in Zimbabwe. It's an industry that is starting to grow. For us to be relevant within ourselves, within the region, within Africa, within the world, we need to own that. There is a breed that's coming from Kwateri. We need that. As long as we are still importing products or importing eggs from Turkey, from South Africa, we haven't reached the level that we want to be. We are still at the point where you are still trying to go solo in the business. But until we reach a point where we see networking as the key factor that can drive us forward, we will be still amateurs in the business. So we are trying to build an industry that people will be coming from Kenya, from Nigeria. I look up to farmers in Kenya and Uganda and Ghana. That's where I say these are my major role models. I'm trying to seek for ways that I can visit those guys. But until I reach a point where there are people in Ghana who will be saying, let's go Gnonateri, we haven't reached that point. We are still having a replica of other projects outside Zimbabwe. For us to move with the trend in farming, we need to own our own products, peculiar and unique to Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Your mic is off. Whilst they fix that, maybe I'll come back to you, the farmer. So what is the most creative thing in this space of farming at the moment? For you, what comes top at this moment in farming?
I'm speaking from the production side. Diversity.
Diversity.
Yeah, we have people right now in Zimbabwe who are at the top of exporting goats, exporting blueberries, coming from Zimbabwe. I remember that at the time I was talking to some top Chinese farmer. He was telling me that the highest number of yield that we produce in Zimbabwe for oranges, it can only serve 2 breakfasts in China.
Wow.
So the production side is still low. We don't have enough producers in Zimbabwe. Remember, we haven't gone back to the bread basket status. The production is still low in our country. So what comes at the top right now is not about exporting, is do we have enough producers in our country? When myself, I'm failing. Okay, the highest number that I can incubate of chicks per 3 days is 1,500 every 3 days. But we are still failing to meet the demand within Zimbabwe. So it means the poultry industry on itself, we don't have enough players in the business. What about people who are doing orchard, who are doing fish farming? We don't have enough players. So what comes at the top right now, we need more producers. Thank you.
So I would say in the cocktail culture, cocktail world, the biggest trends right now are the new technologies and molecular gastronomy. People want to see smoke coming out of their cocktails. They want to see fire being lit up in their cocktails and things like that. And some of the new trends are personalized cocktails where, like, let's say Banc ABC is having an event and the welcome drink is maybe a summer punch. And on top of that summer punch, we're able to put, a little disc that says Banc ABC, but still is edible and you can drink it with your cocktail. So those little small personalized things are things that are actually trending right now, and we're looking at bringing into them for 2022.
Wow, I'm sure the next Banc ABC event will have this. This is great, great idea. Thank you so much, guys. You're amazing. Maybe as we wind off, just 1 or 2 questions. My first question will be for Kevin as we wind off. What do you think is the best resource for creativity? What do you think is the best? Because everyone sitting here They are listening closely, they are trying to get something creative or innovative that they'll take back home. What is your best resource?
To be honest, I do find a lot of people that say, "Oh, I want to get into like the creative space and things like that," and I'm normally not one to advise people to get into a creative space if it does not come from within. So it is a very passion-oriented industry, and that is your biggest resource. So, people can generalize and say, okay, well, resources could be a Pinterest board. You can go on Pinterest if you want to find out how to farm the best peas. You go on Pinterest and Google and you'll find the resources. But the unction to actually find that resource is from the passion. And so no one is going to actually equip you to push you to go and find resources, because there's a lot of places where you can get information and you can get inspiration. But that can only happen if you're truly passionate about what you're doing. So in the creative space, if you feel that you don't have enough passion for the passion industry that you're in, then it's probably not where you're supposed to be. So if you're in design, in fashion design, and you're not feeling like producing a new product that looks different and things like that, then it's best to look within and see something that actually pushes you like that, because a lot of us creatives have gone far because of the push. Like there's no education or whatever, it's the push. Like I want to record my next album, I want to have my next style of hair and things like that. So passion is the biggest resource. So if you don't have it, then try to cultivate it, but it's normally like a gift. So you kind of have to figure out.
If we're not born with it.
Yeah.
If we're not born with it, forget it. You know the joke that's going around? If you don't know it, forget it. You don't know it or you're hungry. Okay. I'll make sure Banc ABC posts it on the website. It's quite a funny one. Okay, and then coming back to you, Simon, everyone at this point now is an ICT department. Every business is looking into innovation and creativity, and they're all coming back to ICT. What could be your word of advice to our audience today? What is one thing that is going to drive all of us forward in this ICT space?
Okay, that's great. So for you to get ahead of the competition, you need to do something differently. What I would say is every business needs to seriously, with intentionality, seek how they're going to be innovative. And whether you're going to assign people who are going to innovate, whether you're going to assign someone from an IT perspective to say, okay, how are we going to drive the business? So IT is no longer just break and fix. It's now actually what we want to create. So IT is actually about creating. So actually think, because with IT, like software development, now you actually work backwards. Your question is, we need this solution, what do we need to do? And then have people who you're going to work behind in the background on how we're going to create this software tool, how we're going to create this, how is this going to give us a competitive edge? But every business needs that. And then, we no longer have traditional IT people. We need IT people. In your big organizations, these will be your chief information officers. You now need people even in your small businesses on how we're going to come up with processes, how we're going to use digital marketing, how we're going to get to the market faster, how we're going to have a customer relationship management system, how we're going to have a database. So gone are the days where you're going to keep your contacts just in an Excel sheet, which could go with a virus. But really, let's use software tools. And I think my word of advice is that there's a software tool for literally everything, whether you're in the law sector, transport sector, there's definitely something. And there's also now a lot of open source softwares which are free. So I would also encourage everyone just to also look and say, okay, what software tools, what free software tools can I use to get a competitive edge within my business and within my entity?
Thank you. And we're going to honor the lady as we conclude. Due to time, we could not go through all the questions. But is there anything that's burning that you feel we're leaving behind during this panel discussion? Any message as we conclude?
Um, Not really, but I'd just like to add on to what Kevin was saying about resources, and that when it comes to being creative, it comes from inside. And I've seen a lot of people want to get into the creative sector, but they're trying to take what someone else is already doing. But the reason why it never really works out for the next person is because you're not them. You're not them with that idea of how they wanted to run their creative business. So I've had people say to me, hi, can you send me some recipes, because I'm thinking of starting my own company to do cocktails as well. And they think it's just me giving them the recipe and then they go and they do the mixing. But the whole process behind me coming up with my recipes, us, the little details and the little services that we like to provide for our clients, that comes from what we, like from us, from, our passion and what we want to see in our business. So when you're trying to get into the creative role, let it come from you, not from what someone else is doing. So just because it works for me, it doesn't really mean it's going to work for you too.
Thank you so much, guys. A round of applause. Thank you so much. We're going to take 1 or 2 questions. 1, 2. 1 and 2.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. My question is directed to Simon. Simon, you spoke a lot about AI and a lot of the trends that are now happening in the tech industry. According to a research by some international researchers, it shows that only about 1% to 2% of applications that come through related to such opportunities internationally come from only 1 to 2% of women apply for such opportunities. In Zimbabwe, I don't know exactly what the situation is like, but you would know better. If it's existing opportunities that are attracting about 1 to 2%, then that means when it comes to startups, it's even less. What would you say to young girls who are hoping to get into the tech industry?
All right. Yeah, that's quite a handful. I'll try my best to answer it the best way I possibly can. And yeah, just looking at the ICT space and the ICT sector, it's a huge space. It's a huge sector. Think as though there's no limits. Think as though there's no boundaries. And literally, that's what ICT is about. It's about being creative. So what I would say to you is identify a niche. Look at maybe some of the key industries that I mentioned to yourself. Find somewhere where you can get rooted, grounding, and mentorship, and then sort of build and develop from there. I don't know if you feel answered, or I could add more to that.
And maybe
elaborate a little bit. I'm not really trying to get into that sector, but I'm just talking about the young girls. Obviously, when you see the stats that low, it means there are issues somewhere. So probably you being in the industry, you've identified the kind of barriers or the young girls intimidated. What are the factors that are contributing to those statistics? So I was hoping maybe in a summary you could probably just identify 1 or 2 and give guidance to those young girls as to how they can overcome.
Okay, yeah, definitely. So I think, yeah, traditionally IT was, more prone to males. You got your engineers and all of that. But like now, like what I said, IT is now is now extremely broad. You've got software development, you've got things you can do without wearing a work suit, you've got data analytics, all these spectrums and all these tools. So what I would say is currently there is no barrier for ladies within the ICT sector. And even within our business, we have brought on board a lot of ladies. And don't feel limited. There's no limit, there's no boundary, and really that's what IT is about. It's borderless. There are no borders. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And maybe just to add to that, I'll put on my STEM lady hat. I'm the Zimbabwe Science Ambassador, and I advocate for girls to take up STEM education. So they can follow me, Sicelo, STEM lady, and there's so much more that we discuss about when it comes to girls taking up space in ICT. Thank you. One last question. Yeah.
Thank you. My question is to Simba over there. We live in a very digitalized society where there's, lots of influences that are coming left, right, and center. And I think you're in the fashion industry, which is quite a niche industry in Zimbabwe, competing against Mabero, competing against imports, competing against runners. So how are you able to stay resilient in that space and not switch over to any of the other lucrative industries that are popping up?
Okay, so with Gutu we obviously discovered that there's so many different ways for people to receive goods and merchandise. With us, what we focus on is we stick to our guns in terms of the products that we make and the quality that we provide. And we don't want to then shift away and say, okay, everybody's focusing on purchasing goods that are $10 or below. Our goods are fairly pricey, and there's a niche for that, and we cater to people who like that. Like you heard earlier, Dr. Chamu was saying he dresses a certain way, he has money for certain products. We are looking to facilitate goods for people who have that taste. We consider ourselves the Gucci of Zimbabwe, So instead of wearing Gucci, you're wearing Gutu. And there are people who absolutely love to spend money on products, and we like to facilitate that. Now, if we then decided to, for example, say, no, we're going to go in with the trend and start selling clothes that go for like $10, $15, we're pretty much selling ourselves short, and that's pretty much putting us out of business. So we like to stick to our guns and focus on the target audience that we have at hand.
Guys, a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much. And Oliver, I did not read my conclusion speech because of time, so make sure next summit I moderate again. I'll keep it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sicelo and the team. Interesting conversations here on how to be young and creative and to make the most with your talent. We are going for lunch now. Before we do that, we'd like to acknowledge one of our key sponsors that are here, TM Pick and Pay. We'd like to acknowledge Gamu Nyamuzinga, who is a CFO from TM Pick and Pay. Thank you so much for making this event possible. We also want to acknowledge all of our sponsors that have made this event possible. Now, we are breaking for lunch now. Lunch is outside at the patio. We need to be back here at 2:15. 2:15, we are starting, and we're moving on with the program. So let's go and enjoy lunch. Take pictures, network, meet new people.
Amaita dio. Amaita dio. Amaita dio.
Chico.
Kuchivhurire dhowa kuzoti unoda.
Aiwa, unyari kunyika murume mukuru.
Iwo.
Ha?
Kunyepa kuti chii.
Haugoni kungotaura chokwadi.
Taura chokwadi chiko neamaita dio.
Kwanza kungotaura chokwadi ndiri kuenda kwandiri kuenda uribva wandinyepa ndoda kubengi.
Ndivhurire dhowa.
Eh?
Kutaura kuti andakuudza kwandaenda.
Handisi kurivhura dhowa ngoenda kupi?
Ndinenda kubengi.
Bachadiwa ka. Bachadiwa ndisura nemashoko angu manzo.
Ndingada kuzondikwenda kunditora mari wa.
Sama muchite kupika mama enda kunditora mari. Unyari murume mukuru.
Iwega. Seko chingoteerera makuhwa sina basa.
Ndandazira kugona kutaura chokwadi.
Chokwadi chokuti chii. Saka akudza kuti ndandopike pendi yani. Ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuhwa izvo.
Zvakungandilisa anonyepa iwe hana kuona Pick and Pay. Wanga usiku here Pick and Pay.
Saka ndozva anga achimhanyira nditi hebate madii. Haana kundiona ndandiri mukiyu Pick and Pay mo. Yes, listen. Mushori sei? Kuri kuitei muno? Oh. Utengei? Saka uri kuendawo? Aiwa ndisati handambotora mari angu. All right mfana wangu. Mamuka seme.
Tamukeni mamka.
Tamuka. Ndakutorawo mari necity hop.
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu neoriginal copy yacho.
Ndakatumirwa.
Saka tinokuitirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number neaddress yekumba pacopy ipapo.
Aida kubva ndokwanisawo futi here kubva ndadeposita mari ndandoda kutumirwa kusomeone.
Hongu, munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa. Zvamunongoita kubank, kubranch, panapa tinoita.
Ndongoita ndiri mubank ndogona kusvika panapa zvese.
Zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
Reference yangu reference iri mafoni ndandikupe.
Okay.
Saka ndibva ndangobva ndaita kuti deposit yacho. Ndisati ndatora mari.
It's okay.
Kutora mari izvi. Ndingada kuzoti ndatumirwa mari. Iwe, muPick and Pay mune kiosk yeBank ABC. Ndakatumirwa mari necity hop. Chiita kuti unotokwanisa kuita zvese zvaunogona kuita mubengi, zvaunogona kuita kubengi unogona kuzviitira Pick and Pay mo. Unogona kureceiva mari Western Union, Gold Remit, Western imomo muPick and Pay.
Mari yacho munayo?
Muri ndinayo, unopenga here?
Tionei kuti munayo here mari yacho.
Haunyari kufungira zvisina basa.
Ini saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomumu.
Saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi kuti iyendisa nemakuhwa.
Haungandiudza, kaudza itori mari yacho.
Hayi, wavhura dhowa.
Ndipei kamari yacho. Nai, ndipei mari ndikuvhurei dhowa racho. Next time munhu anongotaura ndikuenda kunotora mari kuPick and Pay kune makiosk ari ikoko.
Amaita dio. Amaita dio. Amaita dio.
Chico.
Kuchivhurire dhowa kuzoti unoda.
Aiwa, unyari kunyika murume mukuru.
Iwo. Kunyepa kuti chii.
Haugoni kungotaura chokwadi.
Taura chokwadi chiko neamaita dio.
Kwanza kungotaura chokwadi ndiri kuenda kwandiri kuenda uribva wandinyepa ndoda kubengi.
Ndivhurire dhowa. Kutaura kuti andakuudza kwandaenda.
Handisi kurivhura dhowa ngoenda kupi?
Ndinenda kubengi.
Bachadiwa ka. Bachadiwa ndisura nemashoko angu manzo.
Ndingada kuzondikwenda kunditora mari wa.
Sama muchite kupika mama enda kunditora mari. Unyari murume mukuru.
Iwega. Seko chingoteerera makuhwa sina basa.
Ndandazira kugona kutaura chokwadi.
Chokwadi chokuti chii. Saka akudza kuti ndandopike pendi yani. Ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuhwa izvo.
Zvakungandilisa anonyepa iwe hana kuona Pick and Pay. Wanga usiku here Pick and Pay.
Saka ndozva anga achimhanyira nditi hebate madii. Haana kundiona ndandiri mukiyu Pick and Pay mo. Yes, listen. Mushori sei? Kuri kuitei muno? Oh. Utengei? Saka uri kuendawo? Aiwa ndisati handambotora mari angu. All right mfana wangu. Mamuka seme.
Tamukeni mamka.
Tamuka. Ndakutorawo mari necity hop.
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu neoriginal copy yacho.
Ndakatumirwa.
Saka tinokuitirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number neaddress yekumba pakopi ipapo.
Haida kuti ndokwanisa futi here kubva ndadeposita mari ndandoda kutumirawo someone.
Hongu, munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa. Zvamunongoita kubank, kubranch, panapa tinoita.
Ndongoita ndiri mubank ndogona kusvika panapa zvese.
Zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
Reference yangu
okay. It's okay.
Kutora mari izvi ingada kuzo ndatumirwa mari. Iwe mupick and pay mune kiosk yeBank ABC ndakatumirwa mari necity hop. Chiita kuti unotokwanisa ita zvese zvaunogona ita mubanki, zvaunogona kuita kubanki unogona zviitira mupick and pay mo. Unogona kureceiva mari Western Union, World Remit, Western imomo mupick and pay.
Mari yacho munai.
Muri ndinayo unopengerewo.
Tionei kuti munai here mari yacho.
Haunyari kufungira zvisina basa.
Ini saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomo.
Saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi kuti iyelisa nemakuwa.
Hangandiudza kaudza itore mari yacho.
Hayi wavhura dho.
Ndipeika mari yacho. Nai ndipei mari ndikuvhurei dho racho. Next time munhu anongotaura ndikuenda unotora mari kupick and pay kune makiosk ariko.
Vhura dho.
Kochina jamira mari. Mari aitumira pabhasi ndozvinofizura here ndakupera. Pane inonzi City Hopper, Bank ABC. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
Transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Amaita dio.
Chiku.
Kuti muredo wakuzo unoya.
Aiwa unyari kunyika murume mukuru.
Iyo. Nepoti chi.
Augoni kutaura chokwadi.
Taura chokwadi chiko ne amaita dio.
Kuzangotaura chokwadi ndikuenda kwandiri kuenda uri bva ndini pano ndobvei.
Ndivhurire dho. Dai kutaura kuti andakudza kwandangenda.
Andisi kurivhura dho ngoenda kupi?
Ndendo bhengi.
Batadiwa ka. Batadiwa ndisura mashoko angu manzo.
Ndada kuzongoenda kutora mari wa.
Sama mchite kupika na mama enda kutora mari. Unyari murume mukuru.
Iwanga. Saka uchingoterera makuwa sina basa.
Ndandazira kurotora chokwadi.
Chokwadi chokuti chii? Saka akudza ndandopike pendi yani. Ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuwa izvo.
Zvakungadilisa nonyepa iwo hana kuona pick and pay. Wangu usiku ere pick and pay.
Saka ndozvanga achimhanyira nditi hebata madi. Hana kundoona ndandiri muchiyu pick and pay mo. Let's. Mushore se. Koru ite muno. Oh. Utengeli. Sikapori kwenda. Aiwa ndisati handambotora mari angu. All right mfana wangu. Mamukaseme.
Tamukeni mamka.
Tamuka. Ndakutorawo mari necity hop.
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu neoriginal copy yacho.
Ndakatumirwa.
Saka tinokuitirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number neaddress yekumba pacopy ipapo.
Aida kubva ndokwanisa futi here kubva ndadeposita mari ndandoda kutumirawo someone.
Hongu, munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa. Zvamunongoita kubank, kubranch, panapa tinoita.
Ndongoita ndiri mubank ndogona kusvika panapa zvese.
Zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
Reference yangu reference iri mafoni ndakandikupe.
Okay.
Ndikandibva ndangobva ndaita deposit yacho. Ndisati ndatora mari.
It's okay.
Tora mari izvi. Ndingada kuzo ndatumirwa mari. Iwe mupick and pay mune kiosk yebank ABC. Ndakatumirwa mari necity hop. Chiita kuti unotokwanisa kuita zvese zvaunogona kuita mubank, zvaunogona kuita kubank unogona kuzviitira pick and pay mo. Unogona kureceiva mari Western Union, World Remit, Western imomo mupick and pay.
Mari yacho munai.
Mari ndinayo, unopengerewo.
Tionei kuti munayo here mari yacho.
Haunyari kufungira zvisina basa.
Ini saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomumu.
Saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi iyelisa nemakuwa.
Angandiudza kaudza itori mari yacho.
Hayi wavhura dho.
Ndipeika mari yacho. Nai ndipei mari ndivhurei dho racho. Next time munhu anongotaura ndikuenda unotora mari kupick and pay kune makiosk ariko.
Amaita dio. Amaita dio. Amaita dio.
Chiko.
Kuchivhurire dho wakuzoti unonga.
Aiwa unyari kunyika murume mukuru.
Iwo. Kunyepa kuti chii.
Augoni kungotaura chokwadi.
Taura chokwadi chiko neamaita dio.
Unodza kungotaura chokwadi ndikuenda kwandiri kuenda uri bva ndinyi pano kubank.
Ndivhurire dho. Kutaura kuti andakuudza kwandaenda.
Handisi kurivhura dho ngoenda kupi?
Ndinenda kubank.
Bachadiwa ka. Bachadiwa ndisura nemashoko angu manzo.
Ndingada kuzondikwenda kunotora mari wa.
Sama muchite kupika mpika mama enda kunotora mari. Ari murume mukuru.
Iwega. Saka uchingoteerera makuwa sina basa.
Ndandazira kunotora chokwadi.
Chokwadi chokuti chii? Saka akudza kuti ndandopike pendi yani. Ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuwa izvo.
Zvakungadilisa anonyepa iwe hana kuona pick and pay. Wangu usiku here pick and pay.
Saka ndozvanga achimhanyira nditi hebata madii. Haana kundoona ndandiri muchiyu pick and pay mo. Yes, let's. Mushori sei? Kuri kuitei muno? Oh. Utengei. Sikapori kwendawo? Aiwa ndisati handambotora mari angu. All right mfana wangu. Mamukaseme.
Tamukeni mamka.
Tamuka. Ndakutorawo mari necity hop.
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu neoriginal copy yacho.
Ndakatumirwa.
Saka tinokuitirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number neaddress yekumba pacopy ipapo.
Aida kubva ndokwanisa futi here kubva ndadeposita mari ndandoda kutumirawo someone.
Hongu, munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa. Zvamunongoita kubank, kubranch, panapa tinoita.
Ndongoita ndiri mubank ndogona kusvika panapa zvese.
Zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
Reference yangu reference iri mafoni ndakandikupe.
Okay.
Ndikandibva ndangobva ndaita deposit yacho. Ndisati ndatora mari.
It's okay.
Tora mari izvi. Ndingada kuzo ndatumirwa mari. Iwe mupick and pay mune kiosk yebank ABC. Ndakatumirwa mari necity hop. chiita kuti unotokwanisa ita zvese zvaunogona ita mubhengi zvaunogona kuita kubhengi unogona kuzviitira Pick n Pay mo unogona kutorisiva mari Western Union World Remit muwestern imomo muPick n Pay
mari yacho munayo
tori ndinayo unopengerewo
tionei kuti munayo here mari yacho
haunyari kufungira zvisina basa
ini saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomumu
saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi kuti iyelisa nemakuwa
ungandiudza itori mari yacho ndipeika mari yacho nai ndipei mari ndikuvhurei dhoo racho next time munhu anongotaura ndikuina unotora mari kuPick n Pay kune makiosk ari ikoko
kochina jamira mari aitumire pabhasi ndozvinofizura ndakupera pane inonzi citopa bank abc. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. Send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Amaita dio.
Chico.
Chico.
Aiwa, unyari kunyika murume mukuru. Augoni kutaura chokwadi.
Chico ne amaita dio.
Kutanga chokwadi ndikuenda kwandikuenda uri bva ndini pano ndobvei.
Ndivhurire dho. Kutaura kuti andakuudza kwandaenda.
Handisi kurivhura dho ngoenda kupi?
Ndinendo bhengi.
Batadiwa ka. Batadiwa ndisura mashoko angu manzo.
Ndada kuzondienda kutora mari wa.
Sama muchite kupika na mama enda kutora mari. Ari murume mukuru.
Iwanga. Saka uchingoterera makuwa sina basa.
Ndandazira kugona kutaura chokwadi.
Chokwadi chokuti chii? Saka akudzoti ndandopike pendi yani. Ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuwa izvo.
Zvakungandilisa nonyepa iwo hana kuona Pick and Pay. Wangu usiku ere Pick and Pay.
Saka ndozvanga achimhanyira nditi ebata madi. Haana kundoona ndandiri muchiyu Pick and Pay mo. Yes. Mushori se. Kuri kuite muno. Oh. Utengei. Sikapori kwenda. Aiwa nsati handambotora mari. All right mfana wangu.
Tamukeni mamka.
Tamuka. Ndakutorawo mari necity hop.
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu ne original copy yacho.
Ndakatumirwa.
Saka tinokutirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number ne address yekumba pa copy ipapo.
Aida kuti ndokwanisa futi here kubva ndadeposita mari. Ndandoda kutumirawo someone.
Hongu, munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa. Zvamunongoita kubhank, kubranch, panapa tinoita.
Ndongoita ndiri mubhengi ndogona kusvika panapa zvese.
Zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
Reference yangu
okay. It's okay.
Kutora mari izvi. Ndingada kuzo ndatumirwa mari. Iwe, muPick and Pay mune kiosk yeBank ABC. Ndakatumirwa mari necity hop. Chiita kuti unotokwanisa kuita zvese zvaunogona kuita mubhengi, zvaunogona kuita kubhengi unogona kuzviitira Pick and Pay mo. Unogona kutorisiva mari Western Union, World Remit, Western imomo muPick and Pay.
Mari yacho munai.
Mari ndinayo, unopengerewo.
Tionei kuti munayo here mari yacho.
Haunyari kufungira zvisina basa.
Ini saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomo.
Saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi kuti iyelisa nemakuwa.
Angandiudza kaudza itore mari yacho.
Hayi wavhura dho.
Ndipei kamari yacho. Nai, ndipei mari ndovhurei dho racho. Next time munhu anongotaura ndikuenda unotora mari kuPick and Pay kune makiosk ariko. Amaita dio. Chico. Aiwa, unyari kunyika murume mukuru. Augoni kutaura chokwadi.
Chico ne amaita dio.
Kutanga chokwadi ndikuenda kwandikuenda uri bva ndini pano ndobvei.
Ndivhurire dho. Kutaura kuti andakuudza kwandaenda.
Handisi kurivhura dho ngoenda kupi?
Ndinendo bhengi.
Batadiwa ka. Batadiwa ndisura mashoko angu manzo.
Ndingada kuzondienda kutora mari wa.
Sama muchite kupika na mama mari murume mukuru.
Iwega. Saka uchingoteerera makuwa sina basa.
Ndanzi rinogona kutaura chokwadi.
Chokwadi chokuti chii? Saka akuzoti ndandopike pendi yani. Ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuwa izvo.
Zvakungadilisa anonyepa iwe hana kuona Pick and Pay. Wanga usiku here Pick and Pay.
Saka ndozvanga achimhanyira nditi hebata madii. Haana kundoona ndandiri muchiyu Pick and Pay mo. Yes, please. Mushori se? Kuri kuitei muno? Oh. Utengei. Saka uri kuendawo? Aiwa ndisati handambotora mari angu. All right mfana wangu. Tamuka seme.
Tamukeni mama.
Tamuka. Ndakutorawo mari necity hall.
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu neoriginal copy yacho.
Ndakatumirwa.
Saka tinokuitirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number neaddress yekumba pacopy ipapo.
Aida kuti ndokwanisawo kuti here kubva ndadeposita mari ndandoda kutumirawo someone.
Hongu, munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa. Zvamunongoita kubank, kubranch, panapa tinoita.
Ndongoita ndiri mubhengi ndogona kusvika panapa zvese.
Zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
Saka reference yangu reference iri mafoni ndakandikupe.
Okay.
Saka rega ndibva ndangobva ndaita deposit yacho. Ndisati ndatora mari.
It's okay.
Kutora mari izvi. Ingada kuzoti ndatumirwa mari. Iwe, muPick and Pay mune kiosk yeBank ABC. Ndakatumirwa mari necity hall. Chiita kuti unotokwanisa kuita zvese zvaunogona kuita mubhengi, zvaunogona kuita kubhengi unogona kuzviitira Pick and Pay mo. Unogona kutorisiva mari Western Union, World Remit, Western imomo muPick and Pay.
Mari yacho munayo?
Tori ndinayo, unotoengerewo.
Tionei kuti munayo here mari yacho.
Haunyari kufungira zvisina basa.
Ini saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomumu.
Saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi iyelisa nemakuwa.
Kaunza itori mari yacho.
Hayi wavhura dhowo.
Ndipei kamari yacho.
Managed to get something to eat. We'll just give you 5 more minutes just to wind off lunch, and then we can get on the next panel. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Amaita dio. Amaita dio. Amaita dio.
Chiku.
Kuchivhurire dhowo kuzoti unoda.
Haiwa, unyari kunyepa murume mukuru.
Kunyepa kuti chii?
Haugoni kutaura chokwadi.
Taura chokwadi chiko neamaita dio.
Kwanza ngotaura chokwadi ndiri kuenda kwandiri kuenda uri bva wandinyepa ndondo kubhengi.
Ndivhurire dhowo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we managed to get something to eat, got a break. I'm your host for this afternoon. My name is Mona Lisa Dube, and we are looking forward to having insightful conversations on a number of issues, just to acknowledge the sponsors that have made this event possible. Would like to acknowledge TM Pick and Pay, Platinum Events. I know that this is being streamed as well on 263 Chat. Would like to thank Tal1 and the rest of the partners that have made this event a success. And just so you know, we also have snacks from Glide Time outside. So we are going to move on with the next panel session. I think I had already introduced the moderator. He was here a few minutes ago talking about how to balance your side hustle. I think he likes side hustles, Arthur Marara, because he's going to talk about the gap market. Saka tudakunzoti igap room market. Arthur Marara, over to you. We can clap for him as he comes up.
Good afternoon. Guys, I know we're eating, but let's show some life. Good afternoon. So excited to be back again. I didn't know that I'd been scheduled twice, but I think Doma Gepasha Rukutauro and Disho. Yeah, so Mona, and some Korokozo, man, don't talk about but side hustles, you know what it means. So thank you so much, and to our virtual audience, thank you so much for your patience as well. So, apparently my name has been given to moderate a topic that I think is very exciting, gap market. So I was asking the guys behind the program, what's really happening? And today we're going to learn a lot of things. One of the things that I value so much, besides speaking, is also a platform where you can get to learn. And today we're going to learn quite a number of things on investing. And there is a lot of opportunities in investing in Zimbabwe. But sometimes you might not know it because you don't necessarily have the necessary exposure. And today I'm excited to be having a panel of people who are very experienced in terms of investing, and we're going to learn a lot from that. So I'm going to invite our panelists. Today I'm going to start with Mr. Ben Mbanga. Ben Mbanga, let's give him a round of applause as he's coming through. And, okay. Once again, a round of applause for Mr. Ben Mbanga. And our second panelist will be Mr. Augustine Tawanda. Mr. Augustine Tawanda. Guys, let's give him a rousing round of applause as he's coming through. So, two other panelists. The two other panelists are going to be Eugene Peters. I think many of you know him from his brand Spidex Media. And Tatenda Samkange. Oh, perfect, he's actually here. A round of applause for Mr. Eugene Peters. Yes, all right. That's the benefit of being tall, guys. You see, life is not fair. Some of us will have to go right round, and others will just like that. A round of applause once again for Mr. Eugene Peters. So, we'll be expecting Mr. Tatenda Samkange later on in the program. He's just running a bit late, but he's coming through. I think many of you now know him from his brand Skylake balls. So, I don't want to introduce our panelists by what they do, but rather I'm going to give them an opportunity to get to tell us a bit about themselves and where they are coming from, and so that we can also get to have a better appreciation. I'm going to start with Mr. Mbanga coming this side.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's certainly a pleasure and a privilege to be with you here today. And I hopefully can share things that can be of interest to you in terms of your journey. So basically, I run Mangwana Capital, and we manage a private equity fund. So we basically started about 3 years ago when we realized that there was a gap in the market in terms of private equity. In most markets around the world, you see There's a lot of private equity players. When people are starting their businesses, they can access private equity capital as opposed to loans or borrowing and so on. So we set up to try and fill up that gap in the market. And we also enlisted the pension funds that we realized were investing most of the pensions in stock exchange and properties. And a lot of them had lost value, especially when hyperinflation happened a few years ago and when de-dollarization took place. So we essentially offered private equity funds alternative investments. So investments in everything else that's not stock exchange, that's not property. And we focus mainly on agriculture and mining. And the reason that we focused on those areas was because we felt that those were the engines that drive this country and drive growth in the country, and were also starved of investment. So we focus purely on those areas, and we focus on exporting businesses in those areas. So over the last 3 years, we've grown very substantially. We now have more than 35 pension funds, most of the large pension funds invested in us, and still growing and still looking for exciting opportunities to invest in. So thank you. That's
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll move to you, Mr. Tawanda.
Technology.
I think it's working now.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Augustine Tawanda. I represent cross-border traders. The constituencies that I represent, I call them stormtroopers. They are the people who move goods from this country to other countries in the region, and they also move goods from those countries into the region. The gap market, which got us to where we are, is more of policy in the sense that the people who are working in the informal economy, and you appreciate Zimbabwe is one of the highly informalized economy, those people are not recognized in terms of trade facilitation, in terms of policy framework. So the role and job that I am occupying is to try and create space for them. Just to take you a bit back in the 2000s and below, everything that went wrong in this country was attributed to cross-border shortages, if it is exchange rates, if it is company closures, it was cross-border and the rest. And you go back, you fast forward 2008, it was the constituency that served the country when we had very little in the context of foreign currency. Some of you were probably very young when 2008 when things were haywire. But it was the cross-border traders who changed the game in terms of the supply. And fast forward it again, we are now talking of a constituency that is now being called micro-enterprise, and the policy framework is now a bit more amenable. We are now being accepted in terms of policy frameworks, in terms of linkages with other institutions in the context of trade facilitation, in the context of solidarity capital. So the spectrum in which we are coming in is really basically the constituency that is very much at the bottom of the pyramid, and how connecting it with the rest of the economy, formal economy, the business linkages, the brand ambassadorships that we can sort of share, so that we move goods that are produced by yourselves, big players, and even players in the informal economy. I think that's what I can say.
Thank you so much for that.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eugene Peters. I'm an entrepreneur, Pan-African entrepreneur. My main interests are in media and advertising. I'm a firm believer to say, look, us as young people in Zimbabwe are the champions to make sure that we take over in terms of African entrepreneurship. So I've been doing this for the last 10 years, and my goal is to say we need to lift each other up, a lot of Africans, to make sure that Zimbabwe is put on the map. So that's basically me. And also I'm an avid person who likes to say you cannot get out of life alive, we should be able to do great and do great things and be known and stay outstanding in all the elements that we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to be speaking. I'm a lawyer by training. I'm not a stockbroker. I don't understand all these things. So, I'm going to speak on behalf of many people who want to learn today. So, someone wants to learn more about investing. They want to potentially be an investor. What is the best place to start from? I'm going to start with you.
To learn more about investing, I think, there's so many people who deal in investments. So stockbrokers would be people that you approach if you're interested in the stock exchange. If you're interested in other alternative investments, you would talk to private equity investors and private equity managers like ourselves. But there's also a lot of information that's generally out there in terms of just learning and appreciating. Apart from talking to the specialists themselves, you can certainly read a lot of the media, research on the internet, etc. There are websites like Investopedia, for example, where they talk about the basics of investing. That you can pick up the basic language and the available investments. Generally, when you look at Zimbabwe, our investments are either, you're investing in money market, which is generally dealt with by banks. You're investing on the stock exchange, which is mainly your stockbrokers. And then you have your asset managers who deal in other things like property, and alternative investments, which is none of those common investments. So, if you're a small investor just starting, you'd start off with your bank and find out what money market investments they have. Obviously, in Zimbabwe, these have been limited, but they are available. And various financial institutions have various, investment products. Banc ABC has a lot of products for you to invest in. So you'd start off there and then also look at the stock exchange and stockbroking. Of late, we've seen there are now some apps that you can use that take smaller investments, so you don't have to be a very big investor, to look at that. There are some that take very small investments, and a lot of products are now coming out, from the ZSC on just the stock exchange, that you can access in small quantities. So in a nutshell, that's what I would say.
Thanks so much. So I'm going to come back later to ask you to explain a bit about the stock market and how does it work. I'm going to come back to that later. But Mr. Peters, you're an entrepreneur. You've been doing this for the past 10 years. Someone is approaching you. They want to invest. What would you tell them? What is the perfect starting point, if there's anything like that?
Okay. First of all, when you look at investment, somebody comes and says, look, I need an investment from me. First of all, you need to look at the idea. Is the idea bankable? Because every person in this room has got an idea. But one thing that we need to look at is the idea bankable. Is the idea able to return on investment, ROI on that one? First of all, also, you need to look at yourself as a person. Are you investable as a person? Because some people cannot give you money and the money is not able to get returns. Returns in terms of the character, returns of the attitude that you have. What are you looking for? You need to begin with the end in mind. When you start, what is the future? What do you want to do with the money? Because right now we've got, I'd say per capita, Zimbabwe's got a lot of entrepreneurs per capita. Everybody's doing something, but everybody's looking for money, everybody's looking for investment. But one of the biggest things that you can also look at is the social capital that you have, the relationship capital. Because people with relationships, that's how you get business before you get even money. So investment in relationships is very important before the money comes. Yeah.
And Mr. Tawanda, what's the starting point for someone who wants to invest? I know you said you'll deal with cross-border traders. Someone is saying they've got some few dollars, they want to invest. What would you advise them?
In fact, in terms of the constituency that I represent, I would really look at what they are able to do as persons. Because basically I'm talking of a constituency of people who are starting at the very bottom of the ladder. And if you're talking investments, you're talking probably of somebody who's got a little extra. If you're talking of a little extra, I think these guys who have spoken before me would have a lot more ideas. But if it is in the context of growing out look at themselves and say, look, what are you able to do, where you are able to do? Because basically this is what the small-scale operator has been. It has been, what situation are you in? What are you able to do within the context of the space that you are, and exercise yourself in that particular direction and hopefully be able to grow. But if you do have extra resources, I think you will have to go. This will not be our place. The place we are in, the space that we are occupying is helping the very unemployed person to try and get themselves into some kind of activity, entrepreneurial activity, which they cannot be. Never mind how basic, but the idea would be do something in that direction that will be able to help you. And this is the space that we are sort of assisting. Even a school leaver, even that's basically the constitutions that we are working from.
All right, do something. I really like that. Then, Mr. Manga, can you educate us a bit about the stock market? I think you explained a bit about the various investment options. And I think many people are keen to know what the stock market is all about and how does it work. Would you want to educate us a bit on that?
Okay, so basically, stock market, you'd be all aware of the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange and the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange. So when companies reach a certain size, they would list their stocks, which means that their stocks or shares are publicly traded, which is, different to a private business, where you hold the shares or you and your partners hold the shares. In this instance, the shares are publicly traded, so someone is buying or selling shares at a given time. So what that does is that it creates a market and a share price, based on that share. The share price is driven by the underlying business, in terms of how that underlying business is performing, is it growing, what assets does it hold, what are the prospects, and so on. That all drives, the share price, in the industry that it's in. It drives the share price. If you look at it, if you just think internationally, if you think about, Tesla, for example, you've all heard about Tesla and how this is now, this company is in the trillions. And it's all based on that idea of electric cars and the future. It's not that they're making a lot of money, but there's a lot of prospects around that particular share. So similarly, with all your stock exchange companies here in Zimbabwe, it's all about prospects. So, one would then have to decide which shares they want to invest in. And, that comes down to your preference and your own profile, and what periods you're looking to invest for. Are you looking for just a short, term investment where you want to save, the value of your money? If you look at our stock exchange at the moment, it's been very much tracking inflation and slightly above inflation. So it could be a way of safeguarding value of your money. Whether you do it on a short-term basis, if you want to put away money for a longer time, and you don't want it to lose value, you'd certainly put it in something like the stock exchange because it will have a return. It will grow in line with whatever fundamentals are happening in the economy. There are risks involved as well. The share price could come down. The share price of a company could collapse if the company is not well run. So you also need to understand and get some advice from stockbrokers around, what are the prospects of that company? How is it performing? And what is it looking like going into the future? But certainly, it's a way, that just as much as you put your money in the bank, it will earn interest. On the stock exchange, it will have what's called a capital gain in terms of the share price itself, will increase or decrease depending on what the company. And the shares you will invest in will depend on your own risk profile. If you're looking at short-term aggressive growth, then you look for companies that are on an aggressive growth pattern. If you're looking for a steady, growth company that will hold your investment for a long time, you also invest in companies that have been around for a long time and are showing steady and fundamental, growth.
Right, so the next question that someone would ask is, how lucrative is it to invest in the stock market? And also, is this actually for everyone?
Depending on there are risks. So you're not. It's not a guaranteed return. We've had times, depending on what was happening in the economy, where the share prices would come down and you could lose money. Especially if you're looking at a short-term investment. Over a longer period of time, it could track or maybe not, depending on what happens with currency and so on. So I wouldn't say it's for everyone. It depends on what position you are in as an investor. Do you have spare capital? So after you've covered all your obligations, do you have spare money that you can lose if things did go down? But at the same time, you could stand to gain. So for the purpose, I wouldn't say it's for everyone. And it also depends on where you are in your life cycle and age. Are you retired? Are you now looking for a pension, or are you young and you're looking for something that pays out in 20 years? So it all depends on where you are. But I would say if you, at this current moment, in terms of where our economy is, if you're holding Zimbabwe dollars, it's likely that if you held them in your bank account, they would lose value. So you have to invest in something. So it's either you'll invest in an asset, be it a physical asset that will hold value, be it a stand, a house, or something that will hold value, or it's either you put it in the bank and earn interest, or stock exchange, could equally, give you probably a better return. So currently, I would say stock exchange is giving a very strong return in comparison to a lot of the other asset classes in terms of tracking inflation. So it all depends on the time and the place, I would say.
All right, Mr. Peters, do you want to come through?
Yeah, in terms of investment, I think what you need to look at is also what type of investors you say you are. In the stock exchange, I think right now when you look at the payouts, it's a long-term game. It's not a short-term that when you say, and also the markets are fluctuating because of the currency and also the RTGS dollar. But also holding in terms of the money, cash, people believe that when they've got cash and keep cash in their houses and all that stuff is holding value, but it's not holding value. Cash has to bring other, investment in terms of the profits of that. So you need to look at the quick wins of how can I get, return on investment on the current cash that I have. But most people now, they want to have a quick turnaround. That's when the Ponzi schemes come in. I'm sure if you look at the newspapers, there are a lot of issues of people, they invest, they are promised they invest $100, and they are promised $1,000. It's too good to be true, and it's not true. So sometimes now people start crying, coming back to say, look, I invested $100, I was supposed to get $1,000, but it's a Ponzi scheme where people bring in their money, and they pay out the first few people that get the money. So we need to look at the quick wins, but the quick wins, you need to look at also playing, this is the short game, or is the long game? What is the end game of what you want to do? So investments, people have to be wary of that. And in terms of assets as well, what are you investing on? Assets come in different forms. Cars are not assets. Immovable properties, I think that's something that you can quickly spin and get liquid cash on that. So investment, people need to be careful and understand what type of investment profile they are on that, yeah.
All right, so let's look at some of the current investment options available in Zimbabwe. What would you advise someone in terms of investment options in Zimbabwe currently?
Okay, it depends with the person, but for me, I would say the stock markets, I would say if you get $1,000 right now, what are you looking at? The Victoria Falls, I think, stock exchange is a USD currency stock exchange. You look at that, you buy shares in listed companies, like, for example, Delta is one of the performing companies on that, Econet and all that stuff. But you need to look at now, is it going to pay now in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years? Because it's a fluctuation type of game. So investment, maybe look at somebody who's coming with an idea which is able to be bankable, an idea which is able to return on your investment in a short term on 1 year or so. So look at that. Like today, I think there's a pitching contest coming up. But if you look at the ideas, is it a quick turnaround in terms of my money, getting my money back? Stock exchange, for me, I would say yes, but it's a long-term game. You not get your money now, you get your money in the next 5 years or 10 years. So, yeah.
Then I'm going to go to Mr. Tawanda. Now I'm just riding on your experience. From your analysis of the market, what are some of the areas that you think opportunities in Zimbabwe for investment?
Looking at the constituency that I'm coming from, it has a lot of resources, when I go into some policy platforms in government, I normally say it's the government which does not have foreign currency, but the people of Zimbabwe do have. Cross-border traders do have. The constituencies that I represent, they move. Before COVID, for an example, a bit of statistic showed that they would be moving over 1.5 million a day, in 1.5 million a day outside Zimbabwe in terms of business transactions. That's significant volume which can really be tapped into in terms of investment, business linkages. The gap, in my view, has been slow, one, from the policy perspective to acknowledge that these are economic actors, they're actually economic entrepreneurs who are making an honest living and actually generating resources. In terms of investments, I can safely share with you that because of the low literacy levels in the constituency, I mean, you're talking with the ordinary person, not most of the income or investments are into houses. Cross-border trade, informal economy, 2, 2, 3, 3. Because these are the opportunities, your marketing, what have you got? It's an area probably that needs a bit of marketing for people to be literate in that area. But the obvious one is brick and mortar, and everybody was going, I've got this stand, I've bought that stand, that kind of stuff. So this is basically probably what I can share in terms of the gaps. There are resources there. From a business perspective, even the banking, we also need to have instruments which speak to this big chunk of entrepreneurs, your cross-border functionality. Right now with COVID, the online type of, transacting, morphing up into online. All those things are gaps that need, in my view, to be looked at from, probably even enterprise point of view, from an investment point of view. That's what I can contribute.
Thank you so much for that. All right, so at this point in time, I'm going to invite, if we've got any questions from the floor, so that you're able to gain clarity. And if we also have got questions coming through online, I'll be happy to read them out. Do we have any questions at this stage? All right, there seems to be quite a number of hands raised. Where's our roving mic? Then you can also indicate to whom the question is addressed so that we can be quick to get responses as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Msindazo Ndlovu. The question is addressed to Ben and Eugene. This is a question I want to find out, if as a company we want to start having a conversation with you in terms of private equity investment into our company, what do we need to start having a conversation? I know I'm not at the point that you guys are willing to put in money, but what do we need to start having a conversation with you guys? Does it make sense?
Yeah. No,
all right,
definitely.
maybe Benny can start then, Eugene.
So basically it's a conversation about raising more capital. So essentially, we are a long-term investor, and as a private equity investor, in fact, in this country, really, I wouldn't say we're more actually venture capital, because a lot of the things that we invest in are more, not startup, but at least they've made some traction. So if your business is at a stage where, one, you've proven the concept, you've put an investment yourself, you have skin in the game, which is key. So you've got to, it's not just an idea or a business plan. You've actually set up something, maybe using your own funds or family and friends, and you now want to scale, for growth. Because for investors like us, we're looking at significant growth over the long term. We're looking at opportunities that are scalable, over the long term. We take shares in your company. We don't invest, we don't give loans. We want a share. Yes, it takes away some of your independence as an entrepreneur, but it also brings structure, it brings strategy, it brings support in areas of the business that you don't have. And if your objective is to grow, then certainly we would be interested to have a conversation. Because ultimately, how we would then exit, because our investment profile is about 10 years, we would exit on a listing, So if you're saying, I can grow this business and we can list it in 10 years' time, that would definitely excite us. Or it can be significant that we can sell it for a significant sum, and this is how we are going to grow it. Then certainly we would be prepared to, to have conversations. Certainly our focus at the moment is agriculture and agricultural processing, or mining and related processing. We don't, go that much into retail areas and so forth, but there are other private equity investors that go into those areas. That's the area that we've chosen. So if you've got significant amounts of land and you've planted 100 hectares and you want to grow to 1,000 hectares, would definitely be interested in talking around how you do that.
The same thing, I think I'll agree with Ben. To invest in a business which is starting up is very difficult, because there's no guarantee of the business going forward in terms of the success of it and the return on investment. But as an angel investor, when they come in, they're looking at a business which is a going concern, looking at the numbers and looking at what you've been operating, and also the skill set that are involved in the business. To say, who's the visionary of the lead, the strategy of the business, where do you see yourself, the forecast of the business, looking at that. And also, when you're looking at now the shareholding aspect of things, that's very important when you're investing in a business. To look at who owns the company. Do you hold 100% of the shares, or you've got other people and partners involved in that? So an investor comes in and says, look, I'm putting my money, already your business is a going concern, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take maybe 30% of that, and you have to buy back now your shares from the investors, they exit on the business, so that you can have 100% control of that after growth of the business in the long term. Yeah.
Right, so I hope you're answered. All right, next question, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Martin Pospongo-Polite from Kutama College.
Oh, okay.
So I'd asked Mr. Marara the question and you gave me the
Sorry?
answer. I'd asked you the question, you gave me the answer, but now I want to ask the panelists in Banc ABC. So last year I happened to have an opportunity to have someone who would give me data every month. And as I was browsing the net, I stumbled upon an article that talked about the ZSE, and then I followed through. I was able to create a bank account. I was able to buy shares. By that time, they were 5 points each. So I bought 100 shares Econet, and then 100 shares Rainbow Hotels. NAS. I own 200 shares from those two companies. But as I keep on... All right, thank you very much. But as I keep on enjoying, my time as a shareholder, in my time in those in those WhatsApp business groups like Startup Bees, as I browse through C-Trade, I realized that I am the only one. And being in paradise, only to realize that you're the only one in paradise is not fun. I really want to have an environment where all my age mates, or all the teenagers, or all the young people in Zimbabwe get to speak the same language as me. So, to my stockbroker, Banc ABC, and to the panelists, I want to ask, what are your plans for us as the young people of Zimbabwe? Because look at everyone who is starting a business. They tell you that I went to Dubai, I went to UK, they've had exposure. It's very hard for us to talk about the sea when we've been growing up in the desert. So what are your plans for us to shed light on us and illuminate and give us that exposure on investing? Because everyone wants to invest, but we don't know how to spell invest, and we don't know how to invest. So what are your plans for us as the younger humans of Zimbabwe?
Gentlemen, the shareholder is asking, what are your plans for us? Yes.
Yeah, first of all, look, I'm impressed by how early on he started. He's a teenager and he started to invest he understands the stock markets, In terms of us as young people, sometimes no one is going to come to save us. Nobody came to save you. You had to go to move the extra mile to research about investment, to research about stock markets. You can be surprised the people of your age right now, they're not doing that, but you've started early on into looking at how basic, when you reach 30 with that type of mindset that you have right now, and you've got 100 people like you like that, where will you be in the next 10 years to go? Because you started the right way. we live in a global village whereby exposure is at the tip of our, in our phones. Right now, it's the internet age, the fourth industrial revolution, where you can get information. I would ask you the same question: where did you get the information about investing? You had to look it online. You're not looking at movies, but you're looking at the opportunity to invest. So exposure is one of the most important things that any person can have, any young person can have. What are you exposed to? You're exposed to the stock markets, and right now you're a shareholder in one of these major companies, which is a good start. But we need more people to understand also your story so that you can inspire other people. I myself, I'm sitting here as a panelist, but I'm really impressed by what you just said. Looking at investing in the stock market, but exposure is all around us. Today we are being exposed to things that we didn't know of. You exposed me to the issues of you buying shares, which I'm now looking at also going to buy shares so that I can start early on, but exposure is all around us. And it's a good thing to make us move forward to build this country and to build us as entrepreneurs, as global leaders. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Banga.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm also very impressed that you've really bought shares. When I was your age, I was not even thinking anything close to that. So really, really impressed. I think the whole idea of, financial inclusion is a very topical issue. I think it is known that a lot of people, one, are not participating adequately in the financial sector. So not just you at schools. Even people who are working, so there's a huge gap, people that are much older than you as well, so I would understand your pain, so financial, the regulator, literally, usually holds seminars on financial literacy. They do have some funding for financial literacy. I've seen now that a lot of companies are also hiring consultants to talk about financial literacy, because people get into the work environment and they don't know how to save for their pensions and what to do. So that is happening at company level, and I think you're quite right that we need to find how those programs can filter down into schools as well. It's definitely a gap, and I agree with that. And hopefully, you become an ambassador and, spread the gospel as much as possible in terms of your own experience. And that way, I think it will spread and continue to grow. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Because of our time, I won't be taking more questions. One of our panelists has just arrived. I think I'm just going to close on that. Mr. Samkange, you've done so much in the market. You've built a very good brand. In 5 minutes, are you able to share with us your journey and the lessons? I know many of these people are hungry business people. They want to learn and they believe they can also grow their businesses.
One, two, okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Arthur. I would want to share my story. My name is Tatenda Samkange, CEO, founder of Skylake Drilling. I think most of you know me. I'm just a shy person, and for this panel, I wasn't ready actually. I was forced to come. And no, I'm not coming. Several calls that Kosei. Oh wow. We are to share story kuma SMEs. So I think a lot of you guys have read of my story. I started around 2016 when I was 21. Now I'm 26. I was a car dealer around 2016 when I met a friend of mine called Prosper. This friend of mine, sokuchikaira motikari aisa zvigona kana zvekudriver. So ndakamutengesera mota vhati zvakare ndoda kuti uite driver kana kundiperekedza mumasites angu. So whenever I was traveling with Prosper, ndaenda kumasites kwake chimurepresenta as a driver to an extent yekuti akazoti, no, look my friend, you're no longer a driver but my clients, you're also a salesperson. As a salesperson, you should do A, B, C, D. He trained me for about 3 months. Vatican now going to take your ball, sell your ball to clients, to share a commission, kind of profit. By doing so, we worked together for about 6 months or so. Then Prosper said, look, I've taught you how to do business. I've taught you skills of talking to clients. So ndakusiya wotanga wega. That's when I started. But how I started now, I converted a $1 bundle to where I am today, because zvandaita ndezvokudai so ndakacreata a small ad yandakagadzirai. I know pa Facebook munhu wese aripo, pa Twitter aripo, but long back vanhu vaita make use of those platforms. So even today vamwe varipo na Facebook ingori nyaya dzekungotsvaga matrending story, pakaenda main topics vanhu unoona live yoito ne 10 people. Nanhasi vanhu havasati vagona kuutilize social media, but I am a testimony of using Facebook. From a $1 bundle, I shared in all groups, ndofunga magroups such mamwe achiri existing, Deep League, Zim Farmers, a lot. So this is how I started to get jobs. I started to build my brand. I started to buy my tools, my trucks. But all along around 2016 to 2018, I was hiring trucks from other players and also hiring staff. I had no staff when I started. But today, I'm proudly happy that I have now about 42 workers. I now have branches in Mtare. We are working in another one for Masvingo, Blawayo. Of course, we have a lovely HQ in Harare. And also more than 5 rigs. We have now started to venture into exploration, which is mining. I think that's all. But you know what? I just want to share something with you. Age is just a number. If you look at my organization, I have more than 42 workers, but I am the youngest one. And the vese vanongoteerera vanongondirespecta. So ndine mumwe mubvunzo yandaingobvunzwa kunzi unozvifambisa sei kuti madhara ese aya kuteerera kanoita sei. Ndakazoona as a businessman, you should also be men of your words. Kana wapromisa munhu kuti uri kumupa $200 per month, let it be. Motivate wokumpo kana kanga $3 rimwe zuro kuti aizvo ndazvifariro and the like. Maybe that's our end respect. But anyway, thank you very much.
Right. What a lovely way to end this particular panel. Guys, $1 has made him a multi-millionaire. Iwo uri kuita nemabundles ari kutenga iwewe. Chija uri kuona pa social media, Pablo. So thank you so much. Lovely story, an inspirational story. And I would like to thank our panelists for sparing time to be educating us through the whole idea on investing. And I hope all of us will manage to learn one or two things. So let's give a rousing round of applause to our panelists as they'll be leaving the platform. Thank you so much. And at this stage, let me leave time to Mona Lisa.
Thank you, Arthur, and the team for such an insightful conversation on stock trading. There's something interesting that one of the panelists said. I think it was Eugene Peters, who said that as young people, we need to be proactive because no one's coming to save us, right? But I think that it's important to take advantage of opportunities that have come our way. And I think that Bank ABC needs to be applauded for doing a little saving for young people by putting this SME summit together. I think let's give a round of applause to the A team. And another interesting point that I'd like to tell you is that if you are interested in stock trading, as has been highlighted in the past panel, you can actually open an account here with Bank ABC. And what you actually need to do is to get forms. I think there will be forms. Stanford has forms. Stanford, do you have forms? Yes. He has forms that you can get from him. And when you get those, you can register and actually start stock trading here at Bank ABC and make easy money. And before we move on with the program, I would like to acknowledge our sponsors. Would like to acknowledge TM Pick and Pay, Platinum Events, as well as a number of other partners now online. And I know that this event is streaming online currently on 263 Chat. And I think now we can move on to one of our guest speakers, Chad Chawanda, who is going to be talking about the inter-Africa trade opportunities. I think that this is an interesting conversation to have, considering that there was recently the Inter-African Trade Fair in Durban, I think last week, a couple of weeks ago, which actually spoke about inter-African trade, focusing on the African Continental Free Trade Area and how African countries can trade better and easily. So this is a very important conversation to have. So would like to welcome Chad Chawanda to come through and give his presentation on intra-Africa trade opportunities.
Chad Chawanda is an intra-Africa trader, serial entrepreneur and podcaster with 20 years of experience. He has been involved in intra-African trade even before the Continental Free Trade Area was established and exported different commodities worth over $50 million and over 35,000 tons in volume. His podcast, 6 African Trade Talks, is the leading intra-Africa trade and doing business in Africa podcast. It was an official media partner of the Intra-African Trade Fair 2021, an initiative of Afreximbank and the African Union, hosted by the South African government. With over 70 episodes published to date, Chad has interacted and interviewed top African champions, the quintessential African entrepreneur, using his voice as a catalyst for Africa's economic growth. Chad endeavors to spark the conversation around groundbreaking ideologies and ignite aspiring minds to author their own success stories against the backdrop of the continent's shift into a power position.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Good afternoon, Chad. We can hear you. You can go ahead. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And thank you, Bank ABC, a Pan-African bank, for this opportunity. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's a great pleasure to be talking in front of you today, and not just in front of you, but being invited by a bank that I've also done intra-Africa trade with. So what is intra-Africa trade? A lot of people think that intra-Africa trade is just the movement of goods, but no, intra-Africa trade involves a lot of other things. So there are a lot of things that are involved in intra-Africa trade, including movement of people, movement of goods, and facilitation of services across Africa. And intra-Africa trade is not just to do business with Africa, but it is to position Africa to be in a space where it can compete globally. So thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to share a story with you this afternoon. The first story that I would like to share with you is about a Zimbabwean, a young Zimbabwean who was working for one of our corporates in Zimbabwe. Can you hear me? Okay, can I go ahead? Hello? Can I go ahead?
Yes, you may go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to share a story with you of a young Zimbabwean. This guy decided to, as he was doing his MBA, he decided to go to an African country as part of his MBA case study. So he went to Rwanda. And when he got into Rwanda with a backpack, he saw the opportunities to the effect that when he came back to Zimbabwe, he quit his job, moved to Rwanda. And here's one thing that is interesting. Africa is full of opportunities, and these opportunities are usually grabbed by non-Africans. Why is that? It's because us as Africans, we are busy looking at the small pieces or the small pies. Sorry, can I go ahead, MC? I can hear some people talking.
Yes, you may go ahead.
Okay. So basically, why am I sharing this story? This is a story that for me, it inspired me. Because what I realized is that at the end of the day, whilst things might be tough in Zimbabwe, we are able to look for opportunities outside Zimbabwe. That's number one. Number two, we are in a space where we can share with those that are looking for opportunities in Zimbabwe about Zimbabwe, because we know Zimbabwe very well, right? So this guy has moved to Rwanda, and 2-3 years down the line, he was able to buy a business from the Rwanda government when it was privatizing. And he was not an entrepreneur. This is a guy that just started business from his studies. So this shows you the opportunities that are available. Yes, someone might look at it and say, maybe he was just lucky, but who knows? You also might be lucky. So I encourage everyone to start traveling across Africa. That was the story number one. The story number two that I would like to share with you is about an Indian guy. So a few years ago, we decided to bring in one of our business, we decided to bring in talent from India so that they could see what we're doing, so that if we want to then move into India, we would have also learned from them and would have created a relationship. So this guy got into Harare, and first day he said to me, can I please have a car? I said, what do you need it for? He says, I want to go to Belvedere. I said, you know Belvedere? He said, yes. I said, okay. I was worried that, this guy might get lost. He says, no, I'll use the GPS and so forth. So we gave him the car. He went to Belvedere after work around 5. When he came back at 7 p.m. or around 7, he was now telling me about the things that are happening in Zimbabwe in the business space that even I didn't know. Why was this? This was the power of a network, right? So this is my story number 2. Story number 3, intra-Africa trade has been opened. Our presidents and government leaders signed this agreement so that private sector can get involved, right? So that's where it starts. But today, which private sector is getting involved? I'm aware of the Chinese manufacturers who are coming in to set up in Johannesburg so that their businesses can start doing business across Africa. So here's the thing. We might then say, but the Chinese are taking opportunities for us. They just heard about this agreement. They have done business in Europe, in the EU space. They understand how this operates, and they have come in, they are ready. Whilst we are still watching and we're looking. So we should never blame them for taking opportunities. Anyway, that then moves us to the opportunities in the intra-Africa trade space. Why did I share these three stories? For me, these three stories inspired me, even though they happened later in my journey of intra-Africa trade. What they inspired me about is the first one, any one of you can do it. It's very possible, but we need to know. How are we going to know? We've got a lot of Zimbabweans living in different countries across Africa. We need to create a network that can then educate us about the things that are happening. So what does that entail? It means we need to create a culture. We need to create a culture of wanting to share, wanting to learn. It's easy for Zimbabweans to do well across Africa because the Zimbabwean passport goes to more than 25 countries without needing a visa. Yet a Nigerian passport goes to less than 25. So here's an example. African Union has come up with an African passport. Are you guys aware of this? So this is all the information that I thought I should present and share with you. Let us learn more about what's happening in the intra-Africa trade space. Let us learn more about what's happening across the continent, because at the end of the day, everyone outside the continent is looking at Africa and saying, the opportunities that are left are now in Africa, and we need to start expanding. Let's move away from wanting to do business in Harare only, or to do business in Harare and Bulawayo, because the population of Harare and Bulawayo is a tiny, tiny drop in the ocean as compared to the population of all English-speaking countries in Africa, as an example. So it's quite important that we start moving into understanding what's happening in the intra-Africa trade space. As I move on, before we get into the question and answer, I'd like to share with you, we've just come back from the IATF 2021, which was an event that was happening in Durban, which was an event sponsored or driven by Afreximbank, Africa Import and Export Bank. What is the interesting thing about Africa Import and Export Bank? Who are the shareholders? The government of Zimbabwe is a shareholder. Where are their offices? Their office for SADC is at East Cape, so in Harare. So we've got the people that we can go and learn from. How did I know about Afreximbank? In 2012, I realized that there was money that was in the banking sector that could not find takers because it was structured for exporters. So whilst we are crying and we have challenges in our country about foreign exchange, the biggest opportunity that we have is how do we create exports? The intra-Africa trade agreement, the Africa Import and Export Bank, all these tools are there for us to then correct what is happening in our country. So it's an opportunity if we'd like to look at it. What's happening? What can I share with you? There is what has been set up, which is called a Pan-African Payment Settlement System. This will allow you, when you are doing a transaction, to be able to settle your transaction from US dollars, from Rand, as an example, to Kwacha, or vice versa. That's the direction that Africa is going. There is an African passport. Are you aware about the African passport? There's a due diligence platform that has been created called Mansa. Are you guys aware about it? Because at the end of the day, if you want to go and do business in Rwanda, if you want to go and do business in Uganda, you need to know who you are dealing with. There's already platforms that have been created for you to know about these things. Based on the limited time that we have, I thought I should share this with you and remind you that there's one thing that we need to take advantage of. The Zimbabweans that are across Africa present an opportunity for us. Probably only in South Africa is where Zimbabweans, or where there is xenophobia, but it's not the xenophobia to Zimbabweans only, it's xenophobia to a lot of other Africans. So across Africa, there are a lot of opportunities. Lastly, an opportunity that you can look at is Airbnb. I have met a youngster in Rwanda who's been able to start an Airbnb and has been able to get his return on investment in less than 3 years on a property that was worth $200,000, right? What are the opportunities? Can you go into Rwanda and raise money using the little that we have? I know Zimbabweans buy cars. How about taking that money that we wanted to buy a car and raise a deposit to go and get finance in Rwanda? There is Bank ABC in Rwanda as an example. So how are we leveraging from the banks that we are banking with? We need to know the rules of the game. So thank you very much. This marks the end of my presentation on intra-Africa trade. You can also listen to our podcast if you want to learn more about what's happening in the intra-Africa trade and doing business across Africa space.
Thank you so much, Chad. I'll open up the floor to questions now. Is there anyone who has a question for Chad regarding trading across Africa? While I wait for questions online, I have a question, Chad. Obviously, when you're trading across Africa, there are standards that need to be observed. There are standards, there are protocols, etc. So if you're a small to medium enterprise and you're looking to expand in the African region, what is it regarding laws and regulation you need to know? I know that the Intra-African Trade Fair is trying to ease that a little bit, but what is it you would say that entrepreneurs should be aware of?
Thank you very much for that question. So what I've realized is that the English-speaking countries, so we are from an English-speaking country. So all the English-speaking countries, most of their regulations are quite similar. This is the reason why you find that South African products in a lot of countries across Africa. I think one of the biggest limitations that we have is that without traveling and going to see the product on the ground and the competition on the ground, it's very difficult to understand how to get into that market. But what I've also realized, I'll give you an example. You find companies that are coming out of Tanzania. Bakresa is now in Zimbabwe, right? What do they do first? This is one thing that SMEs fail to do. Obviously, it's because it might be expensive, but research across all episodes that I've heard with different guests, I've realized that the reason why Samsung has been able to be selling their products in every African country is because they've been able to do research and they've been able to spend money on research. So it's very important to spend more money on research than to move in and start investing in any market, because you lose that money. So better lose the money through research than to lose money through capital that you have put in and you don't get a return on investment. So, but these are the things that platforms like Mansa will then be able to help with. And there are different other platforms that are being created to address exactly the question that you have asked.
Right. Do we have any other questions for Chad? I have another question, Chad. If no one wants to ask one. I have another question. Regarding, I know that you did speak about starting off from Zimbabwe, right? Do you need any license to then be allowed to actually export out of Zimbabwe?
So it depends on the commodities that you'd like to export. But the most interesting thing is that I'll give you an example of our own experience. A few years ago, we wanted to export coal, out of Zimbabwe, and there was a law that only producers are the ones that can export, right? So that was a barrier. We went to MMCZ, went everywhere, and realized that we cannot export. But we had a market, and we knew there was a margin. So what did we do? We had to go and negotiate with the producer because they could not get into the markets that we had. Why couldn't they do it? It's because the cost of entry in that market for them as a corporate was higher. Why was it higher? As a corporate, they would need to get a guy that is going to do market research that they probably pay $5,000-$10,000 a month. Whereas as an SME, that is your full budget to go and do the market research, right? This guy, when he moves into that particular country, he's going to stay at a very expensive hotel and so forth. But as an SME, you can move in and go and stay in an Airbnb. So we went in and negotiated, and we're given a challenge. They said, if you can export, we've tried to get into that market. We've only managed to export 300 tons into that market in the past 6 months. If you can export into this market, we'll be able to give you this, we'll be able to write a letter to Minerals Marketing Corporation of Zimbabwe, right? To see if you can get a waiver because we need export, right? So we went in, we got an order, we moved into that market. Within 6 months, we're now doing 2,000 tons a month with the support of the producer, with the support of MMCZ. So how did we do it with something that was not possible to everyone else's eyes, right? We saw that there was an opportunity. And wherever there's an opportunity, you need to find a way of breaking through the barriers, right? It's the same thing with all the technologies that we're getting. Jack Ma said, if you get into something and it's already hot, you're late. So chances are that thing that is going to generate the wealth, create the employment, or solve the export problem that we are facing in Zimbabwe, or the currency problem that we're facing in Zimbabwe, is through exports. And you probably have the solution. So I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Chad. I understand there's one more question. Okay, we have one more question, Chad. We have very limited time now, so you can answer it briefly, Chad. Go ahead.
You say that there's the African passport. How does one qualify for it? Or you have to be a diplomat for it?
Currently, it's just for diplomats as they're testing how it works. But I hope and believe that in the next few years, probably within the next 5 years, it will be open to the general public.
All right. Thank you so much, Chad, for your time. Chad is an inter-Africa, he was speaking on intra-Africa trade opportunities. And like he did say in his presentation, there was recently the Inter-African Trade Fair that was held in Durban, where a lot of information regarding the African Continental Free Trade Area was spoken about, which is really looking to ease the trade across Africa and trying to make the laws and the regulations easier for SMEs so that you don't always hit potholes every time you try and trade in another country that is not Zimbabwe. So we move on with the program. We are getting to the exciting bit of a program. I think I saw bits of it online. We are now going to move on to the pitching contest, which is just after this 5-minute break, as we figure out how best we can handle the pitching contest. I know that there's some people that have already seen it online. If you haven't, just quickly look it up and see how it goes. So we can have a break right now. We can have a smoothie break sponsored by Yanaya right at the back there. We can go and get yourself a smoothie as we wait for the pitching contest. Don't be shy. I'm also going to get one.
kochina jamira mari mari aitumire pabhasi ndo zvinofizura here pane inonzi citopa bank abc. You can send money everywhere you want here in Zimbabwe. Let's just go for Pick and Pay. You send the money direct.
Countrywide cash transfers without the headaches. Bank ABC. Fresh thinking, smart banking.
Amaita dio.
Chico.
Undivhurire dhoo kuzoti unoda.
Aiwa, unyari kunyika murume mukuru.
Kunyepa kuti chii?
Haugoni kungotaura chokwadi.
Taura chokwadi chiko neamaita dio.
Kwazangotaura chokwadi kwandiri kuenda uribva wandinyepa ndokubhei.
Ndivhurire dhoo. Kutaura kuti andakuudza kwandanoenda.
Handisi kurivhura dhoo ngoenda kupi?
Ndinoenda kubhengi.
Batadiwa ka. Batadiwa ndisura nemashoko angu manzo.
Ndada kuzondikwenda kunditora mari wa.
Ari murume mukuru.
Iwega. Seko uchingoteerera makuhwa zvisina basa.
Ndandazosara kugona kutaura chokwadi.
Chokwadi chokuti chii? Saka akuudza kuti ndandopike pendi yani. Ndozvaunogona zvekunzwa makuhwa izvo.
Zvakungandilisa anonyepa iwo haana kuona Pick and Pay. Wanga usiku here Pick and Pay.
Saka ndozva anga achimhanyira kunditi hebate madii. Haana kundoona ndandiri mukiyu Pick and Pay mo. Yes. Mushori sei? Kuri kuitei muno? Oh. Utengei? Saka uri kuendawo? Aiwa nsati handambotora mari angu. All right mfana wangu. Mukaseme.
Tamukeni mamka.
Tamuka. Ndakutorawo mari necity hope.
Alright, tinodawo copy ID yenyu neoriginal copy yacho.
Ndakatumirwa.
Saka tinokuitirai copy and then monyora reference number yenyu, phone number neaddress yekumba pacopy ipapo.
Aida kuti ndokwanisawo kuti here kubva ndadeposita mari ndandoda kutumirawo someone.
Hongu, munokwanisa kuita zvese panapa. Zvamunongoita kubhank, kubranch, panapa tinoita.
Ndongoenda ndiri mubhengi ndogona kusvika panapa zvese.
Zvese munongoita panapa. Tinenge takavhura zvedu every day kubva na9 kusvika na6 o'clock.
Reference yangu
okay.
Ndibva ndangobva ndaita deposit yacho. Ndatora mari.
It's okay.
Tora mari izvi. Ndingada kuzo ndatumirwa mari. Iwe, muPick and Pay mune kiosk yeBank ABC. Ndakatumirwa mari necity hope. Chiizva kuti unotokwanisa kuita zvese zvaunogona kuita mubhengi, zvaunogona kuita kubhengi unogona kuzviitira Pick and Pay mo. Unogona kutorisiva mari Western Union, World Remit, muWestern imomo muPick and Pay.
Mari yacho munayo?
Muri ndinayo, unopenga here?
Tionei kuti munayo here mari yacho.
Haunyari kufungira zvisina basa.
Ini saka ndozvamangotadza kutaura kuti mamuchitora mari imomumu.
Saka utoita bhipi kukwira bhipi kuti iyendisa nemakuhwa.
Haungandiudza, kaudza itore mari yacho.
Hayi wavhura dhoo.
Ndipei mari yacho. Nai, ndipei mari ndikuvhurei dhoo racho. Next time munhu anongotaura ndikuenda unotora mari kuPick and Pay kune makiosk ari ikoko.
All right, let's settle down. Let's settle down as we begin this exciting segment. I know a lot of people have been looking forward to this part of the summit where we are going to hear a number of entrepreneurs pitch, right? I am going to take this opportunity to invite the judges to come on stage. Our first judge is Taurai Moshure, who is the head of corporate and investment banking at Banc ABC. Let's give him a round of applause. Our second judge is Rufaro Muzangaza, who is a senior manager of credit and risk here at Banc ABC. We also have Chamu Chiwanza, who is board chairperson at the Water Association of Zimbabwe. And connecting online, the other judge is Tatenda Furusa, who is the chief executive officer and founder of Imali Pay. I think we should see him online in a bit. And to moderate and to facilitate this pitching session, I am going to call on Sebastian Sibanda, who is a business development manager and entrepreneur. Welcome, Sebastian.
Good afternoon, Zimbabwe. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Zimbabwe. I think most of you have been waiting for this. It's a good day to be alive. My name is Sebastian. I'm a poet, but I'm also comfortable in a business suit. So the good folks at Banc ABC thought it was a good idea to have me moderate this amazing panel. What we're going to be doing today is a pitch session. Basically, 6 entrepreneurs out of 360 are going to pitch their socks off for a chance at investment and a cash prize money. On top of that, they're also going to get membership to Ignition Hub. Ignition Hub is the hottest hub in Zimbabwe right now. We're doing amazing things. Thank you. That's from people who have benefited from the hub. Basically, what we're doing is we're building a hybrid hub that does both incubation, acceleration, networking to capital, tying in all the resources under the Banc AC brand. We want to build a cohort of entrepreneurs who can benefit from the finance that we're trying to raise for these entrepreneurs. Without wasting much time, let me go into the program. Today, we've assembled the best judges on the land to grill these guys to make sure we get the best entrepreneur out of them. So without wasting much time, is the video team ready? Yeah, ready. So our first contestant is Kotlex. Can you come through? So while he relaxes, breathe, breathe. Breathe in, breathe out. I'm going to explain how this competition is going to work. I'm going to give him 5 minutes to pitch his socks off. And then afterwards, I give him to the judges. They're going to ask him the hard questions, grill him on every aspect of his pitch, and hopefully he gets to explain what his pitch is all about. Thank you. Go ahead. All right. Thank you so much. Before I go ahead, I'd like to indicate that there's been a slight problem. I think the deck that is showing is the wrong deck, but I'll go ahead with the proper deck that I wanted to pitch. So I think what matters is what I'm going to say. So, if I have this, please. So we are Austria Justice, a registered legal tech startup in Zimbabwe. And as Austria Justice, we have identified that there are three main problems that are faced when one tries to access justice. One is accessibility, two, affordability, number three, convenience. So what we're simply saying with regards to affordability is that, did you know that more than 84% of Zimbabweans cannot afford a lawyer? And with regards to accessibility, what we are saying is that, did you know that more than 66% of Zimbabweans live in rural areas, and these are areas where you rarely find courthouses and law firms. Yet these people travel usually from rural areas to towns and cities to access legal services. And also the fact that during COVID-19, courthouses and law firms had to come to a closure because of COVID-19. But we cannot afford an instance where justice has to wait. Justice must be done every day. And with regards to convenience, the question is, right where you are right now, a wrong happens to you to the extent that justice cannot wait, but you need to be bailed out right there. Do you have the necessary legal tools? So worry not, we have innovated justice for you, and we are bringing you Austria Justice. So Austria Justice is a solution that is leveraging technology, and our model consists to remedy issues of affordability. We have a legal insurance model, which can be accessed by users from as low as $5 on a subscription model per month. And we have also put in the legal combo model, wherein you can just come and select, maybe you want drafting of documents and legal advice. So we select, then you click order, and it does a quick calculation of how much that is going to cost you, and those services are delivered to you within 24 hours. And we also have on our solution, we also have a find a lawyer feature, whereby you will be able to access any lawyer that we are working with, and we will be able to book now from there and get your services in real time. There's also a My Briefs column, a call now feature that helps you in instances where you have been arrested wherever you are. So you simply dial the call now feature and get legal assistance wherever you are. The Ask Me function leverages the power of artificial intelligence so that you can be able to ask any question, either in employment law, traffic law, and family law. So we have divided our market into broad market segment, and niche market. So with regards to the kind of, we have a B2B and B2C business model, targeting motorists, startups and SMEs, and the general public. So for instance, we have noticed that we have over 1 million motorists, and we have broken it down to a target of 20 to 30,000 within the coming year, and we have also further broken down to a niche market of Harare, targeting 150 motorists in 6 months. Then moving on, our traction so far indicates that we have had 74 downloads of our platform, and of the 74, we have 58 that are accessing on a freemium basis, and we have 16 that are paying. So of the 16, we have 10 that are paying $5 a month, and we have one that is paying the premium combo of $30 a month. Then we have 5 startups that are paying $20 a month, generating a total revenue of 180 a month. Then we also have one, the Potras Hackathon. We've also won I4C Innovation Challenge, Founders Live, and others, to mention just but a few. And our financials and projections indicate that within the next 6 months, we are projecting that our revenue income from the basic model is going to be ranged around $800 a month, and from the premium around $1,000 a month, and from the legal combo around $900 a month. Then the freemium remains the same.
them. Our competition consists of low basket, which is different, which is the advantage of being the first in the market, but their technology, their services are delivered only on a web-based technology, but we are leveraging on web-based technology, mobile apps, and even WhatsApp chatbot. And in the future, we are also hoping to leverage on USSD so that we can access rural users. Then our team consists of internal and external. Our internal is legal minds, developers, marketer, financial person, and we also have an external executive board that has the former Deputy Minister of Justice, a banker, and a legal tech person. Then we are hoping to provide our services not only to consumers of justice, but to lawyers and judicial institutions. Thank you.
Hello? Thank you, Austria. Can I have sound, please? Hello? Thank you so much. I'll hand over to the judges to grill the gentleman here. Quiet, judges, with your questions.
Hello. What did you say your name was again?
Courtney.
Sorry?
Courtney.
Courtney.
Yeah.
Are you a lawyer?
Yeah, I'm a registered lawyer.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got partners?
Sorry?
Do you have partners in this business?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for now we're bootstrapping.
Okay. So where are you operating from?
In Harare here.
Where?
At 825 Innovation Hub.
Sorry?
825.
Oh, so this business has no registered offices?
Not yet, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hi. Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to understand, what is the level of total financial investment which is required in your project? And what is the level of your skin in the game?
Sorry?
What is the total level of financial investment required in your project? And what is the level of your skin in the game?
Okay. So my level of skin in the game, I would say that early this year I got a scholarship to go to South Africa, but I chose not to go. Then they're sending me a stipend that I'm then using to invest in the business. So, and I am committed not only in monetary terms, but also full-time investing. I got a job, but I chose not to go so that I invest full-time in the startup. Then in terms of the level of investment, we've calculated it in stages. The first stage, 6,000. The second stage, 30,000. Then the third stage, 70,000.
Okay.
Yep.
Courtney, thank you for the idea. I think it's a very, very smart idea. Kudos to you for coming up with that. My question really is that when you were talking about the problem statement, you talked about affordability and accessibility of legal services. Then you gave statistics from the rural areas. I think you said 80% of something. But given the current structure of how matters are dealt with in the rural areas, we've got your custom law, you've got your chiefs, etc. What value will the app add, particularly for the rural folk? Because I'm trying to think, will they think chief or will they think app? So just explain to me what sort of value proposition you're bringing to the people, Kumusha.
All right, thank you so much for that question. So when we did our market research, we were able to notice that we have formal and informal justice. So informal justice is what you get when you go to your traditional chiefs, and even usually people, when they have disputes, they can also go to pastors, church, that's informal justice. We hope to get there. It's the long term, and we are in the process of trying to see how we can innovate that. But for now, we are focusing on formal justice. So during our research, we were in Mutare, we also were able to notice that there were people that traveled from as far as Odzi, Bamba Zonke in Marange, Honde Valley, coming to Mutare, and they would get back without being served. So those were people who would have been referred that your matter, we don't have jurisdiction on it. Maybe it's a rape issue, or maybe it's a land dispute. So it needed the jurisdiction of a magistrate or of the High Court. So that is where our application comes in. And also mobile app penetration in rural areas is still low, but with more investment, that's when the USSD part would come in.
Okay. Thank you, judges, for the questions. Can you give a round of applause for Astria? While the judges are rounding up the scores, allow me to ask a question. How many of you have pitched? From the audience, don't be shy. How many have pitched? None of you has pitched. Are you sure? We are pitching every day. From the day you're born, you're pitching. That first cry you made to your mother, that was a pitch, a success, because you got milk out of it. So as you go on, can we have Azanza come forward? Breathe, breathe, breathe.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Integrity Mchechesi. I'm the co-founder of Azanza Health. Working? All right.
Don't worry, I'll keep your time.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Integrity Mchechesi. I'm the co-founder of Azanza Health. Over 72% of the African patients, they lack access to timely specialist cardiovascular care services. And Azanza Health is using digital health to fix this. We're a team of technologists, healthcare practitioners, and cardiologists. Two of our advisors have previously led a heart implant startup from Series B to D. So it is this experience across both business and healthcare which makes us the best team to modernize cardiovascular care in Africa. And really, cardiovascular care needs modernizing because over 20 million people die from cardiovascular diseases every year. And it's not surprising because right now in this room, it's either you have hypertension or you know someone, your baba or gogo, who has hypertension, I'm not BP. And elevated blood pressure is the biggest risk factor for cardiovascular diseases, affecting 35% of our population. The problem is for a country such as Zimbabwe with a population of 14 million, we just have 2 cardiologists, the heart specialists, 2, with 5 cardiac physicians and 7 echocardiography centers. The echo is a heart scan. It's the basic diagnostic investigation for heart diseases. And you can only have it done either in Harare or Bulawayo, which means patients are waiting for many weeks and traveling many kilometers just to have a simple heart scan done on them. This is precisely what Azanza is changing. We want to treat patients right where they are in their communities. And we're doing this by partnering with the general practitioners. There are many of them. And we train them. These are not specialists. We train them and equip them with this digital probe that they can plug into their phone and capture images of the heart and videos that are uploaded to the cloud and reported remotely by our pool of cardiologists. We use artificial intelligence to standardize the quality of images that are captured and also to bridge the skill levels and eliminate any user-dependent errors. And we have piloted this model successfully with over 800 patients. And we're mostly doing pro bono echoes, but we managed to get a revenue of $64,000 in the past 6 months. And we've published our abstract in the Journal of the American College of Cardiology. In fact, we're the only Africans to have been invited to present at the Atlanta and the Hong Kong annual cardiology conferences. We learned during our pilot that by early detection of heart emergencies, we managed to save 89 lives. And in the process, saving the insurance companies and the healthcare systems $125,000 US. Now, we're using these numbers not only for marketing and clinical validation, but also for pricing and reimbursement data. In total, by early detection of heart diseases, Azanza is able to save the Zimbabwean healthcare system about $20 million US annually. But our market goes beyond Zimbabwe. In Botswana, there are 2 cardiologists. In Lesotho, 1 is the same story across Africa. In fact, the telehealth spend in Africa is projected to grow to about 6.4 billion by 2027. But we realistically can capture about 5% of that total market share with a value of about $400 million by focusing on this specialist model that we are doing. And we're going to achieve this in 3 phases. We're already done with our phase 1, which was our pilot with 2 clinics. And we managed to do the customer discovery and the customer validation. And we even got regulatory approval, which is very difficult, by the way. And we are now moving on to stage 2, which is setting up a central cardiac clinic at number 60 Baines Avenue at Medical Chambers. And we're going to be expanding our clinics to 10 clinics in the provinces of Zimbabwe. We are also in the process of setting up pilots in Botswana and in Lesotho. We have laid the groundwork for phase 3 through a grant that we got through the United States Mandela Washington Fellowship Program, where we're going to roll out a suite of digital tools that are going to further personalize and support, give 24/7 support to patients with cardiovascular diseases. So why now? Because of COVID-19, everyone is taking healthcare business seriously, and the technology side of it also. But this side of the world, most of the tools that we use are not sustainable. They're usually grant-funded. Azanza is a sustainable business model. We are a for-profit social enterprise, and we have a pre-tested income stream of the echoes that we do, and we charge 1/3 of the standard price, and we have a revenue sharing stream with the general practitioners who perform the point-of-care echoes. And we also charge for services at our central cardiac clinic, and we also intend to charge also for the mobile refilling, the medication refilling that is going to be done through our digital applications. So, by expanding into similar markets, we hope to grow our annual recurring revenue to $10 million US in the next 4 years. So right now we are raising $350,000 in pre-seed capital to equip our central cardiac clinic, but also looking for people who know we have connections and equipment who can provide us with hospital equipment. So please help us to bring healthcare to even the most vulnerable in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Azanza. We could have given you more time, eh? My BP is already high. Judges, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Integration, for an integrated idea. My first question is, are you putting something in people's bodies?
No, we are not. We are actually just doing a scan which uses sound waves.
So how do you monitor their cardiovascular systems?
So what we're doing is, this is not a continuous monitoring of cardiovascular system. This is just a once-off. Someone who needs an assessment of their heart function by the general practitioner or by the specialist. Then we just do a simple heart scan. We don't put anything in their bodies so far.
And what happens when someone gets a heart attack in Zimba or in...
So when they get a heart attack in Zimba, hopefully we would have set up our partner clinic right there close to the hospital where they can quickly get a heart scan done or quickly get an echocardiogram.
For now, what happens?
So now patients are traveling to Harare. They have to travel to Harare or Bulawayo.
So if I give you $10,000,
Yes.
In 6 months' time, how much will you give me back?
Right now, we're still in the pre-seed stage.
If I give you $10,000, how much will you give me in 6 months' time?
All right. For that, we would have to, in 6 months' time, $10,000. I'll answer you from how much we've invested in buying just a machine.
How much will you give me
that
in
would
6 months' time? It's a simple question. You are a doctor, you're a scientist. So this is simple mathematics. You have your cash projections. How much will you give me? I want to give you $10,000. I'm not joking. How much will you give me in 6 months' time?
In 6 months' time, $10,000 can be $25,000.
That's a joke. And you want to raise $10 million in 4 years. You want to raise $10 million in 4 years, is it?
Or we project to, yes, to raise $10 million in 4 years.
Figures are not telling, though.
Thank you for that recommendation.
Go ahead.
Afternoon.
So including myself. So, you know, I like the fact that you potentially have a solution which will directly impact on me. For me, my question is really around your management structure. You're talking of a big business here, you know, growing turnover to about 10 million. But I see, you know, even from the organogram which you have shared with us, they're just doctors there. I haven't seen the financial management aspect, which talks to what Chamo was talking about. You know, how do you intend to deal with that? Because, you know, you can't run a $10 million business just as doctors without financial management skills.
Thank you so much. Actually, that's why I was thanking Mr. Cham right there. That's one weakness that we really have, and as you can see, one of the things that we're looking for in mentorship is really around company strategy, growth, and operations, especially on the financial side of it. As doctors, it's really a huge weakness. Everyone knows it, and that is one of the things that we are actually looking for. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Integrity. The idea is wonderful because it's a matter of life and death, the solution that you're bringing to the fore. But because I didn't see the financial side like the other two judges have said, I actually thought this was more of a philanthropic sort of proposal you were bringing to the table, because it does look pretty intensive in terms of the medical equipment that you would require. Could you just explain to me, if you're going to reach a lot of remote places, what is the plan that you have in place to actually have all the devices where they need to be? Because out there, that's where people actually really need this solution. The people who can afford to just drive to the doctor may not access the app as much as people who are remote. So just take me through how you intend to actually put the equipment that's required in place.
All right, thank you so much for that question. Actually, that's one of the huge challenges why that equipment, those services are not readily available in the different provinces. Because traditionally, the equipment that is used like for echocardiography, they are very huge machines that require like $50,000 for you to purchase them, right? But we are using this Butterfly IQ probe, which costs under $2,000 US, which has been the technology that is used to produce to manufacture the equipment has been digitalized. So with this probe, which costs under $2,000 US, you can easily scale up and distribute it around the different provinces of the country. And by the way, the healthcare business is very profitable. A single cardiologist can easily make over $45,000 to $50,000 a month at their private clinic. So in terms of the revenue side, that's why our main income stream is actually that echo, which usually costs about $160 to $250, and we are charging $80. Right now, the population is paying the $260 because they have no other option, and they have to travel to Harare or Bulawayo to pay that. And right now, we are charging $80. And in these 6 months, people have been coming to us without even us marketing because we're just running our pilot trials.
Thank you for the questions, judges. Thank you, Azanza. Can you give him a round of applause? So I first met Dr. Lance when he was still at the Purple Bank before he turned to Team Yellow. I had actually asked for 10 minutes initially and ended up giving us an hour. During that conversation, he spoke about incubation hubs, his vision. He was talking about banking without walls. At the time, I didn't even understand what he was talking about. So I was fortunate enough to attend the launch of the Ignition Hub, and then we resumed that conversation. And he reminded me that we had spoken about it before. And now, looking back at that trajectory, and today the questions that are coming from the judges, because I could actually feel the 10,000 coming for a minute there. And it had been in those shoes. Eish. But this is the kind of environment we're trying to cultivate, where we're speaking to real investors. I'm sure most of you have attended pitch competitions where we just hand out money to contestants and there's no follow-up. We are trying to do things differently. We are going to stay with this team, the core team, and on top of that, we're going to build up another cohort of people that we're staying with, incubating them, mentoring them, networking them to opportunities so that the 10,000 comes. I wouldn't want the kind gentleman to live with the 10,000. CropFix, you are next.
Can you give a round of applause to my team as they come up front? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I get into my pitch, I would like to pose a question to all of you. Did you know that due to poor pest and disease control and diagnostics, of the 7+ million smallholder farmers in Zimbabwe, up to 40% of their crops is destroyed before harvest? But thanks to CropFix is owned by eAgro. So what happens is a farmer uploads a picture of the affected plant onto the WhatsApp chatbot of CropFix. The WhatsApp chatbot will automatically identify the disease or pest which has affected the plant. So this is the pictorial evidence of how the chatbot operates. So after the chatbot is identified the effect or the pest or disease or a nutrient deficiency which has affected the plant, it will advise the farmer on how best they can treat that plant. The farmer also indicates the amount of the area affected by the disease, and the chatbot will automatically calculate how much amount of agrochemicals is needed to treat that area. The chatbot also indicates where the farmer can get the agrochemicals that can be used to treat the area. More so, it also tells the real-time price of that chemical which is needed. Of the market, we have about 7 million smallholder farmers in Zimbabwe according to FAO, and we target 0.5% of that market. We also target agro dealers in the same market. As for value proposition to the farmers have access to low cost effective pest and disease control. And we also promote precision farming as the chatbot also calculates the amount they are supposed to use to treat a certain area. To the agro dealers, we provide lead generation as we target the customers they need for them to sell their products. As for other stakeholders, such as government agencies, World Bank, NGOs, we provide them with live data of what is happening in different areas as the farmers will be uploading pictures of their crops being affected by different diseases. In our market, we have two main competitors. First of all, we have Plantix, which is based in India. We also have Agrio, which is based in Western Africa. But with CropFix, it is specifically made for the target market. CropFix is WhatsApp-based, which can be accessed by anyone in Zimbabwe, whilst our main competitors are mobile application-based. As for our unique selling point, we use WhatsApp, and our chatbot is backed by artificial intelligence. It is backed by machine learning, neural networks, and data mining. We also have an in-house source code which has been developed by our team. Also, we are the first in Zimbabwe to implement such technology. As for our revenue model, we are charging a promotional $5 to the farmers, which will turn into $10 per month per farmer. We are also charging $500 to the agro dealers. And as for the data, the live data we are collecting from different farmers in different areas, it will be monetized and sold, and we will sell it to government agencies, World Bank, NGO, and other relevant stakeholders. With CropFix, we will reach break-even at year 2, and we will grow at a 2x multiple afterwards. We launched our product in 2020, and we have done our beta testing, and we are improving its accuracy day by day. As for 2022, we would like to engage with NGOs and other relevant stakeholders as part of our expansion strategy. For our recent traction, we have worked with at least 700 farmers who have helped us in giving us feedback pertaining to this chatbot. We are also in engagement with Zimbabwe Youth Council, who are providing us with business support. We have also won the Potras Agritech Hackathon, which was hosted in 2021. We are also part of Anzisha Prize Fellow Class of 2021. Recently, we exhibited our chatbot at the Intra-Africa Trade in Durban, and we also got an opportunity to exhibit it at the Dubai Expo. As for our ask, we ask for 6,000, which will be used for development, marketing, day-to-day running, and other relevant costs. We would also want mentorship on business development and office space. So, this is my team. Our skill set comprises of actuarial and data analytics scientists. We have agronomists. We also have other advisors who are into finance and banking. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this is a balanced team. Can we a round of applause for the balanced team? Judges, you can go ahead with the questions.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to applaud you for a good presentation. I like what you said when you started, that let me introduce you to my team. It gives an investor some kind of confidence that you are at least organized. And I like that.
Thank you so much.
Secondly, I need to understand it just a little bit more. This is, you've got an app which can detect kuti crop yakarwa nechirwere chipi, is in other words, in a simple layman's term.
Okay, ours is not application-based.
Yes.
We are based on WhatsApp.
It's WhatsApp based?
Yes, WhatsApp,
okay,
which can be accessed by everyone,
okay,
at low cost.
Okay.
So what you only need to do is to take a picture of the plant.
Oh, so for me to access it, I must pay. There's a cost?
Yes, there's a cost. Whereby we are running a promotion whereby you pay $5
okay,
for the whole month to use the chatbot.
Okay.
So you just upload.
How many subscribers do you have now?
We have worked with 600 farmers. Since
are these your subscribers? I'm sure you have to subscribe to some kind of app.
Yes,
yeah,
they were on freemium all along, because we were improving on the accuracy rate, and we are now at 80.
Now, how many do you have? From the 600, how many actually said, no, this is good and we want to be part of this?
Currently, we are improving on its accuracy, so it's not being offered as of now, as of today.
So it's not there at the moment?
Yes.
So I'm investing in something that is not there at the
No,
moment?
it's there.
But it's not there?
What's happening is that 2 weeks ago, we concluded our testing period, and we are now at 87% accuracy rate. So we are now improving from there because we want to reach 99% so that we will give the farmers the product and they can now start paying. Because we can't be charging you for something which is not yet at the benchmark we want, 99% for you to start paying. That's why we are providing it freemium.
Okay, do you know what I'm looking for? I want to sweat my money. So if you're telling me that you're investing on something, you want me to invest in something that's on trials, in other words, even if I'm going to ask Bank ABC to give you money, are you saying it's on trial?
What I can assure you is that at the end of this year, because the plan is, as we start 2022, we are going to be providing the chatbot to everyone who will be paying for the service.
So it's on trial?
Yes.
Yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let me tell you something. Money comes to products that are visible. Unless if you're a church which believes in the invisible, I want to see what I'm investing in. So this thing is not yet complete. To be honest, I actually think you're onto something. So why don't you finish the product and then come to me personally with a finished product?
Thank you so much.
Ooh, clap of hands, clap of hands.
Afternoon, sir.
Them and they were gone, and I didn't even know where to start. So I really like the idea. What I wanted to ask is, are you just going to focus on crop farming and not animal husbandry?
Okay, as for e-agro, CropFix is owned by e-agro, a registered company which we own. So we have other products as of now, but then we are focusing with CropFix for it to allow us to collect data from farmers because we are becoming a data-centered company. So CropFix is going to help us to extract data from farmers. So as of now, we are focusing on crop diseases, but we will expand to animal diseases.
Okay, thank you. And then I also wanted to know, out of the total financial requirement which you need, how much of your own money are you putting in there?
Personal money.
Yeah.
We have been using our personal money for day-to-day running of the business, and we have been investing our own time and knowledge into the business. Because as you can see, we are young people, and some of us are still in school. So
that is called sweat equity. But I wanted you to tell me, what do you think your sweat equity is? What percentage of the total financial requirement is your sweat equity?
I would put it, like currently, what's the percentage? I would put it at 60%.
60?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. With apps like this, I think Zimbabwe could get back to the breadbasket status.
Sure.
Where we don't lose so many crops from disease. My question is, have you met any resistance in developing this app? Because it's like your app is taking over the job of extension officers. Have you had any feedback with extension officers, or is it something you're working in collaboration with extension officers around the country?
Okay, currently the main problem is that to the farmer side, they can't access, or they have less access to these agronomists due to the COVID pandemic. Most of them are not moving around that frequent as they used to do. So, to the side of the agronomists, it's actually helping them on how to advise their farmers. They will actually see, okay, for this area, let's say Goromonzi district, it has been affected by Rukonyi, Ameboa stroke. And they can tell them or advise them, guys, what we can do is we buy a certain amount of agrochemicals collectively, and they get discounts from the agro dealers, and they help the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Another round of applause for this amazing pitch. Thank you so much. Now, how many of you know about Ignition Hub? I've got a special prize. Not you, obviously. You're cheating. You know about it? Do you know the services we offer? Let me come to you. I think we've got a winner here. Don't disappoint.
So there is mentorship. It's basically there to support startups and people who are interested in the startup ecosystem. So you mentor startups. As you have here, you have people who are pitching, and you're going to be taking them. I'll say there's a bit of conflict because we sort of work with you. So, you take them through an incubation of 6 to 12 months and teach them the principles that they need to know as a upcoming business and help them to establish. So basically, we want to take them from an idea to a commercially viable business. So basically, that's Ignition Hub.
Thank you so much. The only part that you left out is that we actually offer these services for free. In other countries, mentorship, you actually have to pay for it. But we are offering free mentorship, business development services for free. We even offer free workspace if you qualify. If we can have the next speaker, please. Next team, Round Finance. You're not smiling. Why are you not smiling? Thank you for that. Please breathe.
Let me take a breather. Okay. My name is Desire Jongwe, and I'm a co-founder of Round. I'm here to tell you a financial story. Quite recently, a friend of mine called Jabulani lost his father. He's a lead developer at a company called Yoko in SA, and he works remotely, like most developers are doing right now. And he's paid a lot of money, in upwards of 5,000 per month, and he gets his money via the word remittance, and also, you know, our financial system is a little dodged when it comes to receiving money, foreign currency from outside. Like I said, he ran into an emergency and his father died, and he can only get money from his company after putting some hours on his work. So Jabulani is now needing a loan because most of his money, he used it at his father's funeral, and Bulawayo and his car and house are all in SA. Then on the other hand, I have another friend called Vanessa. Vanessa is what they call fashion designer and owns her own label for wedding dresses and lingerie. She made a lot of money doing a friend's wedding, and as a long-term dream of Vanessa, she always wanted to buy an industrial machine. But the money she got from a friend was good enough, but wasn't good enough to buy a lot of machines for her. So she's looking for where she can put her money and grow her money at the same time, saving it. So why don't you Jabulani and Vanessa meet? Vanessa gives Jabulani money, and Jabulani pays back the money to Vanessa at a certain interest rate. This comes down to Round. Our problem, the problem that we have identified in the market is there's need for alternative investment, and there's loan demand, especially to SMEs and startups. Like all the people in this room are actually looking for money somewhere, somehow. Then there's a high rejection rate of loans in the banking system at the moment. Even if you go to a loan shark, he will start asking you a lot of questions before he even give you a lot of money. The solution to the problem is Round. It's a marketplace lending platform where it's alternative financial methods and service with low costs that can meet the requirements in the current market. Jabulani told Vanessa, So this is how the platform works: connect investors with borrowers and provide a set of information requirements to allow both parties to make informed decisions and limit risks. Investors and borrowers decide on credit conditions, including interest rates and loan periods, low-cost standardized loan application, facilitate direct matching and transaction of both borrowers and investors. Why this? This is our innovation and what it seeks to achieve. Alternative financial technology platform created with an objective to democratize access to credit. The capital and the material required. We have developers, we have a risk management team, I have loan officers, we have digital marketing team, and also a lot of cyber security that we are working around. Our initial investment that we need at the moment is upwards of 100,000. Of course, it will have some deliverables and some milestones to it. Then, tracking to date, we are on the development phase of this platform. Yeah, so we have designers, developers in the house, like the team, working on a prototype. Our prototype is going to be submitted to the RBZ regulatory sandbox because we are in their turf. They need to understand our platform before we put it out there to the people. Addressable market, 60,000 registered SMEs are in Zimbabwe, and over 70% of them are informal. 85% of employed in Zimbabwe are employed in the informal market. If you want a loan in Zimbabwe, either you're a civil servant or you are working in a high-paying job. But what about the other people who have stable incomes like Jabulani, but in the informal sector, or who's just a freelancer? Our business model is our loan rates. Basically, it's on the fees. It's like what we do at Eco Cash and Ego Cash in, cash out. Investors, when they invest, we take some money. When borrowers take some money from us, we also take a portion of the money from the platform. That is around 3% of the total. So this is for our growth and scale. We have applied for the RBZ regulatory sandbox. This gets us access to partners, information on loan customers, access to partner networks and databases. And then also we have customer acquisition plan, offer different types of loans, that is paid down loans, mortgages, and also our digital marketing game is on point. Then this is round. Easy loans, easy money. Thank you.
Is it me, or it took me a bit of a while to figure that round meant round in Shona? Who figured that it round here? Judges, go ahead.
It's not complete. It's not at its complete stage. You said.
Yeah, yes, the platform is not on complete stage.
It's not complete.
It's not yet complete, but
what's your name?
On the advanced stage.
Sorry?
My name is Desire.
Desire.
Yes.
This is a Ponzi scheme.
No.
What is it?
Okay. The difference between us and the Ponzi scheme is when you go in a Ponzi scheme, it's going to be in a pyramid. You're going to give somebody money, and that person is going to give you that money back, maybe at 100% or something.
Yes.
Us, we're going to give you money, the platform.
Yeah.
It's peer-to-peer. That is, you give me money. All right, I retain that money with an interest that is at least 20% of the
with no collateral.
What?
With no collateral.
Yes. So this is how it happens. Do you know what is called the ZSE Direct?
No.
Okay, the ZSE Direct is a platform that was created by the ZSE, that is Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. Mainly for retail investors. Quite recently, the CEO of ZSE said 20% of the transactions that are happening on the platform comes from retail investors. Retail investors, it's me, you, and any other person. Where is that person getting that same information to invest on that platform? There is the same thing that comes, but this is coming in as loans. I put my money on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, investing in Econet. What is Econet?
So in other words, Round is just a platform to meet people where people with money meet people looking for money.
Yes.
And how does Round make its money?
Round makes its money when you do a loan application. All right. For example, you need $10,000. So a group of people, 10 people, put 1,000 each. They give you that 10,000. We get 3% from that. When you are now paying back to these guys, that is your installment plus the interest, we get a certain percentage again. That is where we get our money. But there are many other issues that we can get money from, but we don't want to have loans on our balance sheet.
Okay, just a second. So if I'm looking for $500,
yes,
I log on to my Round account.
Yes.
And then what happens? I see someone with money.
No.
He's got money, and then
No.
he says, "Chamu, here is $500."
No. So here's how it works. All right.
Yeah.
Both borrowers and investors need to register online. All right. Borrowers provide certificates for credit checking. For example, when you go to a bank when you want a loan, you do the bank does their KYC and other things for like collateral and everything.
I know.
Yeah.
What is the guarantee that I'll get my money back for the one who's giving out the money?
Like I've given you the for example, how do you get a guarantee from a platform like ZSE that you can get your money back?
So you're competing with ZSE's platform?
No.
Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, it doesn't trade in money, it trades in stock, isn't it?
It trades in stock,
Yeah.
but here the difference.
The risk with money is different, eh?
The difference between stock, this is loan, there's stock, these are investables.
Am I, Mr. Moderator, do you get my question?
I get your question.
The question is very simple.
Yeah.
He's asking about the security of funds.
I want to understand how this money is moving.
Yeah.
Okay? You're giving someone money.
Yeah.
You're taking money from someone.
Yes.
And you are making a commission out of that transaction.
Yeah, of course.
Okay?
Yeah.
But the person who's giving out money,
Yeah.
that's my question.
Okay. Like I said, if you're an investor to the loan,
Yeah.
all right, you look at the information that is provided on the
So
platform.
the information is in the collateral.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you for an example. Let me give you an example.
Give me an example.
Okay, when a borrower puts details on the platform,
Yeah.
there's traditional data that is put there. There's
Yeah.
also alternative data that is put
Yeah.
there. Alternative data is the one that determines your credit scoring.
Yeah.
You get a credit score. So as an investor, it's up to you to look at it
But
and
do we
say,
have credit scores in Zimbabwe right now?
what?
Do we have credit scores in Zimbabwe right now?
The platform provides credit score.
Your platform.
Yes.
What is my collateral? I don't know you. I've seen this on the internet. I've
Yeah.
got money to invest or I want to borrow. Are you telling me that what I see on the internet is the collateral that I'm going to get back my money?
It's the information that you get on the
Is the
platform.
collateral?
Yes.
The information?
Yes.
It doesn't work.
It does.
I mean, who wants to give someone money here based on what is written on the internet? It's a Ponzi scheme. Let me tell you something. Let me help you.
All right.
I met a guy, just 2 seconds, please. I know I'm just diverting a bit. I met a guy and a lady, Sam. You guys are complicating the idea of how to get money. You complicate business. That's why I'm eating cash. Let me tell you what happens. This guy, I know, got a Mazoe, in the Mazoe area. And they have got 40 workers. So they came to me and they said, simple. We gave them money to buy a lorry. So what they do is, farmers. You know, there are a lot of A2 farmers and smaller farmers, offer letters. But a lot of them don't want to employ permanent employees. So they say to them, I've got 14 at once. They are busy every day. So, because as a farmer, do not believe out ndikakubhadhara maenda handina accommodation handichakupai handina chikafu ndabhadhara mari yangu vanhu vaenda ndarimirwa ndinozokudedza after 4 weeks kana ndada kusakurirwa. Okay, this guy is doing that. He is making a lot and a lot of money. Simple mathematics.
True. Cham, I know you are in this credit business.
Thank you,
yeah.
Desire.
So,
judges, if you can go ahead.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Desire.
Good afternoon.
Where are you with your license?
What?
Where are you with your licensing?
Licensing for the platform. That's why the RBZ produced what is called the RBZ regulatory sandbox. Marketplace lending platforms are part of it. The RBZ, what it's doing is getting all the fintech application that wants to get into the Zimbabwean market, and they are going to be licensing them. But they need to first understand what they are getting into. So you have to apply first for this regulatory sandbox with RBZ. When they approve that, then we get our license and start operating.
Okay, because I can tell you, your proposal is what is called financial disintermediation.
Yeah.
And you know, for the Reserve Bank to approve disintermediation, financial disintermediation, yeah, I find it very difficult.
Why am I saying so is, if the RBZ didn't understand, if it didn't know about the platform, for example, they didn't even include Bitcoin or cryptocurrency on the regulatory sandbox. When they included marketplace lending platforms that is peer-to-peer, they know they exist and they know there is something that is them, that is in them, that is there. So they need to understand them. So what you are saying is actually not what the RBZ is thinking. Go on their website right now, go and see what they're advocating for, because this is one of the hottest topics in Africa and in the next 2-3 years to come, especially in Nigeria. Go and look at the fintech industry in Nigeria, what it's doing. Marketplace lending platforms are part of them, and they're making a killing, getting investment from all over the world because there's money there. So these platforms are there, they're going to be existing. It's not a matter of how, it's a matter of when.
Thank you, Desire. Go ahead, Judge.
Desire. For you to sell an idea, you need to be able to communicate it clearly and concisely. Chamo had to actually dig in deep and ask so many questions for us to understand what we were supposed to understand the first 5 minutes of your pitch. So I think at this stage, you might need to go back to the drawing board, think deeply about what it is you really want to do, how you're going to communicate it, and at least get that regulatory approval for the sandbox, just to add that bit more credibility, because he raises a very fundamental question. So you can't then brush off feedback to say what you're saying to me is not what I'm hearing there, but you don't have approval at the Reserve Bank. So I think in as much as you're trying to think around a solution, which is very good, try and come up with something a bit more complete if you're going to give another presentation in the future.
Well, thank you very much for your addition. But the thing is, when new ideas are coming through into the market, there's this. And because most of you guys are in the credit market, you want to see what is happening and what you want to understand. There's certain way you want to understand it, which is not there. But I guess like what you said, sometimes you need to see the solution before you even understand what it is. So
Thank you, Desire.
I guess it is.
If you
Thank
can
you.
give me a round of applause. So when I grew up, I used to hear this important quote. I think it goes like, "Panorerwa mwana wa mambo, mranda anoteerera." Is that correct? Is that correct? Mranda terera. Thank you. I want to do something exciting right now. How many of us know the Ignition Hub social media page, Twitter page? Not you. You are from the hub. Hey, hub people, stop cheating. How many? Okay, so the first person to follow our page right now, I'm checking, it's Ignition Hub ZW. It's going to get a special price. I'm checking now. To follow. In the room. No one has followed. Ignition Hub ZW. It's money. Ignition Hub. Have you followed? You're not from Banc. Now I want someone who's not from the bank. You followed? Let me just check. Oh, thank you. We've got a winner. If you can have our next contestant, please come smiling. You know, these guys, they come angry at me. I'm not the one who made them come and pitch. They actually applied out of 360. They actually applied to come here. Go ahead. Hello?
Hello?
Take your time, you can breathe.
Hi, my name is Marvelous Nyongoro and I'm a 24-year-old entrepreneur from Zimbabwe. According to the Ministry of Education, there are more than 300,000 tertiary students in this country, but only 30% can be accommodated on campus. This results in more than 200,000 tertiary students house hunting every semester. However, the search is not easy. No university in the country provides students with a system to find decent off-campus housing. Such a gap has led to the birth of bogus accommodation agents who manipulate and overcharge students as they seek accommodation, with students spending as much as $50 in accommodation bribes. In 2020, more than 100,000 tertiary students across Europe had to defer their semester after they failed to secure accommodation, according to the Kansas National Student Housing Report. According to UNESCO, there are more than 5 million tertiary students in Southern Africa alone. About 60% of these are residing off campus. The solution we're providing for this is the Housing Hub, an online marketplace where students can book and make rental payments for a decent house of their choice. The platform is a transparent means of transacting, thanks to our strict landlord vetting system. By using our service, students are cutting up to 45% on house hunting costs. We offer more than just accommodation bookings. After securing accommodation, a student can buy groceries, book transport to campus, find a roommate, and perform so much more within the same application. After research and development, we took our product to the market in 3 main stages. Firstly, we partnered with institutions to gain credibility. Secondly, we leveraged social media to reach to students and landlords. And thirdly, we ran paid promotions and were distributing flyers and freebies during college orientation weeks, college parties, and out on the streets in town. This helped us to register more than 4,000 student beds online. We've successfully secured accommodation for more than 5,000 students, and we've created employment opportunities for a team of over 5. Such actions has awarded us awards from organizations such as Harvard Business School, MasterCard Foundation, UNICEF Zimbabwe, UNDP Zimbabwe, African Leadership Academy, to mention but a few. So how do we make money? For every successful transaction, we charge a 5% service fee. Using this model, we were able to break even and become profitable after 9 months of operation. And we're projecting to make our first $20,000 within the first half of 2022. So where do we plan on taking the Housing Hub? According to UNICEF, there are more than 200 million youth across Africa, with at least 40% of this enrolled in colleges. We've done research and identified that at least 50% are residing off campus, as governments are struggling with infrastructural development. This provides us with the potential market to expand the Housing Hub to these students. A bit ambitious? Okay, let's bring it back home. If we target just 25% of the 5 million students in the Southern African region, with each student paying just $5 in service fees, we're looking at more than $1 million in revenue. Okay, how about 10% of the 5 million? That's still more than $1 million in revenue. Food for thought. What separates us from our competition is the fact that we are targeting a target niche market underserved by our competitors as they focus more on travels and lodges. We've also made partnerships with universities and landlords, and this gives us the opportunity to offer a service that is flawless. We've also spent a lot of time developing our platform to provide features that ensure students get to enjoy more than just accommodation. Accommodation, transport booking, shopping. We offer students a service that is equivalent to tourism hospitality. So for us to achieve our next goals, we're now looking at raising approximately $100,000, which will help us to achieve two major goals. Firstly, we want to rent out approximately 10 properties that we've identified here in Harare that will house about 200 students. Renting out the 200 beds at approximately $100 each per month will accrue to about $20,000 in revenue. After deducting costs of operation, we're looking at between $5,000 to $7,000 in profit every month. That is about $60,000 in profit every year. Secondly, we want to further develop our technology and launch it in a secondary market, Kenya. We've identified Kenya as the next best place for the housing hub, given the low cost of operation, the high capital attraction of tech products like ourselves, and the ease of operation in the environment. We believe in the product that we're building. We are professional, and we being students, we know what students want, and we are therefore developing a product that suits the market. Investing in the housing hub is investing in the future of student accommodation. Thank you.
Hello. I've got more prizes. Judges, go ahead.
Firstly, I think you deserve another round of applause for a very eloquent presentation. You know, I absolutely like that. And I've listened to a lot of pitch. You know, I used to do Simpa Savannah. We invested $1 million in that. We got over a 60% return. We got 1.6 million. And I think you are on to something. And I want to be part of this.
Go deeper, go deeper.
How many of your stake or how much of your stake is on offer?
We're offering up to 20 to 30%.
At what cost?
For an investment of at least $100,000. We've done company valuation.
Sorry, how much? How much?
For an investment, okay, maybe let me take it from the top.
Yeah.
We've done a company valuation, and our company is currently valued at about $950,000. So for $100,000, that is the equivalent of 12 to 15% equity stake within the business.
Who did the due diligence?
MZZ Ventures Europe. It's a consulting company.
Does the company have any properties?
The company, they an affiliate of MasterCard Foundation.
Of who?
MasterCard Foundation. I'm a fellow at MasterCard Foundation, so they give us consulting companies to perform certain actions within each fellow.
Does the housing hub have any properties? Like the 950,000, does it involve any properties?
We do not necessarily own any properties, but we do have properties that we control.
950,000.
Yes.
950,000. You American dollars or RTGS?
No. Can you come again? You said.
How much is the company worth? 950,000.
Oh, the company is worth 950,000.
US dollars.
US dollars.
Nah, there are very few companies which are worth 950,000 in this country. Very few.
I'd be glad to show you the documentation.
Without any properties, the company is worth 950,000.
So.
Banker, you help me.
So I think it's probably to do with the method of valuation that they used for a tech company like ourselves. So. They used 3 different valuation methods. They used the first Chicago method. They used...
No, valuations are meaningless. I'm an investor, potential shareholder.
Okay.
I want to see real actuals. Okay. I don't work on projections. Okay. Do you have any properties? No.
No.
Do you have any vehicles?
No. Yes, we have one vehicle.
You have one vehicle. So this is all on paper, and on paper it's worth 950,000 US dollars.
On paper, that wouldn't be worth
Okay, let's leave it
950,000.
here. I want my co-judges to help me understand. I'm still interested, but I want them to argue my case. Please.
Afternoon.
You know, even us as a bank, we've also looked at student housing issues. And for me, I think the problem is not so much about coming up with an app. It's the housing stock, which is not there. And for me, I think that's if we talk about problem identification, that's where the problem is. And maybe, that's where we must spend more of our effort on, to try and increase the housing stock, I don't know, in your mind, like what my colleague is asking, do you have, are you looking at complementing the existing housing stock, so that you also have real assets on your balance sheet,
Thank you so much for the question. So as I had highlighted in my presentation, there are two components. We've got the tech side of the business, but then we also have a new model that we're now running with, because like you said, it took us a while to figure out that it's not as to coming up with a tech component for people to book, but it's actually the supply side that is lacking. So therefore, we've started with renting out properties and leasing them out to students. So that's the cheaper alternative for us, because we do not have the capital to actually buy or construct our own properties. So we want to acquire. There are so many vacant properties around Mount Pleasant that we've identified on property.co.zw that we believe we can make use of by converting those to become properties, by repurposing them to become properties for student housing. And then when we make the profit and the money, we then invest into building our own structures as the housing
You're putting
company.
the cart before the horse. You didn't answer his question.
Okay.
Are you working on anything? Do you have anything feasible for you to deal with the issue of the problem? That is the question. And the problem, as he has highlighted, is the actual housing. You've told me you have $950,000. I want to invite my colleague, the lady, to help me also with arguing this case. Just and then you can come back to you.
Sorry. Maybe before she comes in, I also wanted to commend your your presentation skills. You are a very good presenter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chamu, I'm not sure I can try and defend you. I may have just another different question that I may want answered. I just want to understand, you seem to want to grow very fast, very quickly. You want 100,000 to actually buy property. Initially, when you were going through the presentation, I thought, wow, with this app, they've actually reached every goal that they wanted, because you were helping students to find accommodation. Then towards the end, you then said, you know what, you've got a requirement to buy property. So you're no longer in assisting students to find, you now want to provide to come to the other end. So in terms of the 20,000 you said you're going to raise in the first month of next year, how do you intend to reinvest that? Because 100,000 is a lot of money. You may not get it. So I want to understand, in terms of the revenues that you've been receiving, how are you reinvesting that so that I'm able to see that you can still stand on your own feet without necessarily getting funding from elsewhere?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So right now we're actually focusing more on the second part of the business, which is the rent to lease the accommodation. We're getting into the provision, the actual provision of the student housing, because it gives us more control over the supply side and control over the entire value chain. So we were renting 2 properties. We're currently renting 2 properties in Gweru. They had a capacity of about 35 students, and we're making a good $300 to $500 a month. So we realized if we increase the capacity of this, it will help us to rent out more properties that are lying vacant and be able to make more money, and more money than the tech side of the business itself. And this has been because the environment that we're operating in, the market that we're operating in is imperfect. It's not perfect. You want a student to come on an app, it costs 20 United States dollars to get 10 gigabytes of data. The majority of the students cannot afford that. So rather, instead of trying to force an application down people's throats, why not focus into actually providing the service yourself? So that money that we're going to raise, we're going to invest it back into renting out more properties that are lying vacant, refurbish them, repurpose them, charge rentals, put a commission, and then we continue to grow like that.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Marvelous. Round of applause, please.
I'm a bit disheartened. I want these guys to get some bit of money, you know?
Yeah, someone should get money today. If none of them get it, I'm here.
Yeah.
So this has turned into a mentorship session. Who has noticed that? Are you learning? Because someone else told me something important, that life's lessons are repeated until you learn them. So if you don't learn the first time, the lesson is repeated. So when someone says something, you need to learn. Last but not least, I think it's the tallest man in the room. Come through, sir. Please smile. I hope those things don't explode.
Hi, my name is Msindazo Ndlovu. I represent a company called the Noble Savage. Zimbabwe produces about 1.7 million tons of waste, and we have a housing backlog of about 1.3 million houses. And this is set to double by the year 2030. I arrived in the morning today at 5 a.m. I passed through, I think it's Copacabana, and I saw a mountain of waste. Honestly, I was happy, but also disheartened at the same time. The challenges that we are facing, right, is affordable housing, recycling, import substitution, and alternative building materials. The Noble Savage recycles waste plastic and glass to manufacture eco-friendly building materials, which are lighter, stronger, durable, and affordable. We make roof tiles, like this one that we came carrying, which we gave our fine gentleman there. We make pavers, like the ones you see there, and we make kitchen countertops, because we looked at the home. The father focuses on the pavers, the roof, and the most important person in the house, the mother, the kitchen. It's gotta be beautiful. Our vision is to be the leading producer of high-quality, low-cost building materials that incorporate high technology to help accelerate Africa's transition to sustainable energy and empower every individual to achieve more. And how are we going to achieve this? We have prototyped a solar roof tile, which we did not bring today because we're filing for a patent in the next 2 weeks with Aripo. And these are some of our products as you see them, as we displayed them there, the roof tile, the countertop, and the pavers. We have highlighted the need to set up a production system where we mix bonded raising products to make what we've mentioned, the roof tiles. And our products use post-consumer plastic waste, which creates a unique composite, which we're also trying to get a patent for that. And we don't only just stop there. We also collect waste glass, where we make alternatives to marble, granite, and scissor stone countertops. And our products are 30% more cost effective. We will save you up to 30% of your cost of building, right? So far, we've been able to secure purchase orders for some of our products. We have letters of intent. We have successfully exported 2 of our countertops to Botswana. We've got some of our products tested with a reputable organization, the Cement and Concrete Institute. Right now, we are raising money to also get them tested with SARS, to get the certification from SARS. They've given us a very huge bill for that, but we're raising that money. And we've sold to 5 clients who are building. As you can see there, this is one place that we had done a job for our pavers. Then, our current market, we have a company called Makadu Group, which has taken faith in our product, where they've asked us to lay our pavers for 500 meters in a place called Nkulumani West, which is a new development, 1.3 kilometers of drain in Cowdrey Park. And there's a company called Masego Media, which has got 2,000 bins throughout the city of Bulawayo for advertising. They've asked us to come up with a solution to solve people vandalizing their concrete bins. And we also have other clients that how we go to market by creating services where we go and we do construction work for them and we introduce our products to them. That is a house that we built with our roof tiles, as you see. Now, this is the team. This is me as the managing director. We've got Tabona, who's in charge of our operations, Vanessa, our sales lady, and Makosi, who's in charge of our administration. Now, this is our revenue chart, which we have had income coming from 2019 when we started to where we are towards the projections that we'll be going through. Our focus is to increase our exports of countertops to Botswana and Zambia in the next 24 months, increase production from our current 500 tiles per month to 25,000 and 600,000 pavers per month, and make sales of we've made sales of up to $8,000 of our products, and our ask is based off our results. We're looking for a $51,000 ask with a return of 40.8%. This is to mechanize our manufacturing process because our current manufacturing process is very manual. And we ask that the disbursement be done in 2 stages of 31,000 and 20,000. These are some of our other countertops as you see them in display, where we displayed them. And then we report on 3 bottom lines, which are people, planet, and profit. Out of the Sustainable Development Goals, we focus on SDG 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, and 13. And one last thing before I close. I would love to do a demonstration of how strong our product is. I would love to do it on the stage, but I'm afraid the stage might collapse. Can you do that to a concrete tile? No, you can't. Thank you. Aspire beyond generations.
I think the floor is damaged.
I'm not insured, by the way.
Thank you. Judges, go ahead.
Thank you. Well done for a good presentation.
Thank you.
I didn't really understand how much money you've put in the business, your projections, and what's on offer for investors. I think that's the whole idea of pitching, isn't it?
Yes. Okay. So, so far to date, in terms of cash and also sweat capital, we have put in about 16,000 combined. This is about 8,000 in cash and the other 8 in sweat capital. This is us running, building the formulations and testing and getting burnt and so forth. Right, that's how much we have invested. And our ask is for 51,000. Right now, in as much as our ask might be 51,000, we're willing to give up an equity stake of up to 40%, but with a particular clause, if we're able to buy back about 20% of what we were given up after you've made your premium, and we carry on working together because we believe in long-term relationships.
Do you have any equipment?
Yes, we do have certain equipment that we've built ourselves, and we're now trying to mechanize some of our equipment because the biggest equipment that we need, which is an extruder, which has a titanium coated barrel and screw, is the one that's a bit expensive. So right now we are making this using the traditional fire and a big drum. And we've got a hydraulic press that we've purchased from the cells that we've made.
How many tiles can you produce in a day?
I'll give you the total in a month. We make about 500 tiles in a month. Yes. No, it's not a lot. That's why we want to increase our production. So the route that we're taking, it's easier for us to make countertops. So we want to increase our production of countertops. So we've gone to masters. We're in talks with Halsteads and electricals so that we can put in our countertop slabs into the market instead of them importing Pro-Quartz tops from South Africa and spending 180,000 to 200,000 a month. They then have that alternative of getting our tiles, our countertops, which we then will reinvest into purchasing equipment
and increasing our production.
Thank you very much. I would want to know more about your business. Probably after this, you can always get in touch with my office, and we can visit you, and we would like to know more. It would be very difficult for me to understand anything, and I promised Bank ABC team that I was going to invest in at least one. So it seems like we are all done, and I haven't been,
Okay,
excited by any one of them. So we would want to know more. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Afternoon. I just wanted to understand. You said you exported into Botswana. How much did you? I mean, what was the revenue out of that?
The revenue out of that was 20,000 pula, which is about give or take $2,000.
Okay, and then the 51,000. Have you done your projections? Over what period will you be able to pay it off if it's advanced 2 years debt?
If it is advanced to us in debt, we are looking at paying it off in about 9 months to a year.
Okay.
Ceteris paribus.
Okay. Look, I think overall, I like the fact that you're working on an environmentally clean product. I think that's very positive. However, Mazimbo people Mazimbo like nice things. I don't know about the aesthetics and the fact that you're saying it's a tire which is made out of recycled material. I don't know where that sits in terms of ultimate demand from your potential customers. I don't know whether you've thought through that and you still think you'll still be able to attract sufficient critical mass in terms of demand.
Okay, you've seen the tile. You never had the opportunity of actually holding the tile, but can I have the tile? Sorry. This is our roof tile. Those are the colors that we offer, that you see. It's 50% lighter than your current concrete roof tile. You are using 5 per square meter. This tile, do you mind me asking, what car do you drive, sir?
Do you want to know?
I would love to, right? But, okay.
I drive a Jeep.
You drive a Jeep. I've driven over this tile with an Isuzu KB twin cab, and it remained intact, right? I've exposed it to heat with a blowtorch for 2 minutes. The minute I removed the blowtorch, it extinguished. It's got more sand than it does plastic. And you've got a higher variety in terms of color.
Okay, I suppose I'm next. You know what, we had a session in the afternoon which was called Gap Market, and I think your solution actually bridges a gap in terms of the delays in pavers, tiles, because a lot of people are constructing and there's a lot of delays in terms of getting deliveries for construction material. So I think your idea is great. The only concern that I have is to say, have you received feedback from the Standards Association or whoever it is who's responsible for checking the safety of the products that you're making? Because I do think there's quite a lot of potential, a lot of export potential, but there are quite a lot of standards that where you need to be ticking the boxes to make sure that your product is okay.
Okay, I actually did mention we've got our products tested, our tiles and the pavers and the countertops with the Cement and Concrete Institute. It is recognized by SARS, but they're able to test it against the impact and they're able to test it against perforate, and it came out with flying colors. Right, I've got the test results. Now we are now taking it to be tested for thermal and the fire test with SARS. SARS has given us a bill of $1,500, which we are raising to pay. So in the next month, we should have paid SARS for that amount so that they test on the fire. Then when they've been tested with SARS, with also the one from the Cement and Concrete Institute, our tiles and our products will be SARS approved.
Thank you, MC. Thank you, judges. I was thinking that he was going to bring a blow. I was actually thinking he was going to bring a blowtorch and actually burn it in front of us. That would have been the ultimate test. Please allow me to thank the judges. They were very thorough and very informative. I was also learning a lot, and I hope you're also learning as well. I'm going to give the judges 10 minutes. Is it enough, judges?
We need less. 10 minutes.
You did less?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to give the judges less time to come up with the eventual winners. We're going to be giving away 3 prizes today, but all 6 contestants get automatic entry to the Ignition Hub for further incubation. I'm sure there are, thank you. I'm sure there are many areas that we can improve on, especially to do with the numbers, the figures, the validation of the product. These are things that we actually teach at the Incubation Hub. So once they are under our wings, we are then able now to sharpen those skills in preparation for international investors. Because we're not just talking about local investors. We actually want to expose these entrepreneurs to venture capitalists from outside the country. We'll actually demand more from them than what we're asking them right now. So as the judges deliberate, I've got more prizes. The first prize is going to the first person outside Bank ABC who knows a product that's been recently launched by Bank ABC. Go ahead, sir. Just recently, Bank ABC launched something exciting. Can you confirm he's not from Bank ABC? He's not. Congratulations. Okay. So don't check in front of people, but there's money inside the bag. Don't open in front of people. You'll be robbed on the way home. No, are you from Bank? You're from Bank? Okay, let me correct that. I thought you were from Bank. Okay, so I'm going to allow someone who wants to volunteer a question. Who? Okay.
Okay. The question for anyone within the room, including the panelists, what is the biggest takeaway from this summit, the past 2 days, that you have gained from it? And I'll take 3 answers. The best answer will win.
Don't be shy, guys. Take away.
For me personally, I think it's that innovation never stops, learning never stops. There's nothing new under the sun, but it's what you do with the product that you have, the experience that you create, what you make other people feel, the relationships that you create. It's what you do with your idea.
Ma'am? What's your takeaway from the event?
Okay, that was a great ambush, but my takeaway from the event is there's a lot of ways to make money, and there's a lot of ways to get investment. We should invest in ourselves. We should invest in relationships with different people. You never know who you will need in the next year or two. Always have your elevator pitch ready. I think mostly, yeah.
That was a good ambush, eh? Who's next? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Number one, the bank does not finance startups. And number two, you need to prove your concept first before you can ask for money from anyone. Number three, collaboration is important. Don't be a hero on an anthill, rather be a partner of a mountain.
Coming back to you, sir.
All right. I think all 3 answers were very insightful. It's been a tight contest, but I think the lady who was coming from the toilet got ambushed.
Where is she? I wasn't expecting that. Is she around? Oh, thank you for being a good sport. I want to give the last prize to the youngest person in the room. Who's the youngest person in the room? Who's the youngest person in the room? The future? How old are you, sir? The shareholder. Where's the shareholder? Oh, I didn't even get his number because you need to share those shares. How old are you, sir? Who's younger than 18? How old are you? Ah, we've got two 18-year-olds. Thank you for being such a good sport. Let me just quickly check with the judges if they're ready. Judges, you've been very thorough today. I'm sure you had most people shaking in their boots. I wouldn't have wanted to be in front. But this is what helps everyone when they hear the truth. So we've gone to pitch competitions where the judges lie to the contestants that their product is good. And then when they go to the market, there's no traction. So I'm glad that the judges were thorough. And whoever was being felt that the judges were hard on them, at least I hope they were learning something because I learned something as well. Judges, are you ready?
Yeah, we were ready a while ago.
Honor ladies.
Honor ladies.
She will tell you.
Can I, ma'am, ask you to I think we need elections to elect a spokesperson. Eh? Go ahead, sir.
Okay. After a very, very thorough interrogation process, we decided that, agriculture is the mainstay of this economy, and therefore the proposal, which we had from Crop Fix, took it. Well done, guys.
Whoa! Where's Crop Fix? Please come through, Crop Fix team. Come through. Congratulations. Congratulations to Crop Fix. Someone hit the big check. I'm still trying to find out where the big check is, but it's a very huge check. It's so big that I don't think it would fit on the stage. Thank you, judges. If you can be in the photo with the winners. Thank you. Thank you. Before you sit down, judges, if we can have the second runner-up. You only gave it to one.
No, we did a thorough checkup and he's going to tell you.
Maybe we can for number 2.
Well done to Crop Fix. Thank you.
I suppose in any situation or in any competition, there's going to be a number 2, a number 3, etc., etc. And I think it's important for us to also recognize the other contestants. So, according to our determination, the presenters who came out second are Azansa Telehealth.
Happens to Azansa. Azansa, come up, please. We're in safe hands today. Photos. Azansa, make way for the judges. Don't fall, please. Last but not least.
Yeah, indeed. Our number 3 participant was the Noble Savage.
Oh, congratulations, Noble Savage. Please help me thank the judges. I know the judging process was tough, but thank you so much,
So we can
judges.
go the other side, huh?
Thank you, judges. And I want to thank the audience as well. Hopefully you learned something. I learned quite a lot today. And in the future, when there's 10,000 on the line, I'm also going to get my pitch out because I left my pitch in the car. But thank you for your attendance and attention today. And congratulations to all the winners. To all those who didn't make it, that's where we come in. There's always room for improvement. You're always learning. You're always improving. And hopefully, in the future, you get the investment that we're always talking about. Thank you all. Have a pleasant day.
Thank you so much, Sebastian Sibanda, for that session. Thank you so much to the judges. And congratulations to Crop Fix. Indeed, the growth of this economy has been projected to be against the agricultural sector. So we are happy to see that there are young people that are on the ball. So we are going to wrap up this this SME Summit. It has been an insightful one. I'm glad that people have shared a lot of what they've learned, and it's good to know that it was fruitful, because otherwise, what's the point of this? So to wrap this up, I am going to invite Hope Marere to give the vote of thanks. She's a country head of retail and business banking here at Bank ABC.
Afternoon, everyone. What an exciting 2 days it's been. I think everyone has something that they're taking away from the 2 days. When you look at SMEs, I believe they're really underserved in Zimbabwe. So our strategy or our vision was to say we want to pitch SMEs so that we support their businesses, we give them education in terms of financial literacy and ideas in terms of what to look forward to and what kind of things they must look up for and take account of. So these are the small things, I think, in our small way that we want to contribute as an institution. But allow me to just give a vote of thanks to the many people who've made this such an amazing success. Firstly, I would like to thank the chairman of the SME Summit, who's none other than our CEO and MD, Dr. Lance. I would also like to thank all the SMEs who attended the summit physically, as well as those who attended virtually. Your participation was indeed invaluable. I would like to thank the panelists, amazing group of different, diverse people and professionals in their own rights who came in and gave us quite a lot of nuggets that we benefited from. I would also like to thank the team that did the pitch. Very interesting ideas. And what it proves, I think, to all of us is that Zimbabwe has talent. I mean, there was so much talent that came from here. That's what, if you harness it, you can actually turn into a viable business. I think each of the 6 ideas, there's something unique about it, and you can tell that you can actually monetize it if you have the right skills, right financial aid. I think the doctors, we were actually saying what doctors need is maybe an idea on how to monetize the business that you have. Because at times you're busy thinking about the human element, which is very commendable, but you also have to be looking at the business element. I would also like to thank our key guest speakers. We had Karen Mutasa, we had Jackie Mgido from the USA, we had Nyara Zotliwayo, we had Arthur Marara, and we had Chad Chawanda from South Africa. To our sponsors, this summit would not have been a success without your sponsorship and your participation. There were so many to mention, but I want to thank each and every one of you for making this a success. I'll just make special mention of our key sponsor, that was our partner TM Pick n Pay. They really went all out to make sure that this event was a success. Platinum Events, all the food that you were eating from yesterday, it was really amazing, and they really outdid themselves. Thank you very much. Yananai, we also had the smoothies. I think there are some of us who've never tasted a smoothie, or those who've never tasted the type of smoothies that they had, but thank you so much for that. I would also like to thank our service providers. Dave Events, you outdid yourself. I think the summit went exceptionally well with your support. Chat 263, thank you so much. Our MCs, Mona Lisa, amazing job, thank you. And also DJ Mox, I think he's left. To the Banc ABC team, the A team, you guys were phenomenal, you were fantastic, and you lived the Banc ABC culture and values. Thank you very much. So thank you all for being a part of this amazing journey. What I can assure you is that next year, which is our 3rd year, is gonna be bigger, it's gonna be better, it's gonna be on fire. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening and a great weekend.
Thank you so much, Hope. Hope is the country head of retail and business banking here at Banc ABC. So we're looking forward to seeing you next year at the 3rd Banc ABC SME Summit as we learn more about how to grow the economy. I know that at the beginning of the summit, we did say that the SMEs are the bulk of the country. So looking forward to seeing you next year. This video will be up on social media, so do look out for it. Drive safe, be safe. Thank you so much. It's been lovely being your host. My name is Mona Lisa Dube.